Shit. No. Ugh.
Today, I notified the Prime Minister that I ripped up flying objects with I'm sorry about this guy.
It's an option they can vote for with the president. So not again voting to the poll, voting no, voting for someone they don't particularly like, and voting for someone first house.
So all this
That's what we're focused on. An election Creates the conditions to make it possible for banks to lower rates, and today we see of that are what's all going to
the other day in September. Like, look at the summertime. I've been told the election is what?
He's a fun, and then a million people to it. I don't think he wants to do it, but that's the guy who got high.
I think that's pretty good. No one has stuff that. I think that you say, oh, okay, what's going on? We're getting confident every nowhere. We're getting tired of doing it. Like this work contracting, like it's not still working it. So let's make people find what else we go through. I think that's so bad. But there's a
No company's going to see the customers, they'll be doing a contract for you.
thing
That's right, you can't pay that. It's the reason that he's qualified, he's chemical, but he's clearly not have to be qualified because he's swimming in the coalition. This time, he'll be on top.
yeah, not qualified, not qualified, not or supervisor, or signal. But that was an accident. It was virtual the wall, so
I have to make sure he wasn't living it.
virtual time. No one expenses travel. Put a here. This guy did boat trips and stuff around what he done. What an awesome guy. What an awesome show he's got. Really fun to what he's done. And some other things. Something that's I just went up. Yeah. Thank you for the show. Looking out there and just how you get inside that the 9 man said,
No, he's still next. Oh, no, he's the only one who's saving it left at the MVP.
If you're still the Trudeau government is being pressed to enact new gun control regulations to combat domestic gun violence. I'm trying to about this in more detail. His son, political commentator Brian Lilly, joins us once again. Brian, you're saying the bigger problem when it comes to gun crime is with the amount of illegal guns which are making their way up into Canada and the United States.
And that was put on display here in the Toronto area just last week on a single day. Police in 3 jurisdictions. It wasn't one of the big operations that involved multiple jurisdictions. Just Toronto Police, Peel Regional Police, which is Mississauga and Brampton, and Durham, which is the suburbs to the eastern cities. They all announced big time arrests. Found 98 people arrested, 49 guns seized. Were people who were trafficking in guns and drugs. Over 1,000 charges laid across these 3 jurisdictions, all announced in one day. And when you spoke to the police officers, the chiefs involved, they would tell you that there is a major problem with guns being smuggled over the border. Out in the Durham region, they broke up what they said was a gun trafficking ring that stretched all the way from places like Oshawa to British Columbia in terms of their gun trade. And that they are smuggling guns in from the United States, selling them to other criminal elements here in Canada. So, look, I don't want to say that these regulations that the focus are pressing for are not important. They are. They're probably ones, most of them, would be ones that even striking gun rights advocates would support because it's like someone who is convicted of domestic violence not being able to get a gun. That's pretty much people are on board with that sort of thing. But again, the problem with the federal government is they always focus on legal licensed gun owners and finding ways to make their life more difficult when the gun violence is driven by smuggled guns, whether it's in Alberta or British Columbia or still out there. It doesn't matter where you are. That's the major source for guns coming in. And you look at many of the guns that are seized by police, and they'll put out a photo saying, we seized 20 guns, what have you, in this raid. There's the photo, and they're prohibitive. They're just never legally buy in Canada. So the Trudeau government needs to adjust its focus from constantly on the side of legal licensed gun owners and adding more and more regulations. And if they want real bang for their buck, pardon the pun, then they've got to put the focus on the border.
And Brian, it suppose as Canadians have really lost faith in the Trudeau government and its ability to handle the immigration issue in our country. Are we moving towards the same place as the United States when it comes to immigration being a real hot-button issue right now?
Well, I hope not, because it's a very polarizing and divisive issue in the United States. Now, to some degree, the Trudeau Liberals have been trying to import the American rhetoric around immigration in Canada. And so, down in the United States, there is very little distinction between legal immigration and illegal immigration, primarily because the biggest source of immigration are people that come across the border into the United States illegally. In Canada, it's the opposite. We have had, until recently, a well-functioning immigration system. But a few things have happened. The Trudeau Liberals decided they were going to take it from about the 250 to 300,000 people a year coming as permanent residents that we saw during the Harper years. It was not controversial at all. A couple of years ago, they decided we want to ramp that up to 500,000 a year. They're now even questioning that. The illegal immigration side, people coming and claiming asylum as soon as they get here, where they were allowed entry as on a visitor's visa, that's a major issue. It's undermining faith in the system. The temporary foreign workers program, the Prime Minister admitting last week that things have gotten out of control on that. All of that has led to a sense from many Canadians that we're bringing in too many people too fast. 65% in the most recent budget poll for Post Media. This mirrors a poll done through the Association of Canadian Studies 2 months ago. And that was the one where they've been tracking this question every year for a number of years. And you go back 5 years, just 35% said we have too many people coming in. Now it's 65 in 2 consecutive polls. That tells you that things are going badly. And the Trudeau Liberals, in my view, have broken the consensus on the immigration system. They've broken the system and how Canadians feel about it.
And one of the recent issues that really exploded on the immigration trial is the case of Ahmed Al-Didi, the man accused in a terror plot and a partaking in that ICE video showed another man being dismembered. So how can the government really claim the system is working as it should when this guy received Canadian citizenship?
It was shocking to watch Dominic LeBlanc, who is, in my view, one of the most politically astute of different Trudeau ministers. And that's why Trudeau uses him as his fixer. There's a ministry that's had a problem. Guess who goes in there? Dominic LeBlanc. Every Prime Minister tends to have someone like that. LeBlanc is the fixer for Trudeau. But he's also been around politics his whole life. His dad was a Trudeau, Pierre Trudeau, cabinet minister. His dad was Governor General. So he knows his way around politics, and he's there at committee being questioned by the Conservatives of how this guy was allowed not only to get into Canada, but get citizenship. And he just kept saying the system worked as it should. He was trying to put all the focus on how police operated once they had the tip-off. Did not want to admit that there was a failure in letting this man into the country. They just tried to walk past that, but they did release a timeline of how he came to Canada. And he was first denied entry, December 2017. Officials at the embassy, I believe it was in Cairo, said no, we don't think you're a true visitor, meaning they believed he was going to show up in Canada and declare asylum while coming on a tourist visa. So they said no to him. The next month he provided more paperwork, more information, and said, okay, you're approved. Came in February 2018. June of that year, he declares asylum. Then he gets his permanent residency. Then in May 2024, he became a Canadian citizen. Just May. He was arrested in July. The police were on to him in June. So he gets citizenship, and then is allegedly plotting to cause a mass casualty event in Toronto. He was put through security several times. And we have to be really concerned about this, Hal, because they keep saying this same type of security they're using to screen people coming in from Gaza. We've got 5,000 people coming in from an area controlled by a terrorist group. You have to know that Hamas is going either from the Israel beating or the 5,000 Palestinians that are coming in from the war zone.
Well, yeah, it sounds like you could be concerned about a lot of the immigrants being vetted properly. Now, we just had Labor Day, and over the long weekend, a video of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau being confronted by a steel worker has gone viral. This man was not too happy with the Prime Minister. I saw the video as well. And then he responded to Brian, who's winning the actual blue-collar vote in Canada right now?
Right now, he'll follow in the decision. Justin Trudeau he doesn't have to go to that man and how done to steal it. He's going to Australia. Trudeau showed up with donuts and he got a vehicle instead at the bank. So I think Poilievre has been going to places. He was a Stelco steel in Hamilton a little while ago. Now, Stelco is unionized. There's two big steel mills in Hamilton. Stelco is unionized one. Local 1005. Some of those guys are really hardcore on the union stuff. And not Poilievre, just green voter. They were applauding and loving their Poilievre. It was remarkable. So you can see where Poilievre is reaching through half of men who are more likely to call it up. Almost half of men, 47%, say they will be voting for Poilievre if he goes in the next election. It's a staggering level of support. Poilievre also released his point of view visiting the workers on Labor Day. And talking about people, the country's built by those who rise before the sun is up and work hard and don't worry, but have a better future going forward. It's really interesting because he's really not on those really that's going to get some, people who want to place a better kind of like voting in America, Ronald Reagan type ads. Doesn't the same thing over Canada against politics. Why should we get it that the United States follow vote? It's put an attack at against it. It wasn't a country that is denouncing Poilievre. It's to unionize union leaders here, the head of the BC Federation of Labor and the head of the Ontario Federation of Labor, both come from public service job backgrounds. That's what the NDP still has. Civil servants, whereas Poilievre is the person called.
Prime Minister Trudeau is in Halifax this week for his town recently first in the Stanley Theater. And next week, the BC from Caucus Retreat will receive the same support there.
Probably not. What we'll be looking for at that caucus retreat is, does anyone break rank? And that's happened before. You think of Jean Chrétien in the early 2000s. I believe he was at a caucus retreat just like this in, might have been Northern Quebec. And he had people breaking ranks saying he had to go. And what's remarkable about that is Chrétien had just won his third majority. He wasn't someone who was down at 24, 23% of the polls debating. Chrétien was still wildly popular, and they still said he had to go. So there's been some moderates. Will they break out in the open? That's what I think everyone's going to be watching for. And when you've got that many people, it's harder to keep everyone in line than it is, say, just a cabinet. I'm small. Wayne Long is not running, and he's on his second to go. Is anyone else that is either not running or is simply really threatened? Will they step up and say, you know what, we've got to go? What about George Hall or Calvin? I think he should be saying, he has a long time with Canadians. This is not good for Alberta. It's time for us to step down from that recognition.
For my answer, coming up, I think it's more coming to sports
Absolutely, they will. They only hold one of these seats, so it's the island in Howell, Mexico. That's primarily that information. It's kind of reverse roles here. But you know, I looked at this recently, the battle being between them, and I had some people write and say, you know what, the NDP's taking a meeting, so people, you know, I think if the NDP takes a meeting and conservatives win the Winnipeg riding, which they held in the past 2011 and 2015, Montreal, the riding called LaSalle and Martin down. That was held by Dave Clemente. Prior to that, years ago, it was held by Paul Martin before Prime Minister when he was finance minister. The NDP are currently in that one. They held that in 2011 2015. They've nominated a popular councillor, city councillor, running that arena. They've appointed someone who's a borough councillor, that's on the level, municipal official, Montreal, Dar, the city public local system. So the NDP have a real shot at taking that. And if they do, wow, I mean, you can imagine it's more pressure to back up.
What really is going on this project discussing on their podium, it's not very likely that it says it wasn't so like us, like it was definitely that very well saying, only this especially on mountain, they're doing it back, they're doing it in federal land, they essentially that's that we have. They want to lease the land rather than sell it, buy it all, live on it, land so they are stealing it. I saw that calling from Illinois, and it's actually calculated and 43% believe that they're voting for their party. 47% of men, 40% of women say they're voting for already and that's probably double what that's prime minister. That's I can't make it anymore, but, you know, She listens to enough of it, she gets enough of it. And she starts, the room sympathizes with the commanders. That's what you feel. You literally feel like you're in prison, and you have to listen to Kamala Harris that line. And you say, wow, I've noticed different things in it. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's time to, check out Kamala Harris's background. Where's she from? Oh, she's from the mean streets of Montreal, back Canada. Got it? My way of building. Okay. That's awesome. So, wrote grew up and did her education, high school, college in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Plus all cigarettes. Weekly something. It's actually nice videos. The area that Kamala Harris grew up in. And he back to Europe. That place where you require an ancestor, deep, rich, down-home, effective Southern accent. But Kamala Harris has done that.
I go on telling people, union members, unions for that 5-day work week. No, hold on, you may not be a union member, I'm a union member. So we're 64 days out for this election.
Kamala was raised by an Indian mother in Canada, but now she sounds like Fanny Rose. We noticed it, but you know, besides ours, right? But you put the Kamala Harris.
They came,
Is it working? How's on my purse? You see, Tanner, what? Is it working? So curious to ask Ricky here about this. It's going to come here kind of southern accent, sounded far from right. I had
Since when is Vice President have what sounds like Southern accent?
talking about the years
Right. One voice.
Is this something that the 85 that she came on in Pittsburgh and it sounded like she had kind of a Southern
Well, experience actually.
Well, but you're in it.
The question of that question is insane.
It's better. Okay. I just there's line of the White House, and then there's just negotiations where you're getting down to your eyes and your ears, and it's just so obvious that even some even right now, in the foreign press, we're going to not be visiting reporters from down under Australia. She works for Sky News, and even she and the Australians. Honestly, don't be able to speak English, but certainly with different sense of dialect. Even they know that Kamala Harris is faking it to me. And that'd be great. Well,
favorite. Listen to my father, who is of Jamaican, Indian, Irish descent. Grew up in California and Canada. Listen to him. She spoke those. Was that a favorite you remember?
God of War, it's Disney.com. It's all information it's for. It's on their ethically driven, breathtaking force landscapes. Start playing them.
Oh, how many accents are we going to hear from her in this campaign? Well, we've got two in just a few hours today. Let's hear her. Let's see how she spoke in Pittsburgh and then Boston. See if we can take the friends. 54 days. Let's get to the next 54 days. Meryl Streep, and exactly what authenticity and consistency from Mama is was asking for trouble. It is the two ways to defend illegal immigrants who pay people smugglers who take them across the border. And then the enormous backflip just a year ago. A mother who pays a coyote to transport her child to their country of origin during the entire country of Mexico. Facing unknown peril to come here. Why would that mother do that? I will tell you. Because she has decided for their child to remain where they are is worse. But what could Donald Trump do? He said, go back to where you came from. That is not reflective of our America and our government and its data and its to be clear. The folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come. And I believe if you push our border, we need to turn back. Of course, safety is a great thing, but this administration is nothing to stop these illegal immigration policies. Record numbers of illegally taken here of the administration.
I think good press conferences for probably most people first that I watched them play. We play this one where it's just that much for 60 seconds talking about border walls, talking about a couple of border walls, border benefits from them. This question alone caused stupid. Have you ever seen this?
I'm not saying it's I'm just telling you that I can tell you the truth of my son, that EPA purposes and they are. This is from fiscal year, this is under fiscal year 2019, under Republican and the exceptions of Congress to do this. The president has spoken to the time. But the president
leads to a world's wonder and final face once in our life. Breasts. So several. Once talk with your friends. Final Fantasy 14 Online. Take today. Way to celebrate your birthday. 21 years. All that's is Patrick.
the outside lawyer. This is the end. I mean, it doesn't take into the liquid pretty well. But it's really, you don't have clouds anymore because it's dangerous. What's this remarkable expression? I want things to go. It's too dangerous. But I'm terrified when you're running back of the stairs. And let's talk about the Palestinian anti-Israel and those mystics. They're stepping up their ugly activism. They won't let the brutal murder of hostages stop their campaign. Here they damage a building in London and admit the private outline. This is all about colonialism.
And if you could have one message to the Palestinians in Gaza watching this action, what would it be?
Inside the building, you've got a lovely license to video. I'm sure facing a building in London is really going to stop the building from But let's go back to that gal with the interesting hair coming out. Before her hair goes around the building, the end, it's like protesting, it's like everything, it's now fire action, it's everything. In the sunside. Yeah, it's all coming back to these privileged exposures. Now to New York, where the West Indian American Day Parade was marked by multiple shootings, one of the 5 people shot, sadly died. And as it's often the case of these parades, the politicians make an appearance and sometimes make a spectacle of themselves, watching as top true life desperately seeks existence that is not full. One was interested to Rachel's latest film now, really was a that is upset that a 30-year-old daughter likes Disney princesses that are white. My daughter is 40 years old. I am an anti-racist advocate reporter. She's still watching the thing, and she's using a white princess over all the time. But if your child does have a preference for princesses of color, then, well, that's a problem too. Either way, the kid is racist, your racist, America's racist, you get the idea.
My 3-year-old daughter is very, her favorite princess is Moana.
Well, it's done, yeah.
But then I also thought, you know, a little bit of cultural appropriation, that she wants to be a Moana gal. by the Pacific Islander native tribe and a white 3-year-old?
I wouldn't.
But I guess what we might call the Moana is one's on one hand, it's self-appropriation, on the other hand, it's gravitating towards white characters.
Right.
So it's almost like, no matter which way you end up at, racism.
We think every space belongs to us because we live to the ones who live with society. There you go. To society, inherently racist. Or let's see if this woman can stay consistent for 15 seconds.
Is America an inherently racist country?
I think the word inherent is challenging there. If we say
Fundamental.
exactly, yeah. America is racist to its bones. All of
So,
yeah. So inherently, yes. The film is called Anti-Racist and is hilarious. Now, one thing we can say about Democrat voters is they seem to be the textbook definition of low information voters.
What is Harris's biggest accomplishment to date as vice president?
I don't know. I don't know about this anymore. She was very good vice president.
That's an interesting question. Getting to vice president.
You know, research her, honestly, that's it.
Haven't followed her political career that closely.
That started so sarcastic, but as soon as you ask the simplest question about Harris's record, achievements, plans for the future, they stumble.
I want to know, are you excited about Kamala Harris running for president?
100%.
I am excited.
It's amazing. Yeah. What was your favorite accomplishment of hers as VP of the United States?
Honestly, I can't answer that question.
No, honestly, that's a good question. I can't really say specifically.
Today, the largest, fastest force architecture. Today, we choose the way to the emergency care. And today, we reimagine the next 5 years, in 86, that 3 piece of license was
It's Kamala Harris.
I can't think of anything, specifically.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I haven't really been following pop.
there are Republicans who accuse you of having a penchant. Not at all. Now, for some nebulous reason involving the Republican people turned bad, you cannot see the Republican government a first chance. Sir, what's the purpose of all this? NDP leader Jagmeet Singh was the subject of intense questioning during a recent interview over his criticism of the Liberal government and its future in politics. In a tense environment, Singh looked uncomfortable trying to defend his choice to break with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau while yet allowing him for future cooperation. Singh's tense answers during the interview revealed increasing intricacy of his political maneuvering as an election approaches. The deal with Justin Trudeau had been rigged to destroy that, and I'm aware that it implies a higher likelihood of an election than previously. And it's becoming more and more evident, in my opinion, that Justin Trudeau and the Liberals were simply capable of confronting corporate greed. They couldn't stop large corporate grocery stores and corporate landlords from taking advantage of people because they were too loaded with business interests. Other frankly, they lacked the strength to confront the genuine danger posed by conservatives led by Pierre Poilievre, who seek to reduce our healthcare and pension system. For all those reasons, we have torn up the Accord and are giving Canadians a choice in the upcoming elections. Either Pierre Poilievre or the conservatives want to cut, or the Democrats will give people hope. Singh reiterated his criticism of the Liberal administration at the start of the interview, branding them weak and self-serving for not standing up to corporate greed and helping Canadians from the working class. He emphasized their failure to address the exorbitant expenses associated with groceries, rent, and corporate landlords. He cautiously replied that his party had officially broken up the debate of liberals, signifying a shift toward an election when asked how he could continue to support the liberals after such harsh words. The interview persisted in questioning Singer about his desire to continue supporting the liberals on important topics in spite of the statement. Singer seemed apprehensive as he refrained from providing clear answers, indicating that determination to be made on an individual basis, continuing to help the in the best interest of Canadians. That's what caused you to decide this now instead of, say, half a year ago. At first, you bring up corporate thinking, especially in the supermarket industry, where food prices peaked more than a year ago, not much was being done by the government. Why did that compel you to change this course of action? Is this mostly about your electoral prospects, natural forward, and something to do with your pension in the Conservative Party? The interviewer put pressure on Singh regarding the timing of his decision to break with the Liberals, pointing out that the concerns including methods such as labor rights, food costs, and corporate greed were not novel. The interviewer implied that Singh's choice may have been motivated by polling results or electoral prospects when he questioned why he had not made a statement earlier. Her reacting to attacks from conservative Pierre Poilievre, Singh cautiously refuted the idea that his actions were motivated by political gain. He went on to underline that the Liberals' incapacity to resist corporate interests was the basis for his decision, pointing in particular to the way the government handled the rail workers' conflict as a recent turning point. What, in your opinion, is new evidence that supports that position that wasn't known 6 or 8 months ago? In regards to the rail workers who described the attitude toward working people, that was made in the line. I openly voiced my worries that these workers were merely requesting increased safety, and that in many respects, CPCs and CNRL had locked the workers out of what appears to have been a coordinated effort to tie this together. The workers weren't even on strike to start. When Singh was questioned about his own political prospects and the declining poll numbers, the situation was more hostile. The Liberals losing support, Singh's party had not made much headway. The interviewer pressed Singh about whether he should resign as leader and whether he was responsible for the NDP's lack of success. A very anxious Singh sidestepped the topic, declaring that he was a candidate for Prime Minister and maybe the next election as a crucial contest between the NDP and the Conservatives. His habit of sidestepping the topic gave off an air of uneasy doubt. I'm going to show you the entire interview so you can see every uncomfortable moment. The tension will mount, and the final breaks will brace. Witness Jack and Singh on the news. You have to see what happens next. Why did that compel you to change this course of action? Is this mostly about how low you poll and the chances of winning an election, as some conservatives may have usually had an intention? Not at all. Well, let's dispel that first. Pierre Poilievre, who I believe received his entire attention in 2031, is the one spreading that false information. I'm not sure why, but he seems to want to
provide.
Yeah, great deal. That's great. The best non-existent connection camera.
The focus of God is like the focus of magnets. Here in Israel, the God of the Lord is in. What is one of the path? That once the Mother and Father and the Son God shall become one flesh. One flesh, because that's the substance of man. One, because that's the person of manhood. And so
Fact versus fiction with Backfitter. Fiction. Some bathroom models just cover up water damage. Fact. Backfitter cleans and repairs your tub before installation to ensure watertight fit. Listen, it just fits. Backfitter.com to book your free consultation.
You can't always predict the future, but with over 155 years of expertise in sunlight, you can plan on getting sight correct.
Aren't they essentially the same people that the same government that you signed in March of 2022 by announcing dramatic change? And who they are and how they function? I can explain this.
It's snippy.
You think Wasagashi cut that off, say, taking some notes.
saying, when even the CBC is calling him out, that didn't stop him from completing his catastrophic press tour by appearing on CBC to look foolish in front of the entire left-leaning audience in Canada.
Let's take a look. Archer 2 of that suicide. I was surprised at how badly they communicated this, especially when we found out that the video was done maybe a month ago. So this wasn't a last-minute issue, and he also knew that the Conservative leader had called him out on this, so he had to be prepared for that. Not to suck up to my Friday boss here too much, but I saw a lot of Twitter traffic about your interview with him and about how he did not give you a straight answer. Oliver Greed sounds like something that you would expect a hippie in the early 70s to be talking about. Nobody really knows what that means, and it was never in the supply and confidence agreement anyway. The same way with the press conference, really, really badly done. And he had so much time. He was in control of this. This was his moment to look decisive, and he did not. I do know the Liberals did consider at one point would be to their benefit to look decisive and to cancel the deal instead of the NDP. But again, they're able to say that they made this parliament work. And Mr. Blair, in his earlier interview, he mentioned the number of minority governments, since World War II. I'll start with there's been 5 elections, 5 of them have resulted in minority governments. And so perhaps we need to start looking at these deals as what we need to keep a parliament sitting for longer than 2 years. Because I do think Canadians that aren't partisan want to see parliament work and they want to see things done. The last thing I'll say on this, David, is I saw some of the Democrat MPs say that they had done everything they wanted out of this. But what they really wanted out of this, and what most politicians want, is credit. And they've never gotten the credit that I've never understood. We keep treating Singh like he's a new politician. He's been around since 2011. He's not a newbie on this. And I think every time that they got a victory...
But they let it happen. But it's with their stinky vaginas. Or their stinky man-made vaginas.
And that's the $1 million question.
That's the $2.2 million pension question.
Yeah, that's the truth right there. I mean, why did Singh stick in this deal with the Liberals for so long? Typically, when a government forms a coalition, the other party, so in this case the NDP, would have members in cabinet. That's what they get out of this deal. The NDP seems like they got scraps. They got scraps for dental care. They got scraps for pharmacare. And it really does make you ask the question, if they weren't really getting anything good out of this deal, why did they stay?
Well, what are you doing? Completely badly, if he allegedly recorded his video and that planned all this out for weeks in advance. This was an abysmal job at communicating that, and trying to look decisive. Meanwhile, you looked like the most indecisive person in Ottawa at this point. But I also completely disagree with him when he says, well, we need more deals like this. No, we don't. We don't, because that is not how Canadian democracy should be working.
The way it should work is what Stephen Harper did, is that he has to work with all parties so that all Canadians are represented within the government. Stephen Harper, when they needed something done, they would go to the Bloc, for example, and say, okay, we need this done, we need your vote. Like, what are you asking for in return? Yeah. And they would do the same with the NDP and the same with the Liberals. That's how a government works together. Not forming these coalitions and holding the voters hostage.
Bingo. So this was a panel that they put together the day. You've eventually seen everything that you need to know from this panel, from that one gentleman. Obviously the NDP person on this panel was saying, I think Jagmeet did great. Oh, sure you go. And you already know what the guy is going to say. So let's rewind to the day before that this panel happened, because the gentleman was referencing Jagmeet Singh being on CBC. So let's see what happened. integral in the Democratic Party, and he joins me now. Mr. Singh, welcome back to Power Politics. Thanks so much. You keep saying that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau caves to corporate greed and won't do what needs to be done. Can you give me a specific example where he asked the Liberals to take action on corporate greed and they didn't do it? For food prices, for over 2 years, food prices exceeded general inflation, and we said we need to take action. The Liberals' action was to tell people, and they said this with a straight face, to look at grocery flyers. Champagne came out with that as a solution, that people need to be better at shopping. They then said they were going to go and ask the CEOs nicely to stabilize prices, and none of that worked.
So this is something I actually find myself agreeing with Jagmeet Singh on in terms of this stupid, and I mean stupid statement that Francois Philippe Champagne made right before Thanksgiving, and he was like, "Oh, we're seeing food prices come down because the companies are using flyers, and so you'll see the prices come down and prices start to stabilize."
And I can tell you, I've been looking at some flyers this morning, and you already
This
see
morning,
action in terms of
different
posters
adjusting. Obviously,
Oh, it was so ridiculous.
It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Now, that's about all I agree with Jagmeet on that. But the problem is he's saying, yeah, for 2 years. Okay, 2 years ago. And you did nothing. You literally did nothing. So if it was so egregious and so bad, why didn't you pull out then? Oh, well, I guess we couldn't do that because it wasn't really close to the pension. It wasn't. So, and again, as we've gone over, this, I think, was a complete debacle from Jagmeet Singh. I stand by my theory, the more I watch, is that when he was talking during the CP rail strike, he shot his mouth off and said if the Liberals pass any sort of back-to-work legislation, he's pulling the supply confidence agreement. I firmly believe that was a oops, and if the Liberals ended up calling his bluff, and that he had to actually follow through on it, and I don't think he was ready to.
Do you think, though, because they've said, oh, he had this video done for about a month.
I believe for a second.
No. You think it was an oops and then they had to scramble?
Yeah.
I think they did scramble to make that video because their editors used Russian stock footage.
Right.
And they were accusing the conservatives of using Russian stock footage.
Yeah.
It's honestly laughable because when you're using stock footage, you often don't know where it's coming from. Like, you'll pay for a subscription service, like, say, iStock or Getty Images or something like that, and you have no idea who's uploading that stock footage. You pay the provider, iStock, Getty, Vidiville, whatever, and then you have the rights to use stock footage. So I very much doubt that the editors even had access to find out who provided that stock footage.
Well, let's get real. This has happened with every one of the major parties. Why does it happen? Because they don't have editors that are permanently on the Conservative staff payroll. These are just like outsourced guys. They don't follow politics. They don't know where to get this footage. They go to YouTube and as Tommy said, the stock video providers, and that's it. They don't care.
Right, it's just such a ridiculous thing to be criticizing other parties about, and then especially when you get caught doing it too. Like,
so, anyhow, I think this was rushed. The number one, I think, piece of evidence that this was rushed is that Jagmeet Singh only had one talking point, and he kept repeating it over and over and over. So, if he is actually trying to say that, no, we've been preparing for this for months, you're telling me that you've only been preparing one talking point for a month. You're either terrible, or you're lying, or
most recently, workers wanted to strike for better, more conditions, safer conditions, which is actually not just for those workers, but for all Canadians when it comes to railway safety. And they were locked out, so they didn't even get to go on strike. And then instead of allowing for a negotiation to happen at the table, the Liberals, Justin Trudeau, caved to corporate interest and forced binding arbitration, which undermined the workers' right to negotiate fairly, and also rewarded bad behavior of corporations that in a lot of ways had some shady collusion in the timing of both the CN and CPKC labor disputes happening at the same time, both undermining workers, both hurting workers. So many examples, but those are a few activities. Well, let's just talk about food prices, because I know this has been something we've been talking about. You've been going after Gail Wesson, you've been going after grocery CEOs, yes, food prices were higher than baseline inflation because you had things like the war in Ukraine, you had avian flu driving up the price of chicken, you had climate change, even causing flooding and drought in key agricultural sectors. What's the policy response then from the government to drive down the prices that you would have done?
I think that's a really important point from the CBC anchor. I think as Canadians, sometimes we forget that the price of food depends on many factors, including how good the growing season was, whether or not produce is in season, or whether it's being trucked in from somewhere else, from some other country. For example, the price of turkey is probably going to go up. So if you were expecting a Thanksgiving or Christmas turkey this year, be prepared to pay more, because there was a huge fire at a facility in Aylmer, Ontario, which is a little ways outside of London, and something like 9,000 birds died in that fire. So there's going to be a lot less turkey to go around this year, unfortunately. And that's just one example of how different factors can play into the price of food.
We also had record profits, that these companies weren't just making good profits at the same time of seeing Canadians have to pay more than ever at the grocery stores and leaving with less than ever. These same grocery stores posted the most profits they've ever seen. But what's the policy response for an government to drive down the prices? But I'm trying to understand, like, other countries have also had food price challenges. So what is the policy response asked them to do that they didn't do? This is what I'm struggling to understand. We said we needed to see some either force these companies to lower prices or impose an excess profit tax. We then put forward a bill and launched a plan to say place price caps, something that France has done effectively, lowering the price of over 5,000 essential food items. Other countries are taking this more seriously. There's been attempts to go after the excess profits that corporations are making in a way to curb some of the impacts on the consumers, on people. They're feeling so squeezed, so hurt, and Justin Trudeau and Liberals have ignored that. And so it's become very clear they're not interested in taking the steps necessary. It's happily see the problems. What the landlords are really not doing, there's so much more that we've got to protect consumers.
See, here's the thing. Barely talks about making the CP rails free. And all we need to talk about is food prices, and then we go into the landlord. Well, here's the thing. Rents has been up for years now. Rents has been up for years now.
And mortgages have been up as well. And the reason for that is because supply and demand. Again, we have something like 1.2 million people coming into the country every year, and that's permanent residents, that's temporary foreign workers, that's temporary students, etc., etc. And the only place to live, it doesn't really matter what your immigration status is, they need a place to live. So when you're bringing in that many people and you're only building, 250,000 homes a year, where are you going to put all these people?
When you need 666,000 homes per year.
Right.
So, and I want to address the landlords here. So, one of the things that gets a lot of press is these landlords, they're greedy and all this stuff. I'm by no means a fan of landlords, but here's the reality. When inflation skyrocketed, what ended up happening is everything became more expensive, right? Right. Okay. So, what did the municipalities do? We're seeing it all over the place. They've raised taxes. And one of the taxes that they raised was property taxes. So when you have these landlords that own homes or own buildings, they get a wide share of that bill. So what do they then have to do?
Well, they have to pass that cost on to the consumer, or in this case, the person renting the room or the home.
Right. So as that happens, their rent is then going to go up. So, Jagmeet, I'm not sure what you're expecting here, because it's not like you have these
these landlords that are just like, you know, money grabbing. Some of them are.
Some are, yeah, let's not forget that some are. There are some really good landlords and there are some really, really bad landlords. So, and everybody in between, right?
But I remember following some games where a bunch of landlords, I think this was out in Quebec, in Montreal, a bunch of landlords came to town and were actually screaming at the town council because the town council was like wanting to jack up property taxes like between
50%. I think it was. Yeah, it was around 50%.
And so they're saying you're going to force us to be like passing that tax on. And some people will be like, well, then don't pass on. Well, then they lose the mortgage and then they don't, keep these buildings.
Well, and I don't. Again, some landlords can be really good and some can be really bad, but I don't like the way that Jagmeet's always ragging on landlords because I would rather have like a private landlord than a government landlord. Could you imagine if the government ran housing and in some cities they do and it's falling apart?
That Canadians protect renters, and the Liberals refuse to do so.
Okay, so what can you do on rent? Because rent is provincial jurisdiction. That's what runs rental regulation of landlord tenants agencies. These are provincial government powers and responsibilities. What is it you ask them to do on rent that they didn't do?
Well, a significant number of corporate landlords take federal money. They take federal money in the form of preferential tax treatment. They take it in the form of direct subsidies. They take it in the form of having their loans backed by CMHC. We said that 1% of federal support should go to corporate landlords that renovate their where they are in a building that receives some of those forms of federal support and are being exploited and being ripped off. That's another tool. There are many excuses that the federal government wants to find an excuse not to solve the problem, but I think leadership is not finding an excuse, it's finding a solution. And when it comes to these federal supports being given to corporate landlords, that is a powerful tool to say, no, we're not going to give you a cent of federal support unless you follow these guidelines. It has some strength attached to the fact that CMHC backs insurance on loans that give these large corporate landlords the ability to buy more property. These are tools that can be used, but they're not being used.
Leadership is not only with finding solutions, the most important thing a leader can do is to shut their mouths and listen. And Canadians have been screaming at you for the last 2 years, telling you what to do, and you have refused to listen. The other thing that a leader does is they do the right thing, especially when it's difficult.
Well, and they do the right thing for the people they're leading, even if it's not necessarily the right thing for the individual leader, like as the person. So that would mean, following an election, let Canadians choose their prime minister and giving up the pension.
Right. Sometimes being a leader is, a lot of times being a leader is you handle the hard stuff to protect everybody else that you are trying to provide leadership for. So sometimes you're going to take flack for the decisions that you make. But as long as the decisions are in the right and you're protecting the people that you're making these decisions for, then it's hard to fault you. But you haven't done that. You have sat behind Justin Trudeau, tried to
But the question is,
tried to use him as your leader, ironically. And, when the coast is clear, you pop your head out and you badmouth, and then you pop back behind him. That's not a leader, that's a follower.
Look, there's disagreement on what exactly is driving the grocery store chain profits and whether the government can really put a cap on food prices and have a realistic effect.
Canada and other countries.
Sure, well, but they have different laws and they have different trade agreements. I mean, can you legally impose price caps on goods that go through Mexico and the United States without triggering service dispute.
We know that grocery stores have their own house brands, have essentials. There's lots of ways to find. If their goal is to find a solution, there's solutions out there. If the goal is to say, yes, we're going to take on corporate greed, they suggested to do something. They said they were going to have a meeting with the CEOs. Oh, why not threaten them with excess profit tax? There's lots of tools to
You know, the whole excess profit tax, grocery stores only make between a 4 and 6% margin, profit margin as it is. And that's not, you know, the price on the shelf. There's a lot that goes into a profit margin that's not just, okay, well, they bought it for 50 cents and now they're selling it for $2. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into that figure to create that profit margin. But, like, to take a private enterprise, so a grocery corporation, and say you're only allowed to make X amount of profit, who's to say that they're not going to come after, I don't know, a bookstore next, or a shoe store, or your business? Like, what's to stop the government from capping everybody from making too much money?
And here's the problem with that. What do you think's going to happen if they start taxing the profits of grocery stores? They're going to then pass that cost down on to the consumers, so that essentially it again becomes not a tax on the grocery store, it becomes a tax on the consumers.
Or worse, we won't get choice variety in terms of food or grocery stores.
Potato chips.
No, but like the grocery stores themselves will pull out of Canada, or new grocery stores, say from the States, won't come into Canada and won't expand into Canada. Like, when you have profits like that, there's a whole lot of problems that come with it.
Well, and the other thing, because people talk about, well, you know, the grocery sector is becoming a monopoly. That's a different problem, and it's a problem that needs to be solved. But the problem is you can't eliminate the free market in order to create a free market.
Right.
It's really about the will. It's the problem of the liberal and Justin Trudeau. There are very defined excuses. It's that the Prime Minister of Canada, there are so many tools at your disposal to get things done. But if you want to find excuses, yes, there's lots of excuses. Yeah, I can't do this, I can't do that. But if you want solutions, you can find them.
Right, okay, just the final point of this. If you wanted to take action on food prices, this disagreement on that. If you wanted to do something on rent, people in the falls of the provincial jurisdiction, why not make those conditions of the supply and confidence agreement, try to negotiate and put it in there, and use the tool that you have to make that part of the agenda rather than walking out and using that leverage well?
Well, we've got a lot of things done. I think it's important to point out we've got a significant number of things done that are part of our agreement. The intensive care program is out the door. It's being delivered. The schools are getting it. Kids are getting it. It's a brand new program that we full spec to deliver. Environmental legislation is passed. Anti-scam legislation is passed. Some of the key pieces that we wanted to have done, the Sustainable Jobs Act was passed. We passed these pieces of legislation. Some of them we need to see the rollout to the summer. We saw that with the piece. And then it was very clear with the overwhelming amount of evidence that the Liberals were too hold the corporate interests to do what's necessary. So we show again and again more evidence of that. And also to effective, similarly to holding the corporate interests to take off the parliament with the conservative cuts. The next election is going to be a cheap election. Okay, we're done with Justin Trudeau. That was such a terrible answer. Were you expecting better? But it's each time to do itself. The question. It's so. What is this? It's very performative, isn't it? Well, but it's bizarre. Because I get stuff with not listening. You hear the question. So the question was, okay, so if you really wanted to take out corporate greed, and if we really want to go after the grocery stores, why didn't we try to renegotiate the supply and confidence agreement if it does not do it? His response was, well, we got a lot done. Time out. Okay, so you got a lot done, and you're saying dental care and pharmacy care. What that translates into generally is, okay, well, I didn't want to get the corporate stuff done. I don't care that much that people were actually starving. I don't care that much that people were paying all this. I want to use this as a problem. So you're saying that you cared more about dental care and you cared more about pharmacy care than people
comes to the sex. That's what that answer translates into.
Well, and I think we've discussed that in the past, saying that why is he focused on these things when Canadians are, having to use the food bank in record numbers, and Canadians are homeless in record numbers. Those seem like very big issues because those are like critical. You need to eat to survive. You need a place to live. You need a safe place to live. And instead, he's focusing on dental care and pharmacare, which you could argue that they're important, but it's, to me, like food and shelter are number one.
Well, and here's the thing. I hate to belabor the point because I know we've hammered on it so many times, but it is so important because every single anchor is trying to ask, why did you end the supply and confidence agreement? And there's no good answer. And we go back to the spring, and we go back to what we felt was essentially an election platform on a platter for Jagmeet Singh, which is the Liberals didn't get the pharmacare program done and out the door or passed by the end of 2023, which is in the supply and confidence agreement. Then Jagmeet allowed this extension. Never mind the fact that at his own convention in October that year, his whole party voted unanimously, and I mean unanimously, to exit the supply and confidence agreement if the Liberals didn't get pharmacare passed by the end of 2023. So Jagmeet ignored the will of his party, allowed this extension, and all that ended up was some, trimmed down wish version of pharmacare that only included contraceptives and one condition, which was diabetes. So
right, because they wanted single, universal pharmacare, and at their convention, their delegates voted that they would accept no less than that.
Right.
And they got like a fraction of that, and it was 3 months late.
So, coming back to my point, if they had ended the supply confidence agreement then, talking about all of these actors, why did you end the supply confidence agreement? Because they didn't deliver on pharmacare.
And that's what you campaign on. The Liberals were already on the down slope. As the NDP, you could have campaigned really hard, saying, we're going to bring pharmacare to Canadians, etc., etc. And this was a 400-boundary change that would have been easier for them to win seats because of how the act was withdrawn.
Right, and you have a major deliverable to campaign on.
Well, and not to mention their numbers were still in the 20s at that point.
Yeah, they were neck and neck with the Liberals in January.
Right, like they may not have won the election. In fact, there was probably zero chance that they would have won the election back then. The Conservatives would have had a majority still, but the Liberals had the NDP had a really good shot at being the official opposition. The Liberals would have been the third party, possibly even the fourth party.
So now let's fast forward to now. Let's say an election happens in the next couple months. Jagmeet Singh's core tenet of breaking this agreement is corporate greed. You can't run on corporate greed. So,
I mean, you can't be a socialist.
But well, and we know Jagmeet is a socialist, and check out our live stream to learn why. But anyway, you have nothing to run on other than, well, we're going to check on the Conservatives, and we're going to fix all the problems that we helped Justin Trudeau cause. This is it is just a joke.
It's a gong show.
So people are going to have to choose between Pierre Poilievre and his vision of cutting and gutting the things that Canadians need, or the Democrats who offer hope and investing in the solution. The officials you're talking about now are not in the supply and confidence agreement. They lived up to their side of the agreement, and now you're walking away without living up to your side of it, right? Of passing 4 budgets and maintaining stability. Very honored. What they say. Are you not breaking your word to them by walking away?
Jagmeet just got his ass handed to him by the CBC.
I cannot believe that Anger just asked that. I mean, maybe I can because seriously, Bridget Crowley. He He's right.
Yeah, he just got an ass.
I was just saying, Jeremy and the NDP should have broken this deal in March, maybe even February, because then it would have made sense that the Liberals get what they're doing about Pharmacare, so we're going to keep this agreement, we're going to election, we're going to campaign really hard on dental care and pharmacare, and Canadians will choose.
Jackie!
The numbers were like in the 20s back then, so if they campaigned really hard, I believe that they could have won official opposition just based on the numbers.
Well, and now we're in this position right now. Basically delivered everything that you asked for.
Why are you
And now you're not.
breaking the agreement? Why are you, Jagmeet, going back on your word?
And the answer is because they have to.
Right.
Like, either a combination of Jagmeet shooting off his mouth and having to actual follow-up, or the fact that they're taking an ass-kicking in the polls, and they are hearing it at the doors of the by-election when they're going door-knocking, and everyone's like, you want me to vote for you as an NDP and not the Liberals because the Liberals suck, even though you've literally been propping them up until last week.
You're basically the same party at this point. So they have to, strategically, the NDP does have to distance themselves from the Liberals before we go to election. Because suppose this does go until October next year, they can't go the whole way in a deal with the Liberals. They have to break it off. But again, there's no reason for Jagmeet to break it off right now, because this whole business about the strike with the rail workers, it's not in their agreement. The Liberals, as much as we hate to admit it, lived up to their agreement. And you can say they didn't fully because we don't have universal single-payer pharmacare, but back in March, Jagmeet was willing to accept the pharmacare that they did give. So, he has screwed this up every single step of the way.
Well, and let's also be clear. Just because the Liberals delivered on something doesn't make it successful.
True, but I think that Inker makes a great point that the Liberals didn't deliver on what was asked of them. Jagmeet and the NDP did not.
Necessary, given the unprecedented inflation that people are going through, the possibility increase people are going through, the lack of urgency, the lack of any sort of real volition to want to make things better for people, it occurs to me that it's no longer needs to be. Okay, you need the right word you use the real your statement and urgency control equals too selfish or too beholden to corporate interests. And that is the fundamental character of this government. Aren't they essentially the same people though, and the same government that you signed in March of 2022? I don't see any dramatic change in who they are and how they function. I mean, explain this to me.
Wow. This is getting silly.
You can watch a basketball playoffs. Take some notes.
You know what? This is how our journalists should behave. They should be holding the politicians' feet to the fire.
And if this guy does the same thing to the Liberals, fine. I hope he does that.
No, but I am enjoying this right now.
Quite a dramatic change in people's circumstances. When we first embarked on this agreement over 2 years ago, and we saw subsequently a massive increase in cost of living and a complete abject failure of Justin Trudeau and the Liberals to respond to that. They did not respond to food prices while acknowledging that it was a problem. You have to recall that they did come out and do press conference saying, okay, yes, it's a problem. You got to look at your food flyers. You look at grocery flyers and look at the deals. And that's an insulting way to say to a family and saying, we're spending more than ever before on groceries and are leaving with less than ever before. And they hear from Justin Trudeau's government, one of their ministers saying, you got to do a better job of shopping on your flyers. Then they get this fake promise of we'll force them to stabilize prices by asking them nicely. I mean, this is all an acceptance of the problem, but a failure to do anything meaningful to address it. That became very clear, and we saw more and more examples of that.
Yeah, but again, okay, so food prices were at their highest, what, a year ago, 2 years ago?
Yeah, last year, I believe.
So, rather than
all your support then. You're like, well, we still want to get some stuff done. So, because you had skin in the game, you waited and accepted that.
But not only that, the skin in the game didn't include grocery prices. Like, they didn't sit down and renegotiate and say, we have to fix this for Canadians.
Right, but the point is they didn't challenge Justin Trudeau and the government at that time and say, no, I don't care about my other programs. You have to fix grocery prices or we're pulling out of it.
Right.
He didn't do that.
Right.
He said, well, we still want to get dental care and we still want to get farm care, so we're going to rock the boat on this and we're just going to focus on that. And then once that was done, now they turn around and they start doing hot shots and 2 years ago, oh, well, you didn't do anything then, even though I was there with you. Give me a break.
Essentially, Australia are going through a clear discussion. But I wonder if this is to say they are too little before shrinkers. I don't think that's as fine confidence of it. How can we hold confidence in the government these fundamental deficiencies? If I find it important quality management environment, I do it. What do you do?
Yeah, this is going for that. Definitely sickle.
Yes, because we know conservatives are picking up a confidence motion. Absolutely. What will almost appears to, well, we don't know how soon because we don't have a calendar yet.
And guess who gets the first opposition day? The official opposition. So whenever that official opposition day, is going to happen, it's not going to be too far.
I think they're usually Thursdays, but I'm not positive.
It's either probably going to be either I don't know if it'll be as soon as the second week of the House sitting, which will be the last week of September, or it'll be on October. It's going to be quick.
It's coming. It's only a few weeks away that the Conservatives are going to put out that motion because they want to expose Sydney's hypocrisy as well. Because right now, I mean, the Conservatives, if all things stay the way they are, they're going to be the next government. But they are still fighting to take seats away from the NDP and the Liberals kind of equally because I think they're probably both at the same point in the polls. And then they've got to worry about the bloc in Quebec. But, the Conservatives want to point out the hypocrisy of Jagmeet Singh and the NDP because that will show Canadians, why would you vote for these guys? They're opting to keep you in misery under this Liberal government, even though they said they've pulled away, but they really haven't. This guy can't keep his word.
Well, we're going to take each vote as it comes. I'm not going to guess that what the vote is and guess that and not vote at it. We take each vote as it comes and make a decision. But what is clear is what we are up against now is an election that will happen because of Trump disagreement and a date that's now more uncertain. But that election is going to be about who can replace this government. And it's a choice between Pierre Poilievre, who wants to cut things that Canadians need. They're very open about wanting to cut people's pensions. One of the first things he announced in 2022, so he wants to cut people's pensions. And the Democrats want to strengthen people's pension and ensure that we make life better for people.
Okay, I do want to talk about the election in just a second, but I want to leave more into the mechanic of the timeline of how you made this decision. Because the video announcing it was released yesterday. And, you've gotten some criticism for doing this days after Mr. Poilievre suggested you could tear up the agreement, but the video itself was recorded weeks ago. I'm told at least a week and a half, maybe close to a month ago. So it's one of the witness and Mr. Poilievre said, when precisely did you make the decision to pull the plug on this 2020 agreement? And we've been having ongoing discussions about this for a while. We're not saying that it was a last-minute decision that we just woke up and decided that something could be that. We're looking at things that we need to get done to make sure that we're big chunk of sure that things in the past have been over so we can reflect on this going on. And as you mentioned, yes, the shot and close to that so long before Poilievre's recent letter. Let me be really clear, I will never listen to the advice of Pierre Poilievre, someone who wants to destroy our health system, someone who wants to get rid of destroy pensions, someone that wants to let his corporate buddies have a feast at the troughs when it comes to ripping off Canadians, someone who wants more taxes.
Someone who wants to help fix our healthcare system by bringing in a Blue Seal program.
Yeah, someone who wants to cap immigration, bring it down to reasonable levels.
Someone who wants to build homes for Canadians. Canadians by and large, don't want to live in high-rise condominiums. Some do, and that's fine. But if you speak to many young Canadians, they want a home with a little yard for their family, maybe their dog. Like, that's what Canadians want.
Well, and Pierre wants to roll back the catch and release legislation. They want to roll back all of these terrible regulatory bills that prevent us from actually exploiting the natural resources that we have, from preventing Canada from helping with global pollution by exporting our natural gas to third-party countries to encourage them to use natural gas as
Let's refund our media because
See, of course, like, it's not going to change the weather.
run a business. You can't run a business that
do better.
I never understood that with that. It's about rip off Canadian grocery stores and when it comes to corporate landlords, that's not something I'm going to take attention. Okay, so you made the decision what? In July, in June, like when is the actual decision in 40 days? And then let's go shoot a video. You've already doing the rest of the work. I think something that we made this decision over the months of reflection. The decision was announced that we formed up agreement, and now we're very clear that we are going to vote. And this sets up the question of actually selected more probable than before it was less probable, now it's more likely, and we're ready for that. And the choices for Canadians are in front of them. Conservatives under Pierre's point,
yeah, he's like what you propose sort of every single question that's a proposal and then oh, hold up the agreement and we don't know this is another
I should laugh because it's so frustrating, but he's not listening to the questions that the reporter's asking. He's just filing ahead with the same talking points as always. It looks awful.
a cut because the Democrats want to build up a country. That's going to be the choice in the next election.
But if the decision had been made quite some time ago, to the point that he agreed to shoot video production, wasn't this worth a phone call to the Prime Minister that you've worked with for the last 2.5 years on this to deliver things like Central Canada? Like, why didn't you pick up the phone and call Justin Trudeau and say, hey, we have to talk about this? Because I'm going to fundamentally change the political stability and the political landscape of the country. I mean, isn't it worth a phone call when you've been working together for 2 years?
Well, we torn over the agreement, and that makes an election phone call. Short answer, no.
It's like a bad lover that just,
It's like you're not even texting to break up.
Yeah, it's worse than that. You're like announcing it publicly in front of everybody, completely blindsiding your other half.
You're like, so, Justin and I have broken up, and Justin's like, really? Well, we had a date.
You don't want to leave the door open to any new deal. There's no new deal here. The deal is done. I ripped it up, and we're moving forward. And so I don't want to open up the doors to a potential negotiation or any future deal. Deal is done. We're going to go vote to vote, and we're going to continue to fight for Canadians, and we're going to bring that choice to Canadians. They've got a choice coming up, and it's going to be about who replaces this government. And that choice is between, at the federal level, you got Conservatives want to cut with Pierre Poilievre, you get New Democrats, you got me who's going to fight for working people. But that's a choice.
But you've now, as you've acknowledged, created the conditions for an early election, right? And this favors the Conservatives with the analysis that I would have, and that they have the big lead, they have the big war chest, and this is the very party that you are saying today represents a threat to the well-being of Canadians. And you are just created this independent power much sooner, much quicker, and before you're in position to stop it.
It's going to be a fight. I'm not suggesting this is there's a big fight for the future of our country, and there's a serious fight in front of us. Canadians need to know what they already know about Conservative, and they need to know that they're part of the serious fight. He and his team talk regularly about dismantling the Canadian healthcare system.
Once.
When? You said regularly. That means often. When? Well, just
talking about the Blue Seal.
Oh, you know what I just thought of that Debbie is referring to? I bet he's referring to the fact that the Conservatives want to stop city supply, or PSAD as we call it. That's how we do that in casinos.
That's true.
You know, they want to dismantle our healthcare system by not giving addicts funded drugs. Yeah, taxpayer-funded drugs. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. That, you know, the Conservatives would rather see people in treatment than just giving them opioids.
If that's the case, then Jack is really unhappy that the Conservatives want to stop drugs going out to addicts out there, because he has set the talking point in every press conference multiple times.
But it's the only thing that I can think of that he's referring to.
Possibly. The criticism of response from the Liberals yesterday is that you're doing this for your own political benefit, and that it's hard to differentiate yourself, I guess, from a Liberal government that you've been working with. Sort of, you've been the Robin to Justin Trudeau's Batman, and you're doing this to differentiate and pivot and create a chance to contrast and offer change. I mean, that this is clearly a political decision for yourself and because they were living up to the line, how do you respond to what they say? If you see clear that people can go to lockdown, like that's actually a possibility for suicide. They would need serious value. And they've also clear again and again that when push to shove, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals chose to side with the folks in Canadians. They chose to side with the big corporate grocery stores. They chose to side with the big corporate landlords. They did not use a tool they had at their disposal to fight against the serious challenges that people are going through. That is the rest of the country.
Transition, we continue to let Canadians suffer under our coalition for the past 2.5 years, and now I feel it's to my political advantage to end it.
Well, pretty much. And listen, I don't know, cost of living is not new. Cost of living, really, it was going to be at its, I'm not saying its worst, but we knew that the acceleration of the cost of living was at its worst about a year or two ago. So, the fact that you're acting a little surprised that Canadians are having a hard time to get out of living is a little rich, because this is how Pierre and the Conservatives were able to beat both of you, Trudeau and Singh, to a pulp in the polls last summer. Like, what do you think was going to happen? And I find it also rich that it was after the barbecue circuit. I'm like, well, okay, so our message didn't resonate at all. I guess we only have one thing left, break the supply of confidence agreement. All right, let's get the video together, Jimmy. This is what you have. And it is absolutely a joke. And no, but the Conservatives are trying to cut it with the Canadians like the Liberals are trying to see some of that corporate interests to the Liberals have been ruined by corporate Canada for the capital-based tax increase, windfall tax on insurance and management features, oil and gas emissions tax, digital services tax, which is putting us into a crazy parts of the country with the United States potentially. It's rather than a minimum tax on the wealthy to avoid them, make it harder for them to do productions to get around paying taxes. That is not a pro-corporate agenda, a pro-wealthy agenda at the party. That comes down to, though, when push comes to shove, on the two most fundamental things that Canadians care about, cost of groceries, cost of rent. On those two fundamental things, they include operating corporate interest and their media exposures themselves. It's zero to do with it. So, I think this was a lose.
Yeah, I think he shot off his mouth and then had to cash that check eventually.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and it will be too long. And now the Conservatives are going to call this bluff within the next few weeks. You watch. The Conservatives are going to put forward a non-confidence motion against this government. I think the Bloc will probably vote non-confidence just because typically they do. They don't usually want to be seen as supporting a federalist government, and the NDP will probably vote to keep them in power, which it just exposes Jagmeet's hypocrisy for all Canadians to see.
calls for Kelly Clarkson is back. It's the highlight of the summer. When you get progress on Groups Episode 60, what's not so bad? For the point pricing, today, what do you expect? We're starting with the top story in Ottawa. With the Liberal Feud Open. Despite Government sitting with the top two agreeing, the Prime Minister says the Liberals are still focused.
Hopefully they don't do this. If you want to try to deliver the deliver, right now they focus on politics.
St. James Question is the first time today about the decision to back out of collective program. Why do government change? Well, now, we need to prepare for once potentially to a federal election. WC is a year of the federal election. Now, this is saying what's back to our home. Thanks so much. You keep saying that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau hates the corporate greed and won't do what needs to be done. Can you give me a specific example where he actually take action on corporate greed and you do? Food prices for over 2 years, food prices exceeded general inflation, and he said his action, the Liberals' action was to help vote, and they said this for straight days to look at grocery supplies, stepping now with that and saying solution that people use better topic. They then said they're going to go and ask the United States to stabilize prices. None of that worked. Most recent, workers wanted to strike for better work conditions, safer work conditions, which is actually not just for those workers, but for all Canadians when it comes to railway safety. And they were locked out, so they needed to go on strike. And then instead of allowing for negotiation to happen at the table, the Liberals got paid public trust and forced binding arbitration, which undermined the workers' rights to negotiate fairly, and also rewarded bad behavior of corporations. But in a lot of ways, that's very confusing in the timing of both the CN issue, making this keep happening at the same time, both undermining workers, both hurting workers. So many examples for those things we have to do. Let's just talk about food prices, because I know this is what we're talking about. We're going after the restaurants, we're going after grocery stores. But what's because yes, food prices were higher than statewide inflation because you had things like the war in Ukraine and everything's really driving up the price of sugar. You have climate change, even causing flooding and drought in the agricultural sectors. I mean, what's the policy response to that from the government? To drive down the prices that you would have done? You also have record profits, but these companies weren't just making good profits. At the same time, I'm seeing Canadians have to pay more than ever at the grocery store. It's less than ever. Same grocery store posted the most profits they've ever set. But what's the policy response to a government? Well, drive down the price. But my friend said, look, other countries also have food price challenges. So what is the policy response actually to do that they didn't do? This is what I'm struggling with. We said we're seeing some either force these companies to lower prices or impose excess profit tax. We then put forward a bill from the Northern Plan to say to replace price cap. Some of the France's that effectively lowered the price of over 5,000% of peanuts. Other countries are taking more seriously. There's been attempts to go after the excess profits and corporations that are making to curb some of the impacts on consumers, on people. They're feeling so squeezed, so hurt, and just feeling a little bit of ignore that. It's become very clear they're not interested in taking the steps necessary to tackle these serious problems. What the landlords are ripping off me, there's so much more to do that record. I mean, okay, so what can we do on this? Because when we do this provincial jurisdiction, that's what was local regulations were, or anything that are prohibited government powers and responsibilities. A lot of these issues ask them to do on rent, but the well, a significant number of corporate landlords take the money
Which is totally, I guess it's totally ridiculous. But
said that not a cent of federal support that Benedictor, that mistreat the tenants, that jack up rents above value.
And the agreement is that you know yours. It's not like you're not prison you or.
Where they are in a building that receives some of those forms of federal support and are being exploited and being ripped off. That's another tool. There are many excuses if the federal government wants to find an excuse not to solve the problem, but I think leadership is not finding an excuse to find a solution. And when it comes to these federal supports being given to landlords, that is a powerful tool to say, no, we're not going to give you assent to federal support unless you follow these guidelines. Have some strings attached to the fact that CMHC backs with insurance on loans that give these large corporate landlords the ability to buy more property. These are tools that can be used, but they're not just, well, look, there's disagreement on what exactly fraud is the grocery store changing profits and whether the government can have food prices and have a realistic done in other countries. Sure, well, but they have different laws and they have different trade agreements. I mean, can you legally impose price caps on goods for Mexico and the United States without triggering trade disputes? We know that corporate grocery stores have their own in-house brands on essentials. There's lots of ways to find. If the goal is to find a solution, there is solutions out there. If the goal is to say, yes, we're going to take on corporate greed, they suggested to do something. They said they were going to have a meeting with the CEO. Well, why not threaten them with excess profit tax? There's lots of tools. It's really about the will. This is the problem with the Liberals and Justin Trudeau. They're very quick to find excuses. There are a lot of solutions. If you want to get things done, and you are the Prime Minister of Canada, there are so many tools that you're supposed to be doing that. But if you want to find excuses, yes, there's lots of excuses. Say, oh, I can't do this, I can't do that. But if you want solutions, fine. Right, okay, there's no one point. If you want to take action, one thing about this, if you wanted them to do something on break the rule, false one line, don't initially, it's not apply to the negotiation. It's the tool that you to make that a part of the agenda, whatever it is, so on. There's not a lot of things that are something that's important to point out. Yes, again, I don't think that it's a brand new program for the government. Part of the legislation is passed, and that's that legislation is passed. Something should significantly well done. This is a good dog that has these pieces of legislation. Some of them we see the no dog assumption solid. And it's very clear that the overall veterans were going to keep a hold of the government as necessary to make their lives better. Ensure that again, more evidence of that. They're also too weak, frankly, similarly to hold of the corporate interest to take on Pierre Poilievre and the threat of conservative class. The next election is going to be a change election. Okay, we're done with Justin Trudeau. But people are going to have to choose between Pierre Poilievre and a vision of cutting and gutting what these activities need, or the Democrats who offer hope and investing in the solution. The positions that you're talking about now are not in this kind of competition. They live up to their side of the agreement, and you're walking away without looking at your side, right? Of passing forward budgets and maintaining stability in Parliament until June of 2025. I mean, they honor what they say. Are you not working as your work against health operations? So I think it's been clear that we have completed a significant part of this one, and that what we needed to see from Justin Trudeau was a lot more. To add to hundreds of people's given the unprecedented inflation of people going through, the possibility of people going through, the lack of urgency, the lack of any sort of real volition to want to make this better for people, made it clear to me that we're no longer. Okay, the language you used in the video, in your statement, and here in this interview, you refer to the Liberals as too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests. I mean, this is the fundamental of this government. Aren't they essentially the same people, though, and the same government that you signed the agreement with in March of 2022? I don't see any dramatic change in who they are and how they function. I mean, explain this to me. Besides dramatic change in people's circumstances, when we first embarked on this agreement over 2 years ago, we saw subsequently a massive increase in cost of living and a complete abject failure of Justin Trudeau and the Liberals to respond to that. They did not respond to food prices while acknowledging that it was a problem. You have to recall that they did come out at the press conference saying, okay, yes, it's a problem. You got to look at the flyers, you look at the grocery flyers, and look at the deal. You have to do something with the single family and saying, we're spending more than ever before in grocery and less than ever before. And they hear from the government or the minister saying, you got to do a better job of shopping on the flyers. Then they get the state promise that will force them to stabilize prices by asking them nicely. This is all acceptance of the problem, but daily to address that became very clear in South down to the level of organization. Starting with the discussion. And Justin Trudeau not up to the counter. So
what is issues coming down now in some cases food prices are being so I mean there has been some change in the circumstances as a group, but if the that increase though at the moment the effect to the prices I definitely the fact that prices have gone up, they're not going back down. No, I'm understood, but there are a lot of global influences with prices on the that I'm talking about earlier. But I think you're listening. If you say they are too weak to do so, really hope for the increase. I know you've left flying confidence with it. How can you hold confidence and keep the confidence in a government with these fundamental deficiencies? If I had an employee with those qualities and I had to check fire him, I'd do it. What are you going to do? So we're going to take each vote as a count. I'm not going to guess that what the vote is and guess that vote at it. We'll take each vote as a count and make a decision. And what is clear when we are up to this now is an election that will happen as a kind of disagreement and a date is now more uncertain. But that election is going to be about who can replace this government. And it's a choice between Pierre Poilievre, who wants to cut things that Canadians need, been very open to wanting to cut the pensions, one of the first things he announced in 2022, so he wants to cut the pensions. The Democrats want to strengthen some of the pension and ensure that we make life better.
Okay, I do want to talk about the election in just a second, but I want a little bit more into the mechanics of the timeline, how you made this decision. Because the video announcing it was released yesterday, and you've gotten some criticism for doing this at the executive department, such as the CEO himself, which was 12 weeks ago. At least a week and a half, maybe close to a month ago. So it was done well in advance of any minister calling this. When precisely did you make the decision to pull the plug on this plan agreement?
Well, we've been having ongoing discussions about this for a while now, office and my team, and something that's not something that it was a last-minute decision that we just woke up and decided. It's something we've been thinking about. We were looking at things that we wanted to get done. We wanted to make sure that a big chunk of it was completed, and we wanted to make sure that things had been passed and out the door. And so we've been reflecting on this for a while. And as you mentioned, yes, the video was shot close to a month ago, so well before Poilievre's recent letter. And let me be really clear, I will never listen to the advice of Pierre Poilievre who wants to destroy our healthcare system, someone who wants to get rid of destroy pension, someone that wants to let his corporate buddies have a feast at the troughs when it comes to ripping off Canadians. And I'm never going to listen to a guy like that. So he wants to let his buddies rip off Canadians and go to stores when it comes to corporate loans. That's not something I'm ever going to take.
Okay, so you made the decision, what? In July, in June? When was the actual decision point made? And then what's the shift in the ready to announce the report?
Guys, give me 6 seconds to give you another image about how the money for supper is. I can tell you that we made this decision the law to reflection, and the decision was announced in torn up, as you mentioned, and now we've made it very clear that we are going to vote. And this sets up a question about the election. You know that means election more probable than before. Before it was less probable, now it's more likely, and we're ready for that. The choices for Canadians are in front of us. Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre have cut. That's the new choice.
But if the decision was made quite some time ago, the point that you're video production, what the phone call to the Prime Minister that you would work with all his 2.5 years on this? Why did you use the phone and call Dr. Jill saying you get the confidence of this? Because I'm going to come to the champion of political stability, of political honesty, it's going to work. I'll talk to you.
We don't want to leave it for over to there's nothing to do with this is that it was done, look it up, and moving forward. So I don't want to open up the door for negotiation or education deal. The deal is done. We're going to let it go. We're going to basically fight for Canadians, and we're going to make that choice in Canada. We've got a choice coming up. It's going to be about food prices this country. That choice is going to be on the federal level. We got conservatives want to cut, like Pierre Poilievre. Because you never actually got meetings in a fight for people. But that's a choice.
And when you now, as you've acknowledged, created the conditions for regulation, right? And this favors the decision that you The opponents have said, they have the big lead, they have the big war chest, and this is the very party that you are saying today represents a threat to the well-being of Canadians. And you have just created the circumstances where they can get their path to power much sooner, much quicker, and before you're in the It's going to be a fight. I'm not suggesting it's an easy ending. It's a big fight for the future of the country, and we need to see what's coming. They need to know. But you already know what to do. You know that they're by the city. He and his team talk regularly about dismantling the Canada Health System. They want to do that. They do not want to see a public health system anymore. They want to see people pay money out of pocket, privately. I think that is fundamentally wrong. Generation of Canadians are fought by the healthcare system. And it should not matter how much money you earn. The quality of food, the treatment of something. Not in terms of their pay and solution. That is a fundamental difference between the future of the country. We're going to take that to Canadians. He wants to cut pensions. They did it when Harper was in power. Pierre Poilievre announced it right when he became leader. He said that EI and pensions or payroll taxes, he would cut them. That means he wants to cut them. Not to check the first thing you want to check their parliamentary pensions or the tax strictly. The person who is not the legal function is the legal role for the in that the country differentiates itself the resident of the role that the work of it for legal to rob and just to do those net and you're doing this to differentiate your pivot and create a chance to do contracts and feel hard to change.
He calls us a true bad name.
Also clear again and again that when push came to shove, Western Liberals chose to side with the folks that are they chose to side with the big corporate they chose to side with the big corporate left. They did not choose to have a fight against the serious challenge. That made it clear Western Liberals. It's probably just criticize you, it's probably sellouts, it's probably something, say, one piece of difference. But we now say we're going to go vote by vote. In this government whatsoever, after working they're paying. We're going to make a decision based on what's in front of us. I wouldn't say to you, I'm going to decide on a vote that hasn't actually been presented. I'm going to look at it, assess is it something in the interest of Canadians, and make a decision that way. But on Pierre Poilievre, let's be really clear. Here's that guy, it's a silly notion of having alliteration as the strategy, with buzzword slogans, thinking that that is how you run a country. I mean, it's silly and what he knows is that he is lying. He knows that we fought and forced Justin Trudeau to do things that we never have done. Bring in Declan Flynn to change the lives of millions of people. That's what we did. He knows that. So he's lying, knowing it. But he's doing it because he wants to distract the Canadians. But what he wants to do is destroy dental care. So for seniors out there, for parents and grandparents who are getting it, he doesn't think they deserve to have dental care. He doesn't think kids deserve to have dental care. Despite the fact that taxpayers have been paying for his dental care since most of his adult life. He doesn't think that people deserve it. He also wants to dismantle our healthcare system. That's what he's distracting from when he does his lies and his petty.
But the Conservatives are a threat to cut everything that Canadians hold dear in your view, and the Liberals are a threat to keep selling out the corporate interests in your view. The Liberals have been forced by corporate Canada for the capital gains tax, windfall taxes on insurance and financial institutions, oil and gas emissions, digital services tax, which is putting us into a collision course country with the United States potentially. We brought in a minimum tax on the wealth to avoid them, to make it harder for them to do deductions to get around paying tax. That is not a pro-corporate agenda, a pro-wealthy agenda in your party. When it comes down to them, when push comes to shove, it's the most fundamental things that Canadians care about. Cost their groceries, cost their rent. Those two fundamental things will everything. They threatened to bring in an excess profit tax. They didn't do it. They didn't actually get any real results in the president. They knew this was a problem. They accepted it, and we pushed for changes. They backed away. They backed down because they came to a corporate interest on those prices. That's something that affects people on a regular basis. That's their weakness there.
people are worried about something that's affecting regularly, Justin Trudeau with those details I just talked about. But just look at that. When it comes to the rent, that's not even paid monthly. That's a serious thing. And we've got corporate landlords in Canada receiving either CMHC-backed insurance on their loans, or getting preferential tax treatment, or getting straight up federal money and not and mistreating their tenants.
Right, but that's not about it. I mean, look, the rent challenge are bigger because of corporate landlords, so they are a part of it, and it is provincial jurisdiction. So there are things in black and white that we do there. But
what I've described isn't provincial jurisdiction. I'm just saying no, but it may not be enough to solve the problem. Is it very well?
Right. Well, look, as a final question, you're framing the election now as a choice between you and Mr. Wilson. And the next election is going to be, well, we know the by-election in Elmwood Transformance movie. That's on September 16th. That is an ABPC. The Blakeys have held that. Daniel Blakey left to go back and work for the Conservatives have a chance to win this. And if you lose that seat to the Conservatives, are you the incredible alternative?
Right now, the people in that by-election have a choice. And that's an important choice. That choice that's kind of actually had it there. It's it. It's hard. And folks are going to have a choice in that by-election. They want to support conservative cuts and good by yet. They rejected that. But what if they're going for it? What if they're going for it? What if they say yes? What if they're going for it? I'm not going to answer a hypothetical. We don't know the outcome of that election until it happens, but I can tell you what I'm doing right now. I'm going to go to Manitoba. I'm going to Winnipeg. Like I said, tomorrow I'll be there, and I'll be sharing with folks our vision of a hopeful Canada, one where we lift each other up, where we bring one another. And I'm going to contrast that with CARE's vision, CARE's vision, which is to tear down Canada, tear down our healthcare, tear down our country, tear down the community. That's the choice in this next election. It's the choice in this by-election. Every city for going into the
Okay, we're going to bring in the power panel now to talk about all of this. Cameron Mott is a former head of communications supplied to Andrew Thompson is a former Saskatchewan cabinet minister. James Horn is a former federal conservative cabinet minister. Saskatchewan Bill is the president of Steve Gang. Thank you for not ripping up with us and being there on Thursday. Andrew, we saw the video yesterday from Pregnancy. Today we got a repetitive but more fulsome explanation. A better case
started making guidance or prescribed for them to get their identity back as a, new opposition party, which is what they're trying to do. They're really not supposed to try and really got the problem. That if they know the topic, support that they need to go. So they got to identify themselves something like that. And I think that's the message that certainly is a good idea. And that's one example of the quality of message that's the idea. And that is our state to be able to help about that.
If we didn't do the differentiation that seems to be seeking that there's still vote with the government's incompetence motions to continue to implement the state is at this point not to disagree?
No. Everything Andrew said is correct about what he wants to be, but the incoherence and the intellectual twisting that Jen Weeksing has to do and try to appear to be independent of liberals, and what he said, Dave, is just so mindless and it makes one's head hurt. He's going to clearly brag about all the achievements of this agreement. The achievement of the supply and confidence agreement was great. We've got all these things done, it's really wonderful. But you can't trust liberals. Even though the liberals delivered 6 out of the 7 votes, they had 104 seats to get to 24. They delivered 6 out of the 7 votes for all the things that made it here very powerful. You just can't trust those liberals. Okay, so you can't trust the liberals. So you're going to vote against liberals? Well, let's take it on a case-by-case basis. But I'll let you say you don't trust liberals. Well, you can't trust liberals because they're all for corporate greed. You just can't trust them. So you're going to vote to bring them down? Well, let's take it on a case-by-case basis. I mean, what is it? Was the confidence and supply agreement a success? For which we have to share some credit with the liberals? Or was it a miserable failure, in which case we can't trust the liberals, and therefore you're going to bring them down, in which case he's going to take it on a case-by-case basis? The incoherence of Doug McSing and his incapacity to be clear about what has been accomplished over the last 2 years and to
to weave together a coherent message is staggering. It's staggering that this guy is the leader of political party.
Okay, so Cameron, we'll put James on the other side. I'm just wondering where you think this leaves the Liberals right now, because they have lost their governing partner as the head of the caucus, and its parliament is set to resume with a couple of by-elections all at the same time.
Yeah, it leaves the Liberals, I think, on a practical level in a tough spot. Because going into the parliamentary session means that this minority government is going back to a more chaotic system to get build passion to actually govern. We've had some changes over the past few years, despite everything the MVP was saying, being extremely critical of the government, constantly despite being in the deal with them and backing them up. It provided that certainty on a practical level. It meant that you could actually try and get things done in a clear path of what priorities you're going to try to implement. So it does create some difficulty for them, but also creates some opportunities, I think, because now the messages are going to have to start. I agree with James entirely that the local ones and how the NDP try to explain it, that it really doesn't make sense if you're just watching and trying to understand why now, you're not calling an election, but you're saying that this has been great, but also the Liberals are terrible, and you suddenly realize that they're corporate sellers. That all doesn't make sense. But regardless, every party now is going to have to sharpen their message heading into whenever the next election comes. So the Liberals absolutely have to cement themselves as the progressive alternative to Liberals and say, look, we figured out a way to work with the NDP. We figured out how to make this minority parliament work for the middle class. We'll hear all the amazing things we've got done. The NDP, they don't have any time. They don't really have any time to deliver to Canadians because they had one and they backed out of the time.
So, Shakti, I think it's easy to see why the NDP want to separate themselves from the political representatives so they can offer some contracts and change the different direction. How do you think voters are going to react to this, and they can listen to the incoherent reasoning and message? How does that, what's the first impression?
Well, beyond the first impression, the first thing that one of us needs to do on this panel is order Mr. Singh to shut it. Like, why is he doing so much work on this?
Don't be perfect.
In terms of the potential balance for the NDP, let's put things in some context. For the last 3 years, the Conservative trend line has only gone one way. That's up by 14 points. The Liberal trend line has only gone one way, and that's down by 14 points. So almost a 1-for-1 migration of Liberal voters over to the Conservative camp. We would think that progressive voters who don't want to vote Liberal again would have found home or thought about voting NDP. But let me tell you something about the trend line for the NDP in the last 10 years. It has remained flat. In the meantime, we've got the NDP not only in a situation where they failed to pick up any traction and momentum, they are getting hammered by the Conservatives on the play for working class voters, for union members, particularly private sector union members. And so this reverse, if you will, this fight for separation had as much to do with trying to put some distance. But the extent to which, we heard that 90-second montage of his reasons for leaving, if you can't clearly articulate them on day 2 of why he's made that decision, Canadians, they're dealing with a lot of noise. I question how many actually know that much about the competencies of the Power Agreement. They know the Liberals are in charge, obviously, and they know for many of them they'd like to do something about that. But the details of it, the substance of it, the policy of it, and the way it's going to work. I know political watchers are going to be so excited in the coming months with every bloody confidence vote, but guess what? For the most part, Canadians are trying to live their lives, deal with cost of living, deal with housing affordability, and that's the punch through. That is what the NDP needs to make the case.
Yeah, I don't know how excited anybody is about the Dr. Brown off results that we're going to see potentially. We'll see. Maybe present the falls, maybe it doesn't, but I think there is going to be some what are the things the NDP were saying today is that they're really good financial shape. and that's one of the reasons why we can do this and get ready for elections and we're ready to fight the next election. The Liberals have done a fundraising blast off of this. Or should have been 50 Scottish for elections Canada just to give you a sense of what the numbers look like. Look at the Conservative bill, right? $40.5 million raised so far this year, $6.8 million for the Liberal payback. There's $2.6 million for the NDP and $665,000 for the Bloc Québécois, who don't really need to run a national campaign. So when you look at the gap there, and essentially want to take what Singer said in the video, criticizing the things that do itself it can always be seen, but then trying to find the next mark that's basically kind of the same, trying to use the quality narrative, with people who command the other thing that money. How does that work? Well, if it's building up to a big fight, and I think that might be violent fight, and it never works in the room. You know, it's all about going on the liberal. But one of the things that is different about this election from the liberal is the voting difference. About 15% of the electorate is parked with the Conservatives. Why? Because they do not like Justin Trudeau. They were Liberal voters or they were NDP voters. They do not like Justin Trudeau. That makes it accessible to an opposition or to a Liberal party that is not tied up with them. And that's what the NDP is trying to do. They're trying to do 3 or 4 or 5% of that thing in their call because they do not want a Conservative guy. They do not release all the things they've done over the last 2 years to come up front. And so this is really the driving to figure out how to take that block of those very mobile, how to take the things and bring that down. You don't need to do that. You don't need to act like this is block. And the Liberals, if they want to replace all that, that's the populace for the man. And there's no way to really try to move around. That's what I think the play around. What the same guy do, try to better with his phone. How to get back to stepping up to protect the progressive legacy. That's the thing I'm trying to do. James, the Liberal Hope has always been that time on the side. They had a runway till October 25. Interest rate cuts, improving economic conditions, more spotlight and scrutiny on Pierre Poilievre might change things for them a little bit. That all got more fraught. It seems like what is going to be conservative, because it probably accelerates the election timeline.
Conceivably, another thing that I think hasn't been mentioned in a couple of seen about yesterday's events is that sometimes parties actually get two prices that fall by accident. Yes, think about this. And confidence votes can happen on a spur of the moment thing by an amendment that wasn't assumed or poisoned formally by a government or you get my point. And so, you know, it does make things a little bit more precarious going forward for sure. Which kind of, again, brings back to the NDP and their strategy in this. You know, you would think that they would say, supply confidence agreement 1.0 work, but we're going to raise the game because things are so important. So what we're going to do is we're going to have, how about any federally regulated workplace, we want to have a guaranteed mandatory minimum wage of at least $25, or guaranteed minimum mandatory minimum income for all Canadians. It's something that sets the bar on the progressive side really, really high in such a way that the Liberals would have to reject. Instead, what they've done is they've taken themselves out of that, and now the Liberals can come forward conceivably in a budget next year and really so hard to the progressive left in a way that we either voting confidence in the Liberals, therefore succeeding this whole argument that Jagmeet seems to put forward in the last 24 hours, or giving the Liberals the votes they need to get it done and claim victory independent of the NDP's pressure. So here we are. I mean, it's all very strange what they've done here. Second thing I was going to mention very quickly is that because things will be more conceivably precarious, not necessarily because of design, but because the accidents happen in parliaments, they really do, is that I think this will hasten the conversation by a lot of people, not just Jeremy Broad, who's on the party side, but a lot of cabinet ministers who thought they had until the spring of next year, the summer of next year to decide whether or not to go on again. They're going to start having those conversations this weekend. We're going to have those conversations around Thanksgiving, and I think you could start seeing a lot of backbenchers and cabinet ministers make the decision to pull the plug now as opposed to waiting for Christmas in the spring, and that'll put more pressure on Justin Trudeau to make his own decision.
Well, there have been some departures in staff ranks in the government, and I do want to answer that Jeremy Broad is this campaign to block the next election campaign. He's singing widely for the Prime Minister, I think he's a national campaign director in 2015, which was a big majority win. Here he is leading a year out. I know that there is time to find someone, but there's been no replacement name. Governing partner down, campaign manager stepping down. Where does this lead? What are they? Good question. This is a tough
alone will become a good team, I think, because I'll just say, as someone who's worked closely with Jeremy for a long time in different capacities, both at the party and in government, he's a great guy. He's an extremely smart and brilliant political mind, and just a wonderful person to work with, and he's devoted a lot of his life to politics and to saving the country. So I think you'll only get praise from people like me who work with him and people in the party, and deservedly so. In terms of what they do next, I mean, they have to act fast. They have to pick someone who has his degree of skill and experience, which is really hard to find to pick up that role. And I think it's a really tough time, especially, these are never easy announcements to make, right? There's never a great way to announce something like this, especially when there's so much else going on and the polling is what it is. But we have to look forward. The party has to look forward. And as you mentioned, caucus meeting coming up, by-elections coming up very soon. This is a fraught moment for the party and the government, and a tough time for them to muddle through, especially with Parliament returning, and as we talked about, a much more chaotic, unpredictable, difficult scenario where, as James rightly mentioned, mistakes can be made, and unpredictability truly will govern this parliamentary session.
Shakti James talked about the Prime Minister making going to Sydney, going down to Sydney, but there's really, they want to go there. He talked about how you can change the dynamic of the election by changing the leader. With the uncertain, unstable nature of Parliament facing everybody involved, how do you push it on some sort? This seems to make it even less likely, and I thought he was never going to go, but that Justin Trudeau would think about leaving 160.
Well, it would be the ultimate, frankly, if he were to go at this stage, middle finger to what is left of his base, his caucus, his cabinet, and the people who have stayed true under his tent. Go now. It makes no sense to go now. They have much bigger problems right in front of them, 2 inches from their nose, than trying to figure out who another leader is. Look, sometimes, and I know I haven't been part of your discussions through the summer, but I'm back, and so I'll tread a little bit of ground that you probably already told me. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to talk about some of these. The idea that like Biden, if he just left, this would bring new energy back into the campaign. This is much more like what we saw in the UK, where just the writing on the wall was there for the better part of 2 years, and barring really something very dramatic happening, not just within the Liberal camp, but within the opposition camps, because this is going to be very much a changed ballot question election. There is no point at this stage for Mr. Trudeau. He has an opportunity now to think about legacy. He has an opportunity now to think about preserving dignity and about finishing out policy things that he wants to do for as long as the time that he's.
Things don't change.
What if it ain't broken? Don't fix it.
They haven't innovated.
Well, if it does the job.
Even if it means working quicker and safer.
Say that again?
Introducing Digital Flex Storage with a revolutionary currency closes that ensures lightning quick settings and complete freedom of movement. So, no more terrible choices. But, if you prefer to play by cards, choice was an option as you want. One retains reaction with index rotation of 180 degrees. And options not use square. Any positive cells, please, budget. Effective support. Effortless indexation adjust. You support exactly what you need to. Flex. The French didn't know you were going to be one.
Have you guys ever watched the Monty Python skit, The World's Funniest Joke? A skit about a man writing a joke so funny it can cause you to laugh yourself to death,
and then is later used as a weapon of war to fight the Germans in World War II. Well, I think I've just come across what that joke was, because a liberal rag known as Pulp MTL, Pulp Montreal, released an article on August 1st, 2024, no less, titled, "Conservatives Want Trudeau to Step Down Because They're Scared." Yes, Canadian conservatives are deeply fearful of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and his popularity, I guess. In a certain sense, I actually am scared of Justin Trudeau, but scared of him in the same way I'd be scared of a 5-year-old handling a blowtorch. I'm not actually scared of Justin Trudeau being able to win another election. He's dead in the water and he knows it. He's losing by-elections in places like downtown Toronto. He's dead in the water. Pierre Poilievre is not being kept up late at night because he's thinking that Justin Trudeau is going to best him. Justin Trudeau couldn't best his own shoes when he's tying them up. It's a disaster area right now for the Liberals. Not that long after this article was written, Angus Reid came up with that poll showing the Liberals down 22 points on the Conservatives. Nobody's fearful of them. But today, just as a treat, I'm going to read through this not very long article. Who could have guessed that you couldn't really put that many words to an article arguing that Justin Trudeau's popular? But we're going to read it today just for the fun of it. Well, let's see, what's his name, Matthew Renfrew. Let's see the point that Matthew Renfrew is trying to make and take it at face value. So he starts, the percentage of Canadians who are satisfied with the Trudeau government is still higher than the percentage of Canadians who think Pierre Poilievre is the best choice for Prime Minister. Now, I'm just going to over the car for a second here so I can confront this lie quickly before we move on. I reread this article a little bit before I recorded this video, but this all comes from, and they do link it, so I give some credit, it comes from this Leger poll. But this Leger poll is a deep outlier. Most of the polling on preferred Prime Minister are showing Pierre Poilievre at like 34%, 36%, sometimes at like 38%, well over Justin Trudeau's numbers. But this guy found this one Leger poll that technically shows that Justin Trudeau's government's approval rating is a little bit higher than Pierre Poilievre is preferred to be Prime Minister. But it's obviously an outlier because it shows 26% of people want Pierre Poilievre to be the Prime Minister, and 29% of people are currently satisfied with Trudeau's government. Is that a number to be happy with? Let's say that Leger poll is absolutely 100% accurate, and 26% of people want Poilievre as Prime Minister. But are you actually proud of only 29% of people being satisfied by your government? Also, people don't have to love Pierre Poilievre to think that the Conservative agenda is better than the Liberal agenda. Go look at the preferred Prime Minister polls for Justin Trudeau in the same poll. He's below 20%. That's not a number to be proud of. But anyways, I'm going to move on in this article. So Renfrew moves on and says, the election is still 14 months away, and the calls for Justin Trudeau to step down have come largely from Conservatives because they're scared. No. They're coming from Conservatives because they can actually say he should step down and not get kicked out of the Liberal Party or the NDP. Even now, after Jagmeet Singh ripped up the supply and confidence agreement, I guarantee if his own NDP MPs called too vigorously for Justin Trudeau to step down, Jagmeet Singh would probably kick them out of NDP caucus. So yeah, Conservatives aren't scared. They're telling an unpopular leader that they should step down. This is like saying that you're terrified of this man. You keep telling him to drop out of the race after he wets himself and falls over on stage. No, it's because he's underperforming. Sorry, getting back to the article, I'm going to read a little bit of a larger chunk now. They know that Pierre Poilievre rubs too many people the wrong way. He's likely peaked too early. His empty catchphrases can only resonate for so long, and there's still over a year for his lack of actual ideas and embarrassing past statements to be exposed. The Liberals and the Liberal media keep attacking Pierre Poilievre for every single time he's ever picked up a glass of water with the wrong hand. There's nothing really left to be exposed. And even then, they're saying, well, there's still a year left until the next election, and his popularity couldn't possibly hold up.
I keep hearing that month after month, that eventually Poilievre's going to fall off a cliff and become deeply unpopular. Oh, no conservative or no party could ever hold a 20% lead for an entire year. Well, it's been well more than an entire year at this point, and the conservatives are still that popular. And in a certain sense, it's not because the conservatives are popular, although they are, it's because nobody likes Justin Trudeau. And, to put it in a different way, nobody's scared of Justin Trudeau. They think he's useless. Anyways, moving on. Conservatives love to talk about how it's unfair to compare their party to Donald Trump. Because the parties are just very different. It's obviously a stupid comparison. Even though a majority of Canadians would vote for Trump if they could, or a majority of Canadians would vote for Trump if they could, conservative politicians prey on the uneducated and those who lack critical thinking skills. Who could guess why people don't vote Liberal with advocates like this calling people uneducated? Remember, these are the same people who would have no clue how to defend themselves when people call them weird, because deep down, they know that their anti-science narratives relying on disinformation and lack of empathy is weird. As the Trudeau government being perfect? Of course not. That's a way of putting that. But this government has implemented affordable childcare. Have they? No. They passed a bill saying that they're going to push for affordable childcare. They have that $10 a day childcare plan, but it's not working. Just because you technically do it doesn't mean it's been effective. Begun reconciliation with Indigenous people by taking away their ability to actually use their own resources and get involved in the energy industry. Improving Canada's reputation internationally. No. Implemented gun control legislation and strong climate action, not to mention successfully managing a pandemic, as if anyone cares about that anymore. Our country is projected to have the fastest growing economy in the G7 in 2025. Okay, stop. Yeah, our raw GDP is going up faster than some other countries because we are bringing more people into our country at a faster rate per capita than any other country in the G7. We are not actually growing on a per capita basis. We are jamming more warm bodies into the country, into the borders, which naturally grows the GDP. Not in a healthy direction, but it does grow it. If somebody comes over the border with only a quarter to their name, we have technically grown the GDP because we have an extra quarter. It doesn't actually help the economy if that person then just goes and sits on a couch and does nothing. But on raw GDP terms, we look okay, I suppose. Canada's not the broken country the conservatives want you to think it is. And, wow, that's really where the article ends. Yeah, so this person who supposedly is mocking people for that Justin Trudeau is a, brilliant mind that Pierre Poilievre is shaking in his boots thinking about debating him someday. He's not. Justin Trudeau's the one terrified of Pierre Poilievre. That's why he barely shows up in question period. And the only thing wrong and smart, extra hard, and pretend like everything's great while the Titanic goes down. Justin Trudeau and the Liberals have nothing left. And the thing is, when I say nothing left, I don't just mean they're unpopular and I don't like them. I mean, like, they don't even have any good strategy. They just keep doing microwave versions of whatever Kamala Harris's campaign is doing it down in the U.S. And frankly, Kamala Harris's campaign also you can't do it. You can't really fake people into thinking that you're somebody that you're not. Justin Trudeau cannot fake his way into being a new fresh face in Canadian politics, like his party's been trying to do over the last 6 months. Trying to give him that energy, make him feel more dynamic. Oh, he just went to the Toronto International Film Festival. Oh, he's so involved with people. It doesn't play. It's just, that's a dog that's not gonna people know Justin Trudeau. And he is not a fresh face. He's not a confident leader. And the thing is, his energy is just obnoxious when people can't afford groceries. This is the same thing that's happening in British Columbia right now. I'm going to bring it up because I'm helping out British Columbia with the Conservative Party of BC. David Eby and the NDP are trying to use this whole push about how the Conservatives are super extremely weak to them. Guys, nobody can afford groceries. There's dead people all over the street who overdosed on safe supply drugs or who bought more dangerous drugs with the safe supply drugs. Nobody wants to hear that you think John Rustad, the nasty man who's been in office since 2005, who cares? He can't afford housing. So what's the solution to that? For the people that conservative their climate change are, shut up. What's wrong with you? At least talk to something that a middle class person could somewhat connect to. I'm trying to give you guys advice. Figure out an issue that actually matters to middle class people, and then try and market them on that basis. Actually, I just want to quickly bring up something that I forgot earlier. But on that point where the Matthew Reynolds or Renfrew tried to claim that Pierre Poilievre was slightly less popular as a preferred prime minister than the Liberal government, well, here's a new poll out from Abacus Data and David Coletto. 89% of people have a negative impression of Justin Trudeau. 88% disapprove the job performance of Justin Trudeau's government. 82% want to change the government and think there's a good alternative available. Yeah, that Leger poll doesn't amount to a Philippines. All the other pollsters, outside of outlier polls from like Leger, are showing that nobody likes Justin Trudeau. Even all the other Leger polls show that Pierre Poilievre is way more popular. Every once in a while, a poll will show up that makes the Liberals look a little bit better. This was that outlier poll that showed, like, the Liberals going down from 50 points, but we still give the Conservatives the majority. So even in fantasy land, Justin Trudeau, even in only the good polls, the best polls are the right ones, he's still in a minority situation. Well, not a minority situation, the Conservatives are still in a majority situation, and the Liberals might even fall into first place in seat count. Nobody's scared of this man. People are pointing and laughing, and I don't think that looks like fear to me. Anyway, that should be it for me today, guys. If you want to help out the channel, you can donate to the Legal Crime Institute and go into the description below. They're being sued by a Chinese billionaire for no reason, for defamation, and over 2.5 years, we're actually almost coming up on 3 years here, he still hasn't filed any evidence. We're actually still waiting for him to give over more evidence. We have to go into depositions. It's almost been an entire year since we requested that he prove whether or not he tried to sue the Globe and Mail for saying the same things that we did a year and a half before we said it. Crazy case, but it cost me more than $32,000. I believe I actually have to pay somebody else, but whatever. Anything you can do really helps me out. And then if you live in British Columbia, please donate to the BC Conservatives. The one advantage that David Eby and the BC NDP have left is they have basically taxpayers giving them money every year to campaign. BC Conservatives basically get nothing. I think the BC Conservatives every year maybe get $50,000. The NDP gets millions of dollars every year because there's this stupid law where a party gets $1.56 per vote they got in the last election. Plus, the NDP got 33% of their campaign expenses pumped by taxpayers. So donate in the average to South PTA below. $100 get 75% of that. It only costs $25. And what we're going to do is we're going to take all that money and distribute it to other riding people where we have a chance to the NDP and form a majority of the government. So that was also there if you live in BC. If you live in BC, don't donate anything to me directly. Donate to the BC Conservative Party so we can actually win out here. Anyway, that's it for me. Have a good one.
Already inflation pricing is back.
It's the highlight of the summer.
When you get my price on this at 160,
What's not to love? Ford employee pricing, you pay what we pay. The Liberals and the NDP are both gathering for caucus meetings this week amid a new reality after the NDP ended their supply confidence agreement with the Liberals. I spoke with NDP House Leader Peter Williams about that decision. Peter Williams, thank you for making the time. I appreciate it.
We can do it.
Obviously, your leader has said that your party, the NDP, got what you needed out of the deal, so it's okay to move on. Tell me, do you think you got enough out of the deal for yourselves as a party?
may well be the different.
Just started as well. They put something in temper on Facebook after a couple of glasses of wine with the dog toast, and that's the next one.
We are reaching a kind of fever pitch of censorship. Here's Elon Musk responding to the protests in Brazil. This was a few months ago. People in Brazil are evidently not happy with what's happening in that country, and it's surprising to learn that the United States of America, far from opposing a foreign nation that are legislating against an American corporation, they are supporting it. Here, Face Nation appear to be saying that Elon Musk is a peddler of this information. Let me know in the comments and chat if you agree with them.
People really go out there, I see you online, pushing back when you encounter really serious election misinformation, particularly when it comes from someone like Elon Musk, who owns a social media platform and has been pushing some really inflammatory claims when it comes to voting.
Yeah, there are very powerful forces that want us as Americans who live in a democratic society to doubt that democratic society, to doubt our elections and decide our voters, and to hate our neighbors, to think of our neighbors as enemies if they come to disagree with us politically. And the fact is that our elections are as secure as they've ever been.
It's actually a bit like a children's book where the language that's used to describe the opponents is precisely the language that you could use to describe yourself. I want to make sure that I'm not doing it. I want to make sure that I'm not participating in anything other than unifying language of hope and optimism and real and radical change in the face of, it seems to me, sets of legislation across the world designed to inhibit personal freedom. Try our best to do that, because here's a resurfaced clip of Kamala Harris saying, or appearing to say at least, that she would ban X were she to ascend to the high office of presidency.
He has lost his privileges and it should be taken down. And the bottom line is that you can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter.
Well, I don't know, does that make sense? Have you seen some of the investigation into child exploitation on Meta and how, in fact, it does appear to be one rule for X and one rule for Meta, and very much in Meta's favour?
The same rule has to apply, which is that there has to be a responsibility that is placed on these social media sites to understand their power. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight and regulation. And that's stop.
Oversight and regulation, control and censorship synonyms, and it'll be easy to get lost in a maze of nomenclature. You weren't paying attention to what's happening across the world right now. Wokeness there pointing out that Kamala supports Brazil just did into X. In my country now, we are experiencing, as we are across the world, resurgent nation-first politics. Many people are concerned about what's happening in Germany and the recent election results in Germany. Let's have a look at Nigel Farage from the UK commenting on the UK, the country I live in and I'm in right now, pointing out the issue of jail sentences for violations of social media codes and practices. Have a look at this.
So I wasn't Barnsley campaigning for the general election, and a lout, opposite side of the street, gets a cup, fills it with cement, locks it at the bus that I'm on. You can see the picture here of me ducking, and me shouting for everybody else to get down. It was a very dangerous, provocative, violent thing for this guy to do. Luckily, some people who were working on the site stopped him, apprehended him, he was arrested. Today, we've been given a suspended prison sentence. He will not serve any custodial time at all. But you see, in Kingstar was brilliant. If he put something in temper on Facebook after a couple of glasses of wine, he would have gone to prison. And that's the mess we're in. Do you believe that when we to March, 147,000 people guilty of carrying knives, some of sexual offences, but they live a community of orders, which means they don't get criminal sentences. Our prisons are full. We're letting people out who are violent offenders, who are Facebook offenders, thought speech, something not very nice, I'll accept, and we jump them in prison for a short period of time. Law and order, crime is out of control. We're even allowing people to shoplift thing up to 200 quid without being prosecuted, which simply couldn't make it up.
Extraordinary. This kind of discourse kind of prevalent in our country. Honestly,
indoors, and one can only assume that the conversation is like it's happening in, well, not happening in Brazil anymore, they're shut down X. Presumably they're happening in Germany, in France, across the world. The sense of polarization, which is increasing, which is odd, given that in reality, I think this Rescue the Republic event is taking place. We now there are alliances between figures to the left of the government, figures that are to the right of the government, most of whom are interested in, I would say, more individual freedom and opposing the establishment. I don't know what you think about
Sure, Mr. Chuno.
the chat. You know that we are partners with Rumble, and Rumble have got into the coffee game. Now, if you do in your coffee, a big paper with pesticide and chemicals, spit in bags for months, sitting in an old ball by him for months, probably traces of mold, which is good with the answer is just force people to even Jill Flanagan would drink a bag so contaminated. Most of the coffee we consume is stale, flavorless, full of harmful substances that have a negative effect on our health. Rumble 1775 coffee, on the other hand, is free from harmful substances and chemicals, while it's also rich in flavour. Being sourced by Alton Farms in Bolivia, most weekly in Miami, and delivered fresh to your doorstep. And the freedom of buying 1775 coffee helps fight back against other coffee makers who don't care about this stuff. Join the coffee revolution and Bruce Rebellion with Rumble 1775 coffee. It's stuff, it's delicious, but there are a variety of blends available. All you got to do is go to 1775coffee.com/brand. So brand right now to you at 15% off. You click that, there's stuff available whether you're in the Wayfinder chat or in the Rumble chat. It's pretty very good coffee. I'll figure it out right now. And I say that in English when I call it the day 1775. It's a very painful thing to reflect on. Hey, thanks for watching. If you want to see more uncensored content where free speech can flow, join our live stream. Click the link right here to watch the next video. If you want to, become a member of a growing movement. Download the Rumble app and you'll be informed every time we make a new piece of content. Stay free. Go back into Genesis. David, murder, Hamas, the destruction of the world, the slavery, just the babble, pay attention to details, point out it. You see all of these. You see all these things that I'm curious. I want to go back. I want to make sure people get what you're saying. And correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that this verse, where the older will serve the younger, could easily translate as the younger will serve the older. Yeah, you can't, you have no idea. The English, what you translate into the English is called report. There's no way to preserve. You could preserve the English by saying, you know, the younger, the old. I mean, there's literally no way to do it. I'm amazed by that, but I'm not surprised by that. Exactly. Yeah. Read the Bible. Yeah. You don't go, I'll grant the Bible. No, it's surprise. Because what it feels like it's doing then is it's leaving it open, not only for the reader, but also for the people. Yes. So now, Rebecca, as we call her, you call her Rivka. Okay, we've learned something. Go, baby, Rivka. So we then are faced with this reality that she received the word from Adonai. And he said that in a way where it's like, but wait. Come back, one more. I kind of missed that. But that actually opens up
come up with is that things are so bad and hideous on planet Earth, especially in the United States, that the only alternative is to go colonize and build new cities in multiplanetary species. So I just wanted to kind of like sink in. The people that have all the access to the information, the people that are directly connected with DARPA, the DoD, and the Deep State, the people that receive government subsidies, that are the new NASA, people like Elon Musk, that their faith and hope is so diminished that the only thing they can plan on and do, and then spend their resources on, is interplanetary, multiplanetary life. Merger with microchips. You know, I went over a story yesterday. It's now proven that there's nanostructures in the bloodstream from that other thing that they gave you that they all recommended. By the way, whole nother story. But the best that they can do is go colonize other planets. At least this is what they tell us. So I think a lot of us, critical minds out there for years, question everything, question authority, don't trust our government. Of course, anyone smart doesn't trust their government, doesn't trust the mainstream media. The founding fathers didn't trust their government. They actually declared a revolution against authoritarianism and fought with muskets to defend themselves, life, limb, and liberty, and actually revolted over a 2% T-tax. Versus today, Americans are like 100% taxed on everything. Sales tax, corporate tax, income tax, capital gains tax, unrealized gains tax, taxes upon taxes upon taxes. Like, by the time you actually invest your money, you've been taxed thrice, 3 times. And then after taking profits, you're taxed another 2 or 3 times. And then after you die, you're taxed again on your terminality. This is where all that money's going. You got the state, who's not taxed. And the ones that run the multinational corporations are smart enough and have enough money to run complicated infrastructure and foundations and other kinds of legalese, so they're never taxed. And this is how it works. But actually, side point. So, the God of destruction, and this is another piece of structure that right for Jesus, like the video of Jesus who say one soul dead. There is going to come a time when we will not be able to repent. When we will not be able to ask Jesus for his forgiveness. When Jesus strikes and comes back to this earth, which this maybe even is what we're talking about today, where we're not going to have another opportunity to spread the gospel. I just want you to keep that in mind. There is 57 days before the U.S. election. I'm expecting total chaos, World War III, dollar collapse, economic collapse, nukes, God forbid, the God of destruction, your asteroid Apophis, and a whole heck of a lot more. I'm going to get the Trump news here in a minute. So, the gloves are off, guys. The gloves went off in 2001, 2008, 2009, 2020. And now NASA is admitting that this large asteroid Apophis is coming to Earth as early as 2029, which is interesting. It's right before the 2030 agenda. Isn't that strange, the 2030 agenda? But this rock is supposedly going to hit Earth. And just said, I'll read the article. In just under half a decade, 1,000-foot wide, 305-meter wide asteroid named after the Egyptian god of chaos and destruction, Apophis, will pass within 30,000 miles of Earth. Scientists don't intend to allow the rare close passage of a space rock of this size to go to waste. So a couple questions here. Even if they're right and it barely misses Earth, can it hit other structures? In the skies? Could it take out the moon? Because if it, took out the moon, well, then, we wouldn't have any life after that either. Are they 100% sure this isn't going to hit the Earth? Because when I was growing up as a kid, the scientists didn't know what exterminated the dinosaurs. It was one giant conspiracy theory. They had no idea. The scientists, the cops out there, the ones that have all the data points and stuff, they didn't know what killed off all the dinosaurs. But then later on, once I grew up, from a toddler and I became an adult, they had new information. Just like when they said that the Earth was flat before, but now they say it's a sphere. And now actually they say it's not a sphere, they say it's an egg. It looks like an egg. They've changed their theories multiple times. I'm just pointing this out. They went from not knowing how the dinosaurs were exterminated to now they say, well, an asteroid, they have new information. Okay, and an asteroid hit a pile of goo in the Yucatan Peninsula. I'm just pointing out the information changes all the time, the scientists change all the time.
I mean, there's even the scientists are even changing their opinion of this thing. So after rolling it out, recommending it, they're now changing their opinion. Like, there are mainstream people that promoted that, millions of people, and now they're saying they were wrong about it. So again, the scientists are always wrong. And in fact, anything a scientist says, question. Anything coming from, the authorities, question. Especially when they're incentivized economically for profit to sell you up. Again, this is the trip. So, Apophis, formerly known as 9942, is making its closest approach to Earth. It's going to become prominent over our planet. You're going to be able to see this with the naked eye. It says with the unaided eye. And NASA's Osiris Apex spacecraft, once known as Osiris Rex, will be on hand to meet near-Earth asteroid NEA personally instead. And it says if things shape up that NASA mission will be joined by a host of little satellites during this rendezvous. So I want you to keep this in mind. What if there was a large asteroid about to strike Earth? I want you to rate your confidence level of the U.S. government's ability to stop it from hitting our planet. Okay, case in point, there's actually 2 astronauts right now stuck on the International Space Station, not in space, but in lower Earth orbit. Here they are. These 2 individuals are in lower Earth orbit, which is not space. Okay, these are the same areas where Elon Musk's satellites are. They're way before the Van Allen effect. Okay, so this the lower Earth orbit. See these 2 people? They're stuck on the ISS. Okay, both and SpaceX combined, which is the new NASA, have no technology to save these 2 people you're looking at on the tin can sardine can of the ISS. Okay, they're stuck. Their spacecraft is actually being sent back to Earth without them, and it's making funny farting noises right now. So I'm just pointing this out to you, like, as if the U.S. government or the U.S. Space Force can even stop a rust from hitting the planet when they can't even save these 2 jackasses from the ISS. I just pointing out, you are fed a bunch of popcorn lies on a daily basis. Lies. So for those of you out there who tell me, what is the word, they say, after that, we're trying to get back. Oh, people can't even get these guys off the ISS. I expect to believe that we have to come home. Now, we I think all of us are spiritually now, we're seeing all around the world. I've been watching videos all around the world about amazing Christians like yourself, all things happening. Making all these videos right now, talking about how they've got videos of God, that the night space God is on the flesh. He's actually over the Philippines. I don't know if you saw the footage that happened 8 days ago. A large asteroid burning up in the atmosphere. In Arizona. So a lot of weird stuff going on. And most of those space rocks, by the way, NASA doesn't detect in advance. And they don't even know it's coming. Like all of a sudden something starts burning up in the sky. Like, oh, that's that one. Right? So I just don't know why they couldn't stop the TV spreading all over the planet. They couldn't stop the Maui fire. They couldn't stop out of control. But they these 2 people are not and they're spacecraft are not watching that. It makes me fun to sit back and look at the party with nothing. So I'm pointing out the facts here. But a lot of people tell me they'll have 100% confidence that NASA knows what they're doing. Okay, my confidence is zero. If I'm going to bring my confidence in, it's small. It's a NASA thing. If I'm going to take confidence in things,
And he just wants my safety. And, you know, he's really gearing me up to get on a space rocket as soon as possible because he wants people like me to go, you know, colonize a new city in an atmosphere with no oxygen. This is insane. So supposedly, the scientists, okay, if you want to spot the deep state, if you want to come in there and have to deal with contact with sure. He said that it's wrong. Okay, he's trying to have a time. You come to sit on Mars. It's just like they're soft conditioning the American public to their new TSA system. It's like, hey guys, yeah, you guys out there, it's American. You can skip the line to the TSA, just give us your eye and your face for free. We'll fix these body scanners that cause cancer. Don't worry. So again, they have a setup for it to get you into their plan tyranny. So, I wanted to just put this story out there because I know a lot of us seriously feel like a big event is coming. And I'm pointing out it might be something that most people have not expected. It could just be a planetary strike, which NASA is actually warning about. Let's actually go to NASA, official source here. I know a lot of you guys out there really love the official sources. You only believe government narrative, mainstream media. I know not my core audience, but most Americans only believe what they're told by the televised. So unless it's coming from televised and televised media, it's don't believe it. There's literally people out there that trust the government, trust the media, and they're following the government. And the multinational corporations profiting off their misery as the conditioning of the brainwashing of the American sheep is powerful, which is why they have that entire media and forces out there because of their brain. It's propaganda 101. This is NASA. The states authority, okay? The ones that have gotten everything wrong and things their opinion all the time. But a popular would say, after 992 with the new root optic called Rita, and I'll reference to the basic, about 11 of fraud, 355 years. It was first discovered in 2004, really noticing its existence until less than 4 years ago. So sometimes they have, and it's really the ones that don't know, right? So that's what Americans call it high technology. They can't believe two astronauts from the ISS. It was identified as a little impact first. That impact assessment is a natural astronomy. The topic of all those things a regular observation campaign in March 2021 finds precise orbit analysis. Allow astronomers to see there is no risk, they say, of a pocket impact of our planet, at least for a century. So according to the official reports, there's no planetary extermination until at least 100 years. So that should build the confidence of NASA, the authorities are saying that you're safe in 2029, but in less than 100 years, it'll be extinct. And that's what it says, right? It says that there's no risk of a conflict impacting our planet in a planetary apocalypse for a reason. It's 7 years, I guess it's 50 years. Right there, they are. We're not really sure. They first identified this based on the they're thinking there will be no planetary impact until at least December. Now, of course, Congress quickly gained notoriety as an asteroid and posed a serious threat to Earth. So initially they thought it was a serious threat, okay? But then they changed their mind. So I just want to point that out is that the Congress quickly gained notoriety because NASA thought this asteroid could pose a serious threat to Earth when they first found it. But now they're thinking, I don't know, they've changed opinion that it's not a threat. So at first they thought it was a threat, now they know there's a chance, of course, it could be a threat. They might change their mind again or not. And they say that in 100 years, there will be planetary destruction and we will destroy all more life. Now again, I stress, Elon Musk and others, their whole goal is not to build America. It's to build new planetary cities and have massive planet. And that they're so rare on human life. They would rather build population states on non-oxygenated, harsh, fiery planets with very little water that they think there might be some on Mars, which we've never been to, and not since 1972 have we ever been back. And of course, all the footage we have of false died. So, I want you to think about this too. Probably what we'll do is fake the moon landing, but just use artificial intelligence now. Like AI is indistinguishable to the human eye from being fake or determined to be real now. So I'm assuming when they actually do re-land on the moon, allegedly, it will just be artificial intelligence feedbacks. But again, how do you know? Like, I'm sure the government's going to have a stand in the future. You know, like the government. That will only tell you that if it has a government stand, that it's not a reset, that it's real. And we will just stamp everything that they determine. The Lord, there's no oversight. But again, it's overseeing the overseer. Is there anyone overseeing the overseer? It is overseeing the overseer of the overseer. But how do you know it's not just the overseer? Okay, there's a guy that went to stroke. Like in that famous movie, and it's not all illusion. When the authorities that we can't trust, all the authorities telling us what the authority is, and we're the overseers that lack the overseer. But yet, what are they going to allow the audit of the central bank and the Federal Reserve? They're not going to office of like America's gold reserves or an audit of the Fed. And it's a goal. I don't think ever. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's audits in America, so like we don't do an audit. We pay taxes. The Fed does not. What is the point to see the book? But I'm telling this happens the board. Okay? The center. And the overseer don't have an oversight. It's really funny. No oversight of the overseer of the overseer. Well, I think I'm fine. Okay, so I'm going to now about the spacewalk, and I really want to I know a lot of you know more about this topic than I do. I don't claim to be like an astrophysicist or some, scientist, but spacewalk okay, like I said, please explain to us the difference between an asteroid and a comet. I mean, this is going to be larger than spacewalk. I don't think you have to get too technical here. Space rock and Earth. Okay? Space rock, Earth, destruction. It is what we say. I want to know what you think society is. Here. I mean, I actually don't feel this though. I know this in 2020 because I realized that several years ago, we organized all the destruction asset bases, water, population, people, get everybody in right? Totalitarian plan. And then, of course, we will design the financial economic system, currency, moving us into the Great Reset, etc. To tie into technology. But again, they honestly get right after the lockdown. I think they just invented or something. So AI has been here for a very long time. It's just that they just released it because they want to release it. Like again, if it's on the news, and the mainstream media is touting that they want you to see it. If they don't want you to see something or for something, they obfuscate it. They don't get the information out. Also, there's 57 days before what Russian leader Medvedev calling for a civil war in the United States, a breakdown of the sovereignty of the balkanization of U.S. identity call. Is here in the United States. Now, one thing you guys go on Twitter, we skyrocketed above about 1,000 followers. I go private at 77.7K. So it's your last opportunity to get in and follow me from here on Twitter. I have the only official blue check on there. Like they're going to register, surfing, California, baby, right there. It's your last chance to get in. And follow me there. It's 7 days. Left before I can total chaos in the United States. Riot. Get more of those. Time of the riot. We'll see y'all in 2020. American cities will be bursting down. Pandemonium. I have some controversy.
massive propaganda that fake World War III dollar shot blast and a $14 blast matter. And it. So I'm expecting a tactical, which the CIA directed this thing on yesterday in 52 in Lisbon. It's Ukraine war, which I really want to start on top of Europe. Very soon, I still think it will. Also, this great article on which I read about warning for years, but Amazon is now rolled out on the con family, right? So if you write con, you're not going to buy or sell without the mark. They've now rolled out a con scanning technology to all the homepage and other places, but they're going to connect it to Amazon Prime soon. So unless you give up your key, critical, highly profitable private bodily sovereignty to these large, oligarchical, multinational monopolies, you're not going to be allowed to get it happen at certain locations. So definitely get prepared for that. Start growing your own food. Of course, we're going to turn off the spigots of commerce very soon unless you comply. Now, in addition to that, as I mentioned earlier, the TSA is also moving towards facial biometric scan, which you'll later not be able to opt out of. If you don't have any rights, the Constitution has been completely violated. And it's really no turning back. Unfortunately, has not been enough non-compliance out there. There's only about 30% of us worldwide that have not complied. People like me and myself, that states agree that they rolled out on the last decade before war time. Now, I just want to comment on Trump, because this is very serious. Trump is vowing to bring unprecedented legal action against the deep state and what he calls the swamp. And since he's going on the attack of all Democrats, he quotes the news in the full subject, and what he said is election. Also supporting active amendments and changes to the 25th Amendment. It is calling for the active removal of Vice President to cover up along with the entire Democratic Party. Active, confident, advertising official decline of the current President Joe Biden. So a lot of people think this is true. So I want you to just think about this for a moment. That if they have contact to the allegation, Joe Biden is going to fall. They are an active violation, not just posing a national security threat to the United States, but are really an active enemy of the USA with their exploitation without any constitutional republic authority of installing Kabbalah in the moment. So think about it. It's a power and weight. Just like the Congress. You have voted in the Senate to cover up Joe Biden's mental incompetence, which is argument for legal approval of the current president so that she could circumvent the Constitution and vote so that people like George Clooney and others and the Obamas could place her as the chosen figure without any kind of legitimate primary. So, Donald Trump really has a point here. I mean, what Trump needs to do, we know what Trump needs to do. He needs to come in with the largest mass deportation in world history. He needs to come in with the Iron Fist here in the United States, just like Bukele, who's doing a great job out in El Salvador. And he needs to deport, drain, and jail all undocumented immigrants and illegals crossing our border and clean up this beautiful, amazing nation that makes up the United States and launch attacks and wars against the Democratic establishment who is committed these alleged, according to him, crimes. I'm in complete agreement with you. 100% agreement. I think Trump should come in with the iron freaking fist of freedom and liberty.
to save this country. Now the question is whether or not he'll be able to do that, whether or not he'll be able to pull back off. There is a very serious risk, and I pray against it, of Donald Trump being poisoned by the deep state. Bolsonaro, for example, is also having attempts on his life, just like Trump. I want you to keep this in mind. They've been attempting to take Trump out. Suddenly he fell ill. Okay, many believe that Bolsonaro in Brazil, and this certainly could happen to Trump. I mean, this is, you've heard it here first. This is the next major risk, and there's quite a few of us that have already used this. But there is a high possibility that the next level of attacks on Trump could be the poison. So we should pray, of course, for our politicians. You know, I have disagreements with Trump on certain areas like this thing, and I've been very outspoken about that. I will, always speak my mind and, tell you guys the truth of how I really feel, the things I'm convicted about, it's called integrity. I'll never back down. I mean, I've always told you that was wrong, and Trump made, I guess, a mistake there. So, we'll pray that his mind has been changed, and now he's going to go on the attack to save the country. And we really hope it does. This I probably shouldn't show you, but I will. This is actually coming out of people's bodies by a bomber right now. I'll just show it for a few seconds. I can't tell you who the anonymous bomber was that helped get that photo out to the public because he would lose his job and be fired. If they got that information out there. But I just kind of wanted to show you, of course, what's taking place now. Now, Trump also gave a speech just yesterday, and he says that this is our last election. So Donald Trump is saying this is the last election that you'll have in the United States. He said we're going to have problems like we've never had. He says we may not have any country left, and this is probably our last election. I think he's telling you the truth. Here, we'll just play it. This is Donald Trump telling the American public that this is your last election. So here, let's just listen to him speak for a minute, so we can all think about how basically there will be no election. So last election. So those are the main stories I wanted to cover. Keep your eye on Israel. Of course, none of that has been solved. So we're in active World War III now. Active war in Gaza. Lebanon, the war's opened up there. Active war with Iran. Iran has already proliferated nuclear weapons. That's pretty much common knowledge, although they haven't told the American public that. They could do that. Keep in mind that the war that the U.S. government, along with Ukraine and Zelensky, is fighting over there is actually an active war with China. China is in alignment with Russia and the rest of the British nation. So we have a multiple country event right now where the U.S. is fighting an active war against China. Russia also fighting a war against Iran, fighting a war against Gaza, Hamas, Hezbollah, Lebanon. What other countries am I missing? Withdrew from Afghanistan, so that the Taliban are in control, and that was a waste. We lost that war. All of our soldiers died for nothing. That was a scam too. Nothing really happened there. I think I'm covering most of the wars. I might be missing one. Let me know if I'm leaving out any country that the U.S. government is actively engaged in war with right now. Again, that's the definition of World War III. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you that just several weeks ago, on the 13th, maybe it's been months ago now, Donald Trump was almost taken out in JFK back. So, worst case scenarios, shock events, more are coming, and I want you to talk to Thomas about this topic. Do you think it's a serious threat? How much time left do you think you have? Do you trust NASA? Maybe a lot of you do. I trust NASA. I don't. Let us know what you think. And, what are your thoughts on rescuing these two astronauts from going into orbit? Please explain why there's no technology for them off the ISS. And then I would just like your thoughts why there's no
cancer yet, but we're going to colonize Mars, and how they have to fit into Mars. No pattern involvement, poverty, U.S. debt, rebuild city infrastructures in the States, but they're already planning on Manhattan on Mars. I'm just curious what your logical, critical thinking is on those topics, and if you have any explanations for yourself, I would certainly love to hear it, because there's no logical explanation for it outside. They are lying to you. I also want to welcome aboard. We have raised several $1 million just in the last few days. I want to commend all of our members to part of islandproject.com, our world-class investment opportunity of our $33.5 million no bank debt investment in Digital Noah's Ark, which owns beach and oceanfront. All my members own the best real estate in the world. That's pretty easy to understand. It produces cash flows every single year paid to our investors. And also all capital gains, so it includes 100% true ownership of the assets. Diversified. We've welcomed aboard dozens of new members, and I also wanted to mention Lance, who just came in yesterday with 50 grand. God bless you, sir. Lance Williams. This came in with 50K, 50 units, and my father just sent me that message. He's a really cool dude. According to my dad, he's in the financial services industry and actually works in the annuity business. So we have a number of very smart financial professionals in our project, something that you should take note of. And I wanted to welcome him aboard. And for those of you that might not have seen my video yesterday, actually, we just got a new app in, so let me mention this person as well. This looks like a new app, but I believe it's an add-on. A lot of you are breaking into new tiers now from Peter P. Let's see here, out of New York. God bless you, sir. Looks like just filled out an application. I believe your DC name there. I'll check with my dad. But I also wanted to mention new ads. You might not have heard their name yesterday. Doug Triplett just came in from Pennsylvania. Annette Reeves spoke yesterday out of Texas. Frankie Iglesias, God bless you. Timothy Barnes, who's DCA, a great guy. I've spoken with Tim direct a number of times. He's a blue-collar guy, butt kicker, really good person, huge American patriot. Of course, loves what we're building. Jose Navarrete, out of Texas, our largest state. Darius Pratt, Andrew from Wisconsin. Talavik, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Tim Simonin, a brand new investor from Ohio. Steve Cogville, long-term investor, just DCA more. And David Westmoreland, new investor, one of my good friend Brad Pitts, friends from Missouri. I want to welcome all of you aboard our amazing project. Now, again, to learn about that, and to onboard with your first 30 units, just simply contact my father at 804-22934. You can also fill out a quick 5-minute, no-obligation application at islandproject.com. Fill it out to the best of your ability in the members tab. Fund directly immediately to lock and load your first 30 units to make sure you get into this world-class founders round before we launch to a public and tokenize towards the project. So what we're doing with our real estate portfolio is we're tokenizing. So very simple idea. All of our members own diversified real estate, which you see behind me, $5 million plus properties in Maui and Oahu, already acquired, already owned. You get all the property detail information plus confirmation of your investment from our website and my father. And in addition to that, it's all the benefits of true ownership, cash flows, dividends paid annually, which start in 2025, just like you would if you owned a dividend stock. Some use, that's really cool, you can actually use our properties. And we just added a brand new state in Park City, Utah. We just successfully closed on a $5.95 million. It's actually appraised now at $6.2 million, just in the last few months since we closed in Deer Valley. And now we have on the docket active acquisition internationally in places like Bali and Thailand. That portfolio, which is a real-world asset with no bank debt, is then going to be tokenized, and it's going to go public and trade just like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other technologies that many of you are familiar with that are now publicly trading on Wall Street, like BlackRock, for example, sells exchange-traded funds of Bitcoin, even though after they called it a scam years ago and I told you to buy it.
I told you that that was going to happen. We're also seeing big players move into the space, not just into real estate, but even Donald Trump and his family are moving into blockchain technology. Another sign that we're way ahead of the curve, and we're all set to profit 1,000x from first move advantage and the fact that we've already built the chip. We've already built the new digital network park, and we already own all the properties, and we're already generating all the gains, and now we'll be tokenizing in front of the largest technological shift in the world. Now, of course, this will all play into AI. Again, I told you a little bit about where this is going while we built this life raft, because I'm never going to comply, and nor are my business. So I'm never going to do what they tell us to do. And I am never taking part of the beast. It tells me in the Bible not to do that, so I'm willing to quite frankly die with that. And so what we have done, instead of complaining about what the deep state, evil, satanic, Satan worshiper cabal is doing, instead of complaining about it, we've actually built a world-class solution. Because we're Christians, we're amazing, and we're the new billionaire class. And we own a lot of these politicians now. Again, most of Donald Trump's campaign, and we support him, is funded by Bitcoin advocates like myself. Over half of Trump's campaign funds is actually coming from Bitcoin billionaires and billionaires like Peter Thiel and others, and myself. So it's really important to know that Bitcoin is now mainstream. It is now overtaking government, and it is truly political power. That's how huge it is. So we position as the ark and have built our own infrastructure. We have built our own ecosystem. We are building our own currency. You see, Island Project on its blockchain will be its own tradable currency. So our members will be able to use that in the future for stays, for owning property outside of the system in a decentralized fashion, not controlled by the deep state. You must understand, one of the beautiful things about the technology of decentralization is that it's impossible to control through authoritarian means systems that are outside of their hand. So, for example, a lot of you have heard of like Uniswap before. Many of you haven't. I've taught about this for years at my courses in my world-class school. But even if a government, say, closed down Uniswap, a new one would open up the next day. And if they close down, a new one would pop up the next day, and then another one would pop up. They can't stop it because these systems operate on DEXs. Same thing with Bitcoin. They can't stop Bitcoin. This is why I told you that they would call that it would get done, and then it would go mainstream. Then we would just start buying political power with all of our new wealth, which we now have. I mean, 50% of all Trump's funding is now coming from Bitcoin millionaires and billionaires like myself, and you tuning in, that because they can't stop it, we'll just integrate. And it's the same thing for digital real estate backed by the physical real estate. Because a lot of you, I was speaking with our beautiful investor in Next. It's like, part of it's kind of tough to understand, but it's not. It's really not. When you buy on islandproject.com, you tell all your friends and come visit your beachfront property that you own. It's not a timeshare. Timeshares offer no capital gains, no income, and no true ownership. And they offer zero tokenization. It's not an investment. When you buy a timeshare, which we don't sell, timeshares are terrible. I would tell you never to buy a timeshare. Timeshares, which you can't get out of, that have no liquidity, are just fine. So we're not a timeshare. When you own Island Project, you're a real, true, 100% democratized investor in the #1 portfolio in the world, and you own beachfront properties, which you can visit, touch, participate in, earn income, large capital gains, and in addition to that, as we tokenize, you have unlimited upside. And so I've said this for years. The whole point of getting rich in Bitcoin is to buy real assets. The whole point of getting rich is to go buy Bitcoin. The whole point of becoming a millionaire is then to take that money and buy real assets with it, like what Island Project already owns. So why wait when you can buy a guaranteed investment like Island Project that also has limited upside on the tokenization? Now, of course, there's financial risk. I have to say that we don't have any debts. There's very limited downside. We read our terms and disclaimers. But, I mean, again, it's a physical asset you can't lose. and then there's unlimited upside. Even if we never tokenize, let's just take that out of the equation, you're still making a ton of money on a highly appreciated portfolio that's already worth, this is my dad's opinion, over hundreds of millions of dollars. Because just the pure real estate play is worth hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars by itself, even without tokenization. So if the property portfolio just appreciates over 10, 20, 30 years as a legacy asset, you'll 10x your money just on the basis of real estate. Like, you see how powerful this is? There's dog coins trading at millions of dollars. Pepe the Frog is worth billions of dollars backed by nothing that produces no cash flows and doesn't own anything. So when we tokenize, the value of that token will be fully backed by the underlying appraised value of not just ownership rights, but also the cash flow. Just like a stock. Stocks are priced the discounted cash flows of the company's future performance and expected returns. Proprietary technology, infrastructure, team, management, asset base. It's no different with Island Project. We're just tokenizing it, and we're the first people in the world to do it, way ahead of anybody else. As I spoke to you yesterday, we've already had inquiries for buyouts for part of the portfolio for hundreds of millions of dollars, which we're not selling because we already have the product and we already have the provable concept. In the tech space, it's very common, for example, when you come up with an idea first, and then you pull off the idea and you start having amazing success. Typically, that's when all the big, large multinationals come in and they buy you out in the tech space. So we could already sell. Like, we could have already sold a month ago for $150 million if we wanted to, just cash out, because we're that early, but we're not doing that because we have a multi-billion-dollar investment. And again, it's not about the money. It's about freedom. Because we all know, like all of you know tuning in, that you will have no freedom at all in the future unless you organize with like minds like us. Fight back peacefully in the private markets and politically. You should go out and vote, pray for Trump. Pray it's not the last U.S. election. But we're not just going to rely on that. You see, people like me and my team and Papa John are waging war against the deep state on your behalf and are guaranteeing freedom, liberty, and success with our multi-billion-dollar asset class, soon to be tokenized on a world-class blockchain, led by Christians and faith first. And the beauty of it is we're having a lot of fun, and we're spreading a lot of joy to the world, and we're making people happy, and we're also not losing sight of the fact that life is short, and you should go balls to the wall with your hopes and dreams, and you should always ask for the best, always swing for the fences, always go for the home run, always buy the Lambo, always buy the Rolex, always pursue your dreams, never settle, and anyone that tells you to is not your friend. Again, the 1000X, and it's why I'm successful, and why you are successful, and why our members are rock stars. Is we only go to the 1000X. We only sail to the top. We only find solutions on behalf of liberty and freedom. We only see there is no alternative but massive gains and massive success in changing the world and changing life. And see every single last soul that we can before it's too late. In the glory of the King in Jesus Christ. Amen. So I encourage you, get activated. Feel that Holy Spirit. Fill that up in your life today and take action by onboarding something so simple to understand. A world-class investment opportunity. The best of all of their work in the world. The winner of Martin Hill, along with thousands of active investments and members worldwide, digital note mark, soon to be tokenized on a $5 million blockchain, and get in while you still can. What do you have to lose? I mean, guys, God just comes, destroys the planet. I don't think it's going to matter for your brain.
Like, again, at the end of the day, at some point in the future, let's say you're facing, God forbid, terminal illness or that cancer diagnosis, like my brother, I mean, he was taken out before he had 40 years old. You're not going to be thinking about, well, I'm glad I was conservative and played it safe and didn't pursue my hopes and dreams. I'm glad I never took any risks and just lived a mediocre life and a mediocre spiritual life. I'm happy that I was safe right before I died. So my point is, you're not sick. There's only safety in liberty. There's only safety in Christ the King. You're not it. The only thing you can claim ownership of is your intention, your work ethic, your solutions, your actions, your friends that you align with, the people who are a part of my network, along with my team, and the energy that you present to the world to lead by example and lead yourself to greatness. All of them are meant to be great. And the truth is, all of them are those beautiful space rocks in comet shattering down to the earth right now and floating over the Philippines and lit up the sky. And you are the beauty and the testament of the Lord and the universality of this amazing creation created by God, where we are all connected to the universe. We are all the rivers flowing. We are all the fires burning. We are all the comets shattering this planet. We are all of eternity. We are all the simulation of time. We are all the dimensions are connected. All the people are the same. All the people want the same thing. And we are all and the death, the resurrection of the King of Jesus Christ, who's Lord and Savior, and God the Holy Spirit, and you only God the Father, and only the God's people, coming from the life in the second coming. To become the miracle workers, because the King is unstoppable. The King is in charge. The King is the miracle, and you are His people. Take one, stand up. And if that doesn't motivate, if that doesn't get you excited, if that doesn't pull at your heartstrings and get you to rise, if you can't thank the Holy Spirit, I don't know what will. This is your opportunity today to make that change, to have impact in your life. Before you don't have the change. Before there's no time left to give your life to God, because God has convinced you and I've considered you my goal. I want to be with you in the eternal kingdom forever. When you don't have a chance to fulfill your dream, in the truth of all your talents and greatness that God gave you, or that you didn't take that risk that you wanted to take, and you didn't go for the mountain because you were fearful, or you were scared, and you were being controlled by others that are scared and fearful of the same thing. I am telling you to not be fearful. I am telling you to not be fearful, and to not be scared. There is nothing to fear but God. And once you realize that, you have a strategic advantage, and I believe so is mine. Because the 1000X is ultimate faith in the King and its ultimate honor in following Him. In a world led by one that is blind, and the scientists that constantly change their opinion, in the mainstream media, and the fake politics, and the propaganda, and the dirty politicians, and the criminals on Wall Street, there is only one foundation and one rock that we can guarantee on, and that is the Lord, and it is the seven of salvation. And you test it with Christ. Amen. I am General, leader, and commander of the charge of the Digital Noah's Ark, and we are the miracle
of Jesus Christ, along with you and all of our beautiful members and subscribers tuning in around the world, and your prayers matter. We are praying for you, pray for us, pray for this world, and pray for this people. We are fighting back.
The first time that Israel suffered a sneak attack on holidays since it was miraculously born back up. It's talking about the Jubilee image. That's right. You and I have spoken before about the good of the Jubilee mystery. That is the Jubilee. If you lost your land, you get it back. Yeah. The amazing thing is when you look at the resurrection of Israel, God did all these things on this 50-year sacred calendar. Won't go into the detail, but the first one, 1867, the land is released. They start count 50 years, takes you to 1917. Balfour Declaration, the Jewish people have the land, the church free, but they don't have Jerusalem. So 50 years later, takes you to 1967, Six-Day War, Jerusalem. And then at the end of the Jubilee, you get recognized. You don't know they don't have that. It's additional peace. So count 50 years, takes you to 2017. And Trump issues the first Declaration of Peace of Sudanese. No, that won't happen. He's going to so he's going to take the Jubilee of God, and instead of taking it from a victory and a blessing, he's going to take it from a calamity. And that calamity is called the Yom Kippur War. That's the one time Israel was caught off guard. It has shaken Israel to this day. It looked like Israel was going to be destroyed. So this is Yom Kippur. It was described as a calamity. They died, but it was a calamity. And so that was a good way of making Yom Kippur. All 50 years from that day, that will take you to 2024. So it means it's going to be 11 days, and it's going to be the demonstration. It's going to have Israel by surprise again. It's going to be a ground invasion. It's going to happen on the Sabbath day. It's going to happen on a Hebrew holy day. It's going to, and one of the Moedim of Leviticus, as the first one was, so and it's going to happen on the first Saturday of October. And so, I mean, it's that exact. That is how you can't understand without knowing God. The book opens up the signs of the end of days. Now we're getting really deep. What are some of them? Yeah, well, and let me say one other thing with that, and is that how exact this is, Eric, that when the Yom Kippur War was a reaction to the Six-Day War. Yes. Yeah. The nations weren't striking back. The great victory, Israel, some people say Israel's complacent after the Six-Day War. 6 years later, this massive surprise attack in Syria. Yeah, and it was going to cost all of the this was definitely a reaction to the Six-Day War. But in a spiritual mentality, now you have Jerusalem. You've got to stop up in 2000 years. Now Messiah will come. The temple can be built all the empire ready. So he launches the war. And the time between the start of the Six-Day War, and the start of the Yom Kippur War, is 2,350 days. Okay? Fast forward the Jubilee started alone to say no. Nothing happened. The Senate happened to recognize Jerusalem, which means to God. Okay, that was a deal. If you count the same amount of days from the start of the war started Yom Kippur, 2,315, it takes you not to October 10th, but it doesn't need to be there. It takes you to October 2nd. That is the exact day. And this leads to the end of days. So all this is we have to know we're gone. We're going to go. One whole gigantic section of the Gaelic doctrine is called the end of days. And this is the Bible says at the end of days. And he says that number one, it's going to be a time of great tribulation, trouble for the Jewish people. They will have returned to the land in the last days. The whole world will be against them. The whole world will be focused on Israel. We'll be warring against them. Will be days of distress and of the enemy, actually in the Hebrew, which is the enemy. And so, where are we? Let's say Eric, everybody knows what the Bible says. Well, this is where we are. We are living the day. That day, Israel's back. The world is focused on Israel. conflict. The world is wanting to wish Israel the light bulb, and we are, and it's a time of tribulation for God's people. And so we are in the day, and there's all sorts of mysteries about the end of the day. One of them is the codes of the That's by God the second time, but the first literature this story was the one where the rabbi Jonathan is here on phrase and the brand new book is called The Dragon's Prophecy, a fascinating, timely must-read. You unlock the end of days, what's happening in Israel right now, Jonathan, what happened in Israel in ancient times, and why it impacts all of us today. By the way, folks, this book is encouraging. Yes. I'm about to ask you about the colors of the apocalypse. Yes, we'll get, but once you guys, we'll get to the rabbi. Just it doesn't matter. If you are Jewish, if you are not Jewish, you're a believer in Messiah, or you have the image of God, which you got that, it's all of us. He's against you, he's warning against you, and how do you overcome it? Okay, the Palestinian flag, and this was lifted up on all these days, is red, green, black, and white. That's what that is. Now, when you look at it, this is something called the Northwest going to be popular. What are the colors? Red, black, white, and green. The band has is green. And so, in fact, if you look at all the nations that have that configuration of colors, they are enemies of Israel, or they have been, and they're waiting to be. So it's amazing, but even that, folks, these are kind of, so again, you're not going to get anywhere else. And you can pick up the driver's prophecy where those books are sold. So go through it. Jonathan, you and I have talked a bunch about prophecy. Oh, yes, a coming rule. Funny name, folks, for a name you need to know. God, yes. Really, that was book of Ezekiel chapters 38, 39. Tell us more about my dad. Yeah, maybe the next prophetic event. Yeah, well, Ezekiel is very clear. So, this is from the end time. It's not going to happen before. It says, when Israel comes back in the world, God's nations come back, it's going to be a massive invasion. It's not all together, but it's many nations. It's not all, many. And if you name nations by their ancient names, and you can identify them. I mean, there is a question about Russia. That's a better story, but that's a big thing. But we can identify. He says, that is modern-day Sudan. That was ancient Ethiopia. He says, that is Libya. I don't know if the science to match it up. He says, Tonga and some others, that was Israel, that's Turkey. And then he says, Paras, which was known as Parsat or Persia, which is Iran. So, basically, it's not only you have these enemies of Israel, or active or active, but not only that, but the Iran it says that they're going to partake in an invasion of Israel. Now, we know that's yet to come. But here's the thing, here's a little secret. That is that when you look at, for instance, Bush, Sudan, it was actually involved in this invasion of Israel. Actually sponsored, actually smuggled into Hamas that this could happen. You look at Libya, they are the next nation that also smuggled in, took part in an invasion of Israel. Turkey funded it, also the same thing. And Iran, Iran was behind all of that. So this is the first time in history that the ones that we can identify clearly there, who had a part in an invasion of Israel. They never invaded before. Had a part. You're crossing the line. Now, what's coming is going to be a full invasion. This is already, we never crossed this line before. We have crossed several prophetic lines. And spoiler alert, that last day's invasion force doesn't get very far. The God of Israel intervenes. Yes. That's very interesting. That's what history is. Out of the mountains of Israel. Yeah. Hey, and entity, by the way, Jonathan, just means to me, and you just laid out how it's crossed a major prophetic threshold this year. It seems that October 7th, in many ways, opened up the prophetic floodgates and really helped to lay the groundwork for coming events like that Gog Magog. Yeah.
Want to know if you can vote in the election? You need to be at least 18 years old by election day. And Canadians that approve and permanent voting projects for at least 40 days immediately before election day. To get your name added to the voters list, you must show a name that in confirmation shows your address and their signature, and then your driver's license to let you know as it has all the information. You can use other documents such as social bill, lease, or passport. A friend for those who can also mention. You don't need to show ID at the vote if you're already registered. but you must confirm your name and address before you vote. Take the election facts from your trusted election source. Visit electionend.ca.
Speaking of which, an entity known as the Star Parak. Yes. Tell us more about it. Yeah, this is an entity. You know, the Bible says we are warned not against flesh and blood, but spirit, principality. Well, behind hidden news events, if you don't understand that, you're not going to understand what's happening. The Bible speaks of an entity called the Sar Parak, it's the word of death, translated a number of different ways. And it says that this entity is basically what its mission is in the book of Daniel, is to stop the prophetic purposes of God for Israel concerning the last days. He's the one who tries to stop that revelation of the last days, which is going to be the Antichrist, the temple from Daniel. So the thing is, entities don't die. And so therefore, when Israel comes back in the world for the last days and time, you'd expect this entity to be especially active or activist. And the amazing thing is, this Sar Parak could mean the ruler, prince or ruler of Iran. It's actually linked to Iran. Now, Iran, when it came back, was actually not against Israel. But according to the Bible, it's going to happen. Because Iran's in Ezekiel 33. Before 1979, Iran and Israel were actually friends. Yeah. But I remember being at a prophecy, but I was a prophecy seminar when I was a new believer. I wasn't even a believer. I believe it was about Russia. And somebody says, well, Iran and Israel, they're great friends. So guys, well, the Bible said it. And sure enough. And so it's like they turn and they become obsessed with Israel. Turns to Israel. Yeah. And this is, and so Iran is obsessed with the destruction of Israel. Israel considers Iran its arch enemy. And so it's not natural. It's not a natural nation with that government. It's not natural. It's bent on destruction. It is demonic. And so that's why what happened in the midst of this, for the first time, another prophetic threshold, Iran actually struck Israel. That had not happened directly before. April 13th, 2024. Struck Israel. First time. So we're talking, this is major. It's the first time that any nation mentioned by Ezekiel actually struck as happened directly. And so, therefore, they have an entity behind it. And so, they try to kill Iran. So you're not dealing with a nation, you're dealing with an entity. And a demonic entity. And the other thing is that the Bible says, in the same book, it says, but there's also something called the Son of Israel, the ruler, prince, or defender of Israel. And his name is Michael, or Michael, if you're real spiritual people. But Michael, so actually Israel has this force that's keeping it alive. And so you have this war, what in the heavens of the skies of Israel, skies of Rome. And he can't see. And there was like virtually nothing that struck Israel. I mean, virtually nothing. You know, so the thing is, so let's think about this. The Bible says it's a war between the two. They actually fight each other. So it makes sense that in the world, the two nations are going to be like mortal enemies. That's all there. It's all in the spirit. 99.9% of those incoming projectiles on April 13th launched by Iran were shot down and intercepted. Miraculous. Number two, Iran is played out in the layout of the Dragon's Prophecy, the Great Report. Truly is the heavy slave when it comes to terror against Israel, funding, supporting Hamas, Hezbollah, yes. Which brings me to May 2020. Yes. Ibrahim Raisi, yes, the former Iranian president, a man known as the Butcher of Tehran, killed in a helicopter crash. Yes. Was there prophetic significance? Yes, there was. Yep. And this makes sense. You know, if you go, you think behind October 6th is Hamas. Behind Hamas is Iran. Behind Iran is the Sar Parak. And behind the Sar Parak is the dragon. I mean, this is like the Bible has him. So here's the thing. You have the president of Iran, as you said, Ibrahim Raisi, and he's the only president who oversaw an attack on Israel. Now the Bible said, now his name, Ibrahim, comes from Abraham. So he's named after the father of the people that he's trying to wipe out. And he's named after the one who God made a covenant that if you touch Israel, God's going to come back at you. You're not going to, you curse Israel, it's coming back. He actually, the first one to touch, he touched the apple of God's eyes. He said, Israel's got it. About 30 days later, he was struck down dead. Now, about 30 days after he touched the apple of God's eye. Not only that, during those days, he threatened Israel with total destruction. He said there's nothing left. Well, about 30 days later, there was nothing left of him. And the thing is, there's actually, and that's blasphemy, by the way. You say you're going to destroy Israel because it's God's name, you can't do that. And the thing is, the day before he was struck, there was actually an ancient parsha, an ancient scripture that was read throughout Israel, and it was, well, you know what it was pointing? It was about the man who blasphemes, and he would be taken out and struck down. I'm going to tell you one more thing. It says, when God says, when the nation of Ezekiel, they're ready to come down, he says, I'm going to bring them against the mountains, and they're going to fall on the mountains. Okay. So Abraham Racy was struck down on the mountains. God won against the mountains. As the first one to actually do it, it's a sign for what's it. Rabbi Jonathan Cohen, again, no one is unlocking this like you are. Folks, the book is called, yes, the dragon, the enemy is on wings, but so is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And guess what? He's victorious, and so is his land and his people, land of Israel. And you can read about all of it in the dragon's prophecy. Israel, the dark resurrection in the end of days. That title doesn't grab you, I don't know what will. Hey, the temple of Jerusalem, the world's most coveted piece of real estate, a connection to activity, yes. Yeah, and the temple has something very here of Christ. That's what it's talking about with the Revelation. The temple's going to be there. Antichrist is going to desecrate it, sit as God. And so the temple wants that worship. That's where God's going to come. You know, that's what's going to work. So the enemy, so you want to think about this. Just again, once you get the spiritual, think about what's the enemy has made it so that no Jewish person is allowed to pray on that mountain, to have any kind of. Is anything on that mountain? It's insane. Solomon's temple, the Epic temple, goes still on that mountain. It's a temple mount for a reason. Yeah, that's a food and the people. Yeah, and so he's done everything to keep them away, keep them away. So if anything touches that mount, all hell's going to break loose, and that's what happened. The unseen story is earlier that year, something happened on the Temple Mount. There were rumors that Jewish people wanted to celebrate Passover on the Mount and offer up a lamb. And so all hell broke loose. That was a riot on the Mount between Israel and Hamas. At that point said, we're going to pay for this. October 7th was the payment for that. It was the end. I'm thinking about it spiritually. The dragon saying, "Oh, you're going to touch me. You're going to move me from this mount," which God will do. But I'm going to strike you. And so, as it happened on a Hebrew holy day, Passover, he struck Israel on a Hebrew holy day, the end of Tabernacles. So one is the first day of the Hebrew year, the other is the last day. And so, in fact, Hamas even said it. They even said it. They said it's the blood happened on the mount. And they called it, I said they called it the flood. They also called it the Al-Aqsa flood. So even it's all Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's right out there. It's even Revelation is affecting our world right now. And the other thing I just thought of as we're talking, Eric and that is that it's, when God says that the nations are going to invade Israel, he says it's going to come like a storm. The word Tufan, Operation Tufan, means flood, but it also means the storms. And actually the word in Hebrew, in Ezekiel, is Shoah, which is the same word as the Holocaust. And we won't go into it, but even Hitler was part of what happened. Yeah, and you mentioned the prophetic significance. Osama bin Laden even cited the Temple Mount as a reason behind 9/11. People, this would be shocking for people, but behind 9/11 was actually also the Temple Mount. He used almost the exact same words that Hamas used and said they're going to take them out. It's the dragon, and that's what we're dealing with. We mentioned King Solomon, his throne that once stood upon the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Yeah. He broke down the red calf. And King Solomon, how does that tie into the dragon's prophecy? Yeah, you probably heard about it. I mean, you're red heifers, but the red heifers, they were taken from Texas, and they were taken into. So they found the red heifers, and this is part of the restoration of the temple. What's with the dragon? For the enemy, this is going to be a threat, number one. So they even mentioned, Hamas even mentioned, they said those red cows was part of what they think. But one of the they called the red heifers. The red heifers, yeah, they called it the red cows. Yeah. There's one day that celebrates, the New God celebrates Solomon moving, dedicating the temple. It's the 22nd of Tishrei, the end of Tabernacles. And they read, on the appointed word, they read how Solomon dedicated the temple on the mount. Now, for the enemy, this is a threat thing. So it was as they were reading this, although it fell, Tishrei 22, that year fell on October 2nd. So as they're reading this the dragon strikes. And you mentioned, speaking of dragon striking, and Jonathan, the aftermath of it, in the wake of October 7th, he said this earlier, you would think that the groundswell of support from Israel for the Jewish people, the exact opposite has happened. It's crazy, a demonic wave of anti-Semitism and anti-Israel sentiment throughout the world, including right here in the United States. Yeah, it's crazy. And on the campus, there's involving
And I mean, it's not natural. You don't, when does something like this happen? And the reaction is, we hate the victims even more. I mean, great, pull down the hostage posters, great. But the thing is, that the Bible says in Revelation that out of the dragon's mouth came the spirit like frogs, and then went through the world to gather the nations against Israel. That's the final war. And so
You see that shaping up.
yeah, why would you, can you imagine the world's going to be against the size of New Jersey, a little state? Well, you can see it because it's very natural. And here's some of the benefits of it. They were chanting from the river to the sea, Malachi chapter 3, which means Israel to the soil. But once it's in time, the version of the river to the knowledge, the God promised the land of Abraham in the Bible, from the sea to the river, from the sea to the river. So the enemy reverses it. That is the hand of God. And the thing is all there. Look at this. This is the next generation. And it's just the next leaders of America have an opposite. What's the story? Well, the Bible said it too, that that day, they will come. And so we got to get these dragons box and pick up wherever books are sold. The brain blockbuster from one side of the cartoon, the Return of the Gods, the Siren, the Festival of Dragon's Boxing is the latest side. But people watch those and say, this is absolutely fascinating. Where does he get this? And it's all things like your learning process. The Holy Spirit is drawing the pieces of incredible books in the history of not paper. It's not like it's going to be one more. It's not good to talk about it. But this one is worth see that's good. I'm not just going to know the God for the do it. What is this one? It's and he just does that, and that guy was teaching about a few months ago, produces like thousands of pages ago. Yeah, so listen, yeah. This is the way to go. Not just Israel. And by the way, what is this now we're talking about? October 7th, ancient old the Philistines, the Palestinians road. Where is this all leading? What they call these dragons. It's all leading to this stuff. It's all leading together, as the Bible says. That's the business. It's important. But it's the revelation is of the Messiah. They want to make that's like the children. The woman is but they're not fighting on religion. Right? The Bible says that you're a associate of Israel, you're a child So underneath Palestine is a moment that's what he does there. He seeks to take away the purpose God gave us and give us a false purpose in our life, so that we never know the purpose God has. And so this is, and God is into redeeming that. So this is ultimately about we are in a fight. Right recently, I'm sure this is okay. I think it's okay to say that, the president was shot and he said, fight. Well, he said, the Lord keeps giving me, the Lord keeps giving us for this year. Fight. This is, we are in a battle, all of us. And if you care, let's say you're watching, you're not even believing, you're going to be the enemies. You're Jewish enemies. And so by the way, the people of God and the Jewish people have to come together, which has happened. Israel and the church has it. But also, if you're believers of God, getting into it, they're trying to war against you in the moment you have won. Because they're trying to harass you, batter you, abuse you, wound you, scar you, defile you, distract you, and anything you do to stop God's purposes. And you have to fight. That's why we have to be fighters for spiritual. That's it. But there's a thing in conference. It's Jesus. Yeah. And this goes to a mystery I call it the mystery of the secret Israelis. And that is this.
You know, if you speak to a believer, it's okay, yeah, I'm a spiritual Israelite, I'm a spiritual guy. You're not just a spiritual Israelite, you're a spiritual Israeli. Because God has brought them back in our lifetime. This is a revelation here. Now think of this. When the Jewish people came back to the land, okay, before that, they weren't doing this fighting. Yeah, but Jewish people weren't allowed to fight. It said that, a lot of people, a lot of cultures have good fight things. Jewish people have really almost fight things. And he said, I was saying, there's no research. It's just, I was saying like this. Once they came back to Israel, they realized they had a fight. If they didn't fight, they didn't learn to fight, they didn't survive. It's people that it's different. The legendary part is that normally people in the Roman Empire were the people in Israel, legendary warriors. Yeah, it says something because it's kind of like restoring an ancient identity that was lost for a long time. Yeah, that is land. That's the key. And so if they're coming back to their inheritance, it's time that at the beginning of the age, it's time that the church, all God's people, come back to where we went to the beginning of the age. We were also witness the book of Acts. Powerful, mighty, overcoming the Roman Empire. And so the thing is, when they started fighting, people never fought. They came out of the harbor. All of a sudden, they become like the greatest soldiers. That means there's an anointing for us in the end time. We have to become spiritual Israelis. We have to become fighters. Meaning, you don't accept what the enemy wants you to like. You don't accept anymore. You don't accept the sin. You don't accept that. If you don't accept that situation, no, I'm fighting. The Lord said, we are in this fight. And it's no weapon formed against you will prosper. But you gotta fight. If you don't fight, you don't win. You want to be victorious, but if you don't, you cannot be victorious if you don't fight. So as the Israelis are to the world, to the natural, we are to be to the supernatural. You are in spiritual Israelis. Live that good. Fight the good fight. So it's the dragon's prophecy means, as you can hear, a call to action. Not just a book, it's a call to action for these times, Rabbi Jonathan Kahn, and the book of Revelation, and you unpack it in detail in that dragon's prophecy, talks about the dragon and the lamb. Yes. That in significance. Yeah, well, it's a battle between the dragon and the lamb. Think about a dragon, think about a lamb. Most people would put their bets on the lamb. Yeah, the lamb is defenseless, it's gone. But the wonderful thing is the lamb wins against the dragon. And so when you look at Eric, when you look down history, they have revelation, but it also gives us a revelation about everything. And that is evil comes as a dragon. It comes to collapse, comes to intimidate, comes fierce, comes in like a flood. It comes like a dragon, and it looks overwhelmed. It also looks overwhelmed. Evil looks overwhelmed. It looks overwhelmed. But good comes as a lamb. And it doesn't look, the people of God under the Roman Empire, they're like lions under the dragon. What? They win. But they win. The believers under the Soviet Union, they were the dragon. The Soviet Union looks like a dragon. They look like that. They win. They win. This is the Jewish people, like we said, strong against all odds. God has given us the power to win against all odds. The power is with the Lamb. Our Messiah is the Lion of Judah, and he's also the Lion of God. And there's, in the end, we win. We totally win. This is just something we can mention about Israel that's clear after the death. It's a phenomenon of history that God always prevails over the devil. When the ending, the script has already been written, and the ending is complete. We win, and Israel wins. Absolutely. I said that. And God said, I brought the Jewish people into the world to show them their witnesses I exist. And to birth, the woman gets birth. They birth the word. They birth Messiah. They birth and they're going to birth the kingdom. That's why he wants to destroy them. And he tries to destroy it. One thing they open up at the strategy of the enemy is the charm. One of the things he tries to do is try to prevent what God is about to do. Once you talked about something in your life, next week, he tries to stop it before counsel. So don't get discouraged. When you're going to attack you, almost breaking this with your God's will, don't get depressed. Get joyous because God's going to do something great. I just started to read it. And no matter what I do, things go. I want to say make it here. It's a good sign. So the only thing when you look at this, if you weren't having an effect, the devil would just leave you alone. He wouldn't waste it. That's the difference to the kingdom. That's right. So David asked you that. So when you look at Jewish history, okay, and you got everybody tried to destroy it. Pharaoh tried to destroy them, the Assyrians tried to crush them, Rome, Babylon, Hitler, the Soviet Union, Hamas, Hezbollah, that's what like them out. For 4,000 years just about. Kind of like that. But the amazing thing is, the amazing thing is, the Pharaohs are gone. Assyria has fallen. Rome has collapsed. Babylon is won. Hitler has perished, Roethlisberger has collapsed, the terrorist will be gone from this world. But, on Israel's side, the nation of Israel lives because the God of Israel lives, and so the people of God are going to live. You are God's people, and God of Israel is your God. Beside Israel, Yeshua, Jesus is Lord. You're going to live. You're going to live. Just keep fighting. You are bound for victory. Keep fighting, and God has promised. One race, you want to be fast. You just have to get out and keep going. You just want to fight. You don't have to be strong. You just have to keep going. You're going to win. It's guaranteed. That's the thing. So fight with the fight. If anyone has a glorious future, Rabbi Jonathan Kahneman, believers, followers of Yeshua, Jesus, also have a very glorious future. Once you Americans look the dragon's prophecy about Israel in the days, but we've talked about how, look, followers of Jesus need to take this book very seriously. Once the average American, Americans in general, we have a large American audience watching right now, once you Americans take this as the dragon's prophecy, yes, see what's unfolding in Israel right now, in particular our leaders. Yeah, well, one is you need to pray for Israel, you need to pray, bless Israel, number one. Number two, everyone out there, it doesn't just go God, but the Bible is so true, so amazing, so be encouraged in the fight, but also you need to vote for people who will do God's will in everything, with life, with anything, with Israel, and all that, and support, bless them. Bible says it's guaranteed. You bless Israel, you're going to be blessed. You're going to be blessed. And then you say that is curse Israel. There are side people, and I've never met somebody in my life who hated the Jews or wasn't good. I've never met anyone in my life who hated them. And they loved Israel and was blessed. So listen, it's a win-win thing. And the other thing is, and it's like there's something that comes right from that box. They're trying, and the world becomes, we're not getting it. It's totally not for it's not, it's the future, but it's written in the past tense. So which is done. The fight the fourth war, be the one that you there, walk into it. And another thing is that the dragon is the time. The land is not this woman. So a little child is full of it, and they can go stuff, they can do stuff, but they can't go home. But the land is one thing, they can go do it. And so we know it never lasts. And we're going to help you. Keep going with the land, stay loving what's there. We're doing what's the night, it's like it's for the morning. The enemy does his thing, but the love of God is forever. You are on the winning side. The Lord is one ending, the dragon is one ending, you are on the winning side. And we have a great, wonderful fight. And that's and we want to close that. It's not, but it's for the simple now. That Jesus is now returning to Washington, D.C., New York City, Berlin, Tokyo.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to The Fringe. Often on this channel, you'll notice that we do videos that talk about Justin Trudeau's democracy, the future of Canadian politics, what's happening in Canadian politics, but something recently has exploded that needs to be discussed right now. If you've ever watched one of the videos on this channel, it's very important that you watch this one fully to the end. If you have the time, please leave a thumbs up and a comment down below. It's going to help push this video beyond 2,000 centuries. What we have to discuss today is the path of the choice and the future of how you get your information in this country. At least that's what I believe as we move forward with this very critical point and subject in Canada, as well as the United States. I will have a full in-depth story tomorrow as to what caused this problem, but for today I want to talk about why everything's at stake and why I feel it's all at stake. It's an attack on everyone's democracy and how you consume any product, whether it be news, whether it be entertainment, whether it be anything that the government doesn't want you to have a part in. Recently, allegations have come out against companies like Kent Media. Lori Kent, Lori Kent is a
influencer as well as Morgan Sutter, stating that Canadian media had taken millions upon millions of dollars from Russian special interest groups, I guess you could say, to push conservative messages to try and essentially remove parties like the Democrats from the United States, remove Justin Trudeau, and push far-right extremist values. Essentially, now you have both the U.S. president as well as Justin Trudeau coming out saying that if you don't believe what they say, if you don't take their comments at face value or their way of life, their structure at face, you are essentially a far-right extremist who probably are getting money from the Russians. Now, everybody saw this as a nothing burger. Everybody said that this isn't going anywhere, but where it's going now is very dangerous. What I feel is a catalyst, once again, to prop up censorship, to remove outlets like this one, like any channels you watch that covers politics on the platform. In fact, all of them should be covering this as to how serious this is. Censorship could become a very real possibility in the future. Now, again, I will have a story going back to Lawrence Finn tomorrow. But what's happened now is a result. If you've been following Pierre Poilievre in Canada, following what Pierre has said in terms of his message for Canadians, what he wants to do is tax the tax, simply make life better for Canadians despite the high rate. You look at Donald Trump talking about what he's going to do to make America great again. And no coincidence, there's a U.S. election coming up very quickly, as well as Canada's next federal election, which could be coming at any time, but it's still slated for next year, 2025. What is happening here is a shift. This isn't a marketing campaign. It is not anything designed to try and sway you one way or the other, fortunately. If you look at government-based media, even when you look at the United States, you have Donald Trump talking about news, CNN, BBC, CBS. If you look at Canada with CTV Global, CBC, they're all funded as the government's propaganda. What they're trying to do, what they're essentially trying to do, is nail down key influencers. To say that they're colluding with Russia. Remember that with Donald Trump? Russia, well, this is now being brought on influencers to shut down the free speech. Dave Rubin, of course, coming out saying he had no idea he was taking money from Russia. People who went to the Green Card conference in Canada last June in Victoria, which was organized by Laurent Chen, is now being told that anyone who took part in that money, including influencers like Leach, Chris Barber, Marty F. North, are all guilty of taking money from Russian activists. You never heard of the Tide Foundation or Tide Corporation? They spend billions each year to try and silence people who want to sell oil. To say that Russian propagandists are flooding money into Canada's political system to shift people to a far-right extreme view is a laughable step when you consider that the Canadian government has 11 members in Parliament under the Liberal Party that are known to be working with China. That won't be brought out. People won't know the list. People aren't going to know what's going on. But Pierre Poilievre is guilty of taking Russian money. Of course, Pierre Poilievre again having a video where Russian jets appeared in the background. They're now tying it into the air, saying that he's part of it. Now, Pierre's going to be signing over the weekend, and again, should he make a statement about it, which I'm sure he will, it's gone so far now. I know this was a long setup, but it's gone so far now that the Government of Canada website is now putting out documents to support their claims. Now, what I want to remind everybody is it's very simple to do. When the Prime Minister was able to take the majority of this country and flip it on its head and set people against each other, if you go on to any social media platform, Twitter right now, when you look at any talk that's going on about this, there are bots out there, there are real accounts, there are tons of people coming out blaming anybody who views their opinions on the right side of the spectrum, that Russia, that Poilievre is dead with Russia. It's a huge smear campaign. I'm going to read this statement and I'm going to get into what this means in the future and why what he chooses is at stake.
statement by the Minister of Public Safety and Democratic Institutions concerned governmental fail on U.S. action without U.S. support. Maybe honorable, that's questionable. Dominic Lamont, Minister of Public Safety and Democratic Institutions and Senior Justice Affairs, issued the following statement. I commend the United States for its recent decisive action against individuals allegedly involved in Russian influence operations aimed at undermining democratic process. I also condemn the strongest terms attacked by Russian state-owned media parties who spread misinformation and their influence election outcomes and undermining democracy and rule-based international order and invasive information operations, cyber against Western targets. Again, 11 liberal members are in bed with the Chinese, and that list will never be revealed. But here they are saying, oh, we condemn all this influence coming from Russia. Now, again with Donald Trump, remember that they investigated Donald Trump. There was a committee from that. But this is what they're doing now. They're digging it all up again. And now it's taking traction in Canada. Canada's been working in close cooperation with the United States federal allies. While we are unable to comment on ongoing investigation because the government has to block it, we are united in confronting Russia's aggression with raging against democratic societies, and we will not hesitate to take action necessary to hold Russia's president to account. Any Canadians who illegally assist in Russia's persistent attempts to use disinformation, criminal and covert activity, and corruption to undermine our sovereignty and democratic government will face the full force of Canadian law. This is where it gets serious. So people like Marty O'Connor, Merrill Lynch, Chris Barber, any of them are somehow tied to the accusations going on with Lauren Chen and Lauren Southern, which again, I think are just trumped up, no pun intended. Essentially, we could all be put in jail for putting out this information, for coming on YouTube and saying, guys, this is serious.
Throughout this, ordinary people have done extraordinary things. They inspire things. Creating the impossible and destroying the inspiring. Chose to change, chose to build, to always for all of us as hope for us all. Now it's your time to reimagine civilization.
On the market because of my books, because of my presence on YouTube. All of a sudden, I'm on a list for possible money laundering when my realtor checks the anti-money laundering database on our home, which, is no surprise, is a Canadian government-run facility. Mayor Leach and Chris Barber are still in court over allegations of mischief. The entire independent media on what would be considered a conservative spectrum is now being prosecuted by hearsay. I don't see any supporting document that we're in bed with certain people. I'll tell you right now, I will state first and foremost on this channel, I do not take money from anybody aside from Google, which is YouTube. I am not in anybody's back pocket. I am not on anybody's payroll. I am not on a politician. I'm influenced by any outside group to push what I push on this channel.
These are my own opinions and sound of mind. What they're actually addressing here is very alarming. They're threatening to put people in jail if they label your words as disinformation. How often does Justin Trudeau say that what anybody on the right says is misinformation? Government of Canada takes the issue of foreign interference seriously. No, they don't, because there's 11 individuals that are still on the list that we're about. In 2022, the Canadian Radio, Television, and Telecommunications Commission, CRTC, formally removed RT and RT France from both the non-Canadian programming and stations authorized for distribution. We know that the issue requires a whole of government and whole of society approach, and we are committed to standing up to malicious actors, again, talking about social media, who threaten Canada's economic and national security. Canadians can be confident that Canada's law enforcement and security agencies investigate and respond to potential threats. We will always take the necessary action to keep communities in open. See, this is insanity. We are now at war when it comes to our freedom. Essentially what Justin Trudeau, I feel, my personal opinion, is going to do is use this to prop up all of the censorship bills, to say that the internet must be secured by the government, that they must determine what can and can't go out, because the last thing they want to do is put Canada's safety at stake. This could be the end of channels like this, channels like Personal Voice, The Pleb, Northern Perspective. Anytime we put out a video, anytime that I put out a video on this channel talking about anything to do with Justice Trudeau, I can essentially be investigated, and should they want to twist what I say into certain perspectives, be actually arrested and put in jail for merely talking about my opinion on Parliament. Everyone watching this video should be contacting their MP right now. You should, not just your MPs, but your local delegates, your municipal delegates, federal and provincial, asking them why the federal government is going out of their way to label Canadians while 11 MPs on the Liberal Party still sit in the House of Commons that are tied to the Chinese Communist Party, that we're not allowed to know about them while they go on a witch hunt for social media influencers and those who are content creators on the platform. Smear them in order to censor people and censor control. Again, I will have an in-depth story tomorrow as to what's going on in the channel. So I didn't have something about it. But I felt that this needs to get up quickly. This needs to get up ASAP. So again, if you enjoyed this video, please leave a thumbs up. Please leave a comment down below. It is going to help present this video out there for those who hear this, those who know. Again, tag other YouTube channels in this discussion thread. Make sure they're aware of what's going on so that they can talk about this, so that they can put it out with more voices. Put this out. And again, I will state for the last time, I am not paid by anybody other than Google. Technically, I'm paid by Amazon for book sales. However, I am not paid by any outside influencers. I do not have formal sponsors on this channel. Any sponsorship I have ever done is of my own will. I do not charge for those sponsorships. So, unless Google is taking money from the Russians, I assure you, I have not done this. Again, I'm not payroll. I'm not paying competition by anybody, even any political stature, despite knowing what to push their message. Everything I say on this channel is my own opinions, and it's going to stay that way. If you did enjoy this video, please, for the sake of keeping this channel alive, make sure to hit that subscribe button and consider your subscription. Turn on your bell for notifications, and again, I'm sure YouTube will attempt to push this down as much as possible. We'll be live here on the channel each and every Friday night for as long as this channel is active. Our live stream show where we talk about everything that's happening in politics, and as well as a little back and forth with the community. It's always great to hear what you guys have to say outside of the videos, and I'm sure you'll have lots to say about this subject this upcoming Friday in the chat. And I look forward to seeing each and every one of you there.
For what it's worth, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the information shared in this video. Have a great rest of your day. I'll catch you up with you soon.
Introducing the Hyundai Santa Fe. It's an all-new delivery, exceeding front to safety. One changes everything.
Most 3 issues with 1 answer. I recommend Sensodyne sensitivity gum and enamel.
It is great to be here in Arizona, and in 60 short days, we're going to take back this country, and it's going to start here in Arizona. Now, I got to say, I've been in politics all of this year. You meet some really scumbag Arizona are absolutely, we have some of the best people representing the state of Arizona. I want to shout out to one of the very best, and that's Representative Paul I want to call out the chair of the Arizona Republican Party, Gina. Where is Gina? We've got Neal County Sheriff Mark Lynn. And we've got Karen Saylor. Where's Karen? We've also got Debbie Weiss here. Where's Debbie at? Debbie, thank you. Again, some great leaders here in Arizona, and this campaign, my friends, is about a very simple thing. It's about taking this country back and taking the great Arizona leadership style to Washington, D.C. There's no way to do that. There's no way to do that unless we fire San Francisco liberal Kamala Harris and promote Donald Trump as the President of the United States. Now, we're here, and I want to talk a little bit about the border, my friends, because you guys see it more than anybody else. The American southern border is nasty. We're going to talk about the ways in which Kamala Harris has broken it. We're going to talk about the ways in which Donald Trump has fixed it. And then we're going to talk to the American people. It's the question of the press, because whether you're hostile or friendly, if you want to be the people's president or vice president, you ought to talk to the press. You ought to make your case to the American people. And that's not wrong. And I'm sure because President Trump and I are the only candidates in the race that will actually talk to the press before we ask us strictly nice questions, right? Don't hold your breath. And by the way, it's good to be here in Arizona. Even in early September, I will tell you that we brought the whole here. So I've got my lovely wife, Lucia. Lucia, where they at? But we brought our 3 kids. They're 7, 4, and 2. We even brought our dog. I'll tell you, after about 15 minutes this morning in the Arizona heat, they were all tapped out. You guys are a lot tougher in Arizona than we are in the state of Ohio. I have never seen 3 kids who were anxious to get out of the hotel room in 15 minutes. They were ready for the AC after about 15 minutes, and we're so thrilled to welcome you guys to give them, and we're so thrilled to what this state could be better leadership. I mean, think about this, y'all. So, Kamala Harris is an interesting candidate. Yeah, we should go because she deserves it. I won't stop them from doing that. But think about this. This is a person who became the Vice President of the United States on a promise of reform, and she actually did. On day 1, Kamala Harris said we're going to suspend deportation. On day 1, Kamala Harris said we're going to stop Donald Trump from being the next policy. And remember what that
come into this country in a plain asylum. You gotta remain in Mexico while your claim is being adjudicated. We're not gonna release you in the country. Give you a work permit and healthcare benefits. You gotta remain in Mexico. She stopped that policy on day one. And then also on day one, she re-implemented the terrible catch and release policy that allowed people to take advantage of our system. She stopped the all across the state of Arizona. You see it sitting there on the ground. And she did this crazy thing where they did parole for billions upon billions of illegal aliens. That is the record in Kamala Harris. Well, I bring a message from Donald J. Trump. If you are in this country illegally, in 6 months, pack your bags and you're going home. Now, here's what we're going to do on top of it. We are going to re-implement deportations in this country. We're going to finish that beautiful border wall along the state of Arizona and everywhere else. We are going to stop catch and release, and we're going to stop giving Medicare benefits and health care benefits to illegal aliens. They deserve to go to American citizens, not the people who have no right to be in this country. Now that is the Donald Trump agenda, and it's simple common sense. One of the reasons why Donald Trump has gotten you've got on the Trump team, you've got people like Nikki Haley and Ryan Kemp, and we've also got RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. You know why? Common sense is what unites the Republican ticket in 2024. You don't have to Donald Trump on every single issue, but you know, united is some basic common sense. We're going to close down that border. We're going to bring down the cost of housing and groceries for American citizens. We're going to try to persuade our fellow Americans instead of censoring them, and we're going to fire that crazy person, Kamala Harris. We're not going to give her promotion. That's the common sense unity view of the United States of America. Now let's just talk about some of the wages, some of the costs of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe just last month we had the largest fentanyl bust in the history of this country, $12.6 million in fentanyl. And let's talk just a little bit about the human cost of this, because these are not just statistics. $12.6 million, that's a lot of money, of course, and that's a lot of fentanyl. But let me tell you just a personal story. You know, a lot of you know where I came from and how I grew up, and some of you don't. I was raised by my grandmother, a working class Appalachian woman from Eastern Kentucky. She was a Spitfire. God bless you guys. Thank you. Now, Mamaw was an interesting study in contrast. You know, Mamaw, she was a woman of very deep Christian faith. She was, even though she didn't graduate from high school, she thought very seriously about what her Christian faith required of her. Mamaw also loved the ethic, my friend. She was and I'll tell you, my wife can attest to this. She gets mad at me from time to time because, you know, sometimes I talk like Mamaw, and that means sometimes our curriculum talks like Mamaw, and nobody wants a 4-year-old who talks like Mamaw. I want to repeat some things that she said. I know we've got campers here, we've got some kids too, but, you know, Mamaw, because she's tough, because she's young, and because she's firm and disciplined, also she needs to when I did one, I haven't seen those there. I think the American dream is worth fighting for, worth serving for, isn't it?
There's the bonus. Before they would kill a Christian.
The reason Mamaw took such good care of me, the reason she had to take such good care of me is because my mom struggled with opioid use for a chunk of my life. And I'm very proud to say, by the way, that my mom is now right on the cusp of 10 years with work. Thank God for that. And for all of you now struggling with addiction, there is recovery, and there is grace out there. But Lord, what He did, He made us save that person. Because one of the things that I really appreciate is that there is a combination of society in 2024 come across for my mom still struggling with addiction, I said, I don't think we should be able to continue to play this over, and I don't think our community has gotten to build a relationship with my mom and their grandmother. And if we believe in anything in this country, in the America First movement, we believe in second chances, and Kamala Harris is taking away from our citizens. We're going to fight to rebuild it. We're going to fight to rebuild the America. And that's why we've got to close down that southern border. You know, I was in Valdosta before, about as far away from here as it could be. More typical with Valdosta in August. But you know, they showed me something. The sheriff showed me an interdiction. And that's where all the drugs that they catch on I-10 or on I-75, it sort of sits at the intersection of two major highways. And they showed me the stuff that they got. And, you know, there's big bags of marijuana, there's cocaine, there's pills, there's a whole host of things they showed me. And you know what they showed me? I was confused by it. They showed me a big box of candy. And, you know, it's like Nerds candy, which I think to myself, well, I don't like Nerds very much. I'm more of a chocolate guy, but it doesn't belong to the sheriff's interdiction room. And you know why it's there? Because the drug cartels have figured out that if they disguise this stuff as candy, it's easier to get into this country. By the way, what sick people who use children's candy as a disguise for deadly drugs, and what a sick person we have as vice president who fights these people who are country to do business instead of throwing them out. But you know, it means we realize that we're going to get into and it's going to take their lives. And the reason it's going to take their lives is not because any kid should suffer picking up back candy, but because their leadership, our children's leadership, has failed. What kind of person lets drug cartels exist in their country? What kind of a person allows the drug cartels to disguise fentanyl as candy? And what kind of a person invites these people to go off of our country while our citizens die? I don't want to answer that question. What kind of person or she sure as hell should be president of the United States, which is why we need to say, we're off time. I'm ready to decide. Well, it's interesting, though, because, you know, the media wants to cover Kamala Harris is running a campaign on this all the time. Have you heard this? The Democratic National Convention is all about joy. And I thought to myself, look, you know, what does Kamala Harris have to be especially joyful about? She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Americans can't afford groceries. Americans can't afford to buy a home, especially young people. It's frightening what's going on right here. We put this up yesterday. On X and all that. Where did you find that? Check the latest logos for NATO. That's the NATO inclusion logo. How are everybody's involved now? NATO is not just a military organization. It's part of the globalist agenda. This is why, for some time now, I have opposed Canada's continued membership in NATO, as well as the U.S. This is an organization whose time was spent decades ago at the end of the Cold War. It served a great purpose during the Cold War. Don't get me wrong, I worked for NATO. I wrote the talking points. In fact, I wrote the talking points for NATO long after the organization had served its useful purpose. But I was in uniform, and I did what I was told. And believe me, at the time, I thought NATO found a new pathway, a new objective that was good. But it's turned out to be a disaster. It's been endless wars across the world, and NATO has brought us to the brink of a nuclear war with Russia. I say that every day because we need to wake up to the importance and the salience
and the obviousness of that. We are headed toward a nuclear deployment. So what does this mean? Well, Justin Trudeau explained what it meant. Quite some time ago at the last NATO conference in Washington. Let's listen again to what Justin Trudeau said about the future of NATO.
NATO have long recognized and indisputable fact. Climate change is not only an existential environmental threat, but one of the defining security issues of our time. Au Canada, le concept longtemps que les changements climatiques sont non seulement une menace environnementale, mais aussi une sécurité et l'environnement. Rising sea levels, increasingly frequent and intense natural disasters threaten security infrastructure like ports, military bases to keep our lives safe. Our warming Arctic is opening up a new arena of competition that our adversaries are eager to exploit, and climate-induced floods, famines, and droughts exacerbate inequality, fuel conflict, and drive displacement across, all of which is proportionately more marginalized and vulnerable populations. Overall, climate change risks creating a less stable, less prosperous, and less secure world. That is why we act. Back home, our government has shown global leadership in addressing the climate crisis. Because the price of pollution it simultaneously reduces our emissions and puts more money in the pockets of poor and Canadians. We launched Canada's first.
So are you getting this? NATO has become not just a military alliance without any purpose except to foment war with Russia to create a nuclear confrontation. NATO has become another appendage of the globalist agenda. Now it's concerned about climate change. When the hell did NATO ever become a climate change organization? When was NATO ever endowed with that power? Why are they moving in this direction? Obviously, the globalists want to use every appendage they can, every organization that's somehow linked to the globalist agenda to advance their agenda.
National adaptation strategy to build stronger and more resilient communities. We became the first major oil-producing nation to introduce a cap on emissions from the oil and gas sector, and we're creating hundreds of thousands of good-paying, sustainable jobs from coast to coast to coast with our $160 billion investment in our net zero economic plan and green.
And of course, you know this is all balderdash. This is all BS. There are no good jobs in Trudeau's green energy plan. The only jobs available are going to be janitorial positions. When you move all of these high-paying jobs in the oil patch, you have to pay for what people are going to be doing. What? Producing solar energy panels? Sorry, China's got that sewn up. So there's nothing. This is all nonsense.
And it's all industrial strategy, showing every step of the way that good climate policy is good economic policy.
What's bad
and Gallows us here today is that it is also good secure policy. Addressing a global problem like climate change requires a global response. The global response is we've been coordinating in close partnership with our 31 fellow member states in NATO. Our government has been a strong advocate for ensuring climate change is an integral part of NATO's agenda and that together we act to make it a reality. Notre gouvernement a toujours insisté pour que la lutte contre le changement climatique fasse partie du programme de l'OTAN. Alors on a travaillé ensemble. In 2021, the Alliance published the NATO Climate Change and Security Action Plan, a plan which recognized the risks that climate change poses to NATO and pledged to take action to address those challenges. In 2022-23, Canada co-led a climate change working group with Denmark and Norway
to identify, establish NATO's climate research libraries, and to be spearheaded the NATO Climate Change and Security Center of Excellence, which we were proud to launch last year. It will be housed in downtown Detroit.
If there's one thing we know, it's that every done was once a do. And even when your twos become a do-over two, it still won't stop. Because you love the challenge, and all the hours, and all the work make it worth it. Congratulations, teamer. You just conquered done. How to get more done.
Messages are in the water. Our positive water protect. Okay. Absolute blather about climate change, the usual nonsense about how his green energy policies hundreds of thousands of jobs that have never materialized, will never materialize. But what helps us about this is that NATO is now about climate change. It has nothing to do with security. We know this is not an existential threat. We know this is part of
Energy policy.
This is completely factitious. There is no existential threat. We're not going to be underwater on the coast. People like Barack Obama will be buying homes on the east coast of the United States that were supposedly supposed to be covered by the ocean, according to Al Gore's ridiculous documentary on the Inconvenience. You recall that? It's happened. Not going to happen. They're all in this lie together, and they all know it's a lie. So, we've heard a lot this week. I talked about it yesterday. If you read my Substack, by the way, that I put out yesterday about this trumped-up Russian disinformation campaign going on in the United States right now, being led by Attorney General Merrick Garland and FBI Director Christopher Wray. You will know that this is the same old, same old. Here we go again. We have an election less than 2 months away, a presidential election in the United States. And once again, the Justice Department in the U.S. and the FBI is crying disinformation from Russia, and somehow there's this collusion going on between conservative media and Russia. And no one in the media side has been charged yet, but just you wait. They are looking for some justification for that. Pardon my words, Michael. Why have they so committed to this war in Ukraine? I mean, you must ask yourself that, because they've taken the world to the brink of nuclear war on this. Increasingly, they're putting American troops and NATO troops closer to the action. In fact, American troops might well have been involved in the Ukrainian invasion of the Kursk region. NATO troops have been making encouraged working with Ukrainian troops. The United States is planning an expedited because this kind of war used to be recognized by everybody on both the left and the right as unthinkable, as impossible, as something, a nuclear war was something that was unwinnable and something we never wanted to start. But Lindsey Graham, Republican South Carolina, Rhino, Republican in name only for years. This guy has one objective in life, and that's to create as many wars as possible. Because he's in the pocket of the military industrial complex in the States. But listen to what he says in this ad hoc interview. Well, he's his dear friend and ally, Ukrainian friend Volodymyr Zelensky.
Charitable organization. They're sitting on $1 trillion over minerals that would be good to our economy. It's not to keep helping our friends.
I'm sorry, I have to start this again. You missed it.
I'm the President Zelensky, and such a admirable deal your country has done. I'm just not the Russians, so we don't have to fight them. They don't want any American troops. They just need weapons to free their country.
charitable invasion. They're sitting on $1 trillion worth of minerals that contribute to our economy. It's not to keep helping our friends in Ukraine. We can win this. We need our help. Yes, we need that. We have already reached out with the support of American people and support of all our friends. Thanks to Lindsay and thanks to her colleagues who understand us and those from the United States. Thanks for this support, bipartisan support. Thanks so much. Peace is coming. Yes.
Peace is coming. Did you get the most important part of that?
I'll keep helping our friends in Ukraine. They need our help. Yes, we need that. We
got shark in. They're sitting on $1 trillion worth of minerals that could be good for our economy. Whoops, I think I let the cat out of the bag. I think I revealed what the agenda really is here. The U.S. wants that $1 trillion of minerals underneath Ukraine. And specifically wants BlackRock. BlackRock has already been designated to provide a reconstruction program for Ukraine when they have peace. Of course, this is all a plan. It's not going to work out the way Lindsey Graham wants it to work out. It's not going to work out the way Zelensky thinks it's going to work out, because the war is almost over. We know that. We need peace in Ukraine. But if they think BlackRock is going to come in and scoop up $1 trillion worth of minerals and rebuild Ukraine and make a pile of money off of it, because the military-industrial complex has already made billions of dollars off of this war, and other corporate villains. And believe me, I am a capitalist. I am severely anti-communist. I am sick of the government-supported corporations making billions of dollars off the blood of foreign war. That's exactly what they're doing. So that's what's going on here. Lindsey Graham opens a big trap, what's got his makeup on in the shot. It's usually well made up. This is an old man who is a how did he keep getting elected in South Carolina, the most conservative state? It's a mystery to me, except I know he does. As he said here, just before it's election time, Lindsey Graham finds the conservative peg and decide I'd better say something to appeal to my base. He did it the last time over the confirmation of a Supreme Court justice. He decided he would stand on that hill because he needed a 12 conservative support to win his Senate seat again. But he does it time. And when he's not running for re-election and he's not in November, he can say whatever the hell he wants. And you get the truth out of Lindsey Graham only when he's not running for re-election. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, folks. Don't listen to Justin Trudeau. We need this kind of added candidate right now, because let me tell you, Justin Trudeau will fight tooth and nail to stay as leader of the Liberal Party, Prime Minister of Canada, and he will use every trick in the Liberal handbook to do that. So we have to be vigilant, we have to be disciplined. Fight this battle to the end. As I've been saying since the end, we need to resolve human resist. And we need to fight for our free speech and our democratic right to say that we believe to speak. As John D. Baker said, don't forget that t-shirt that's available out there in the store. I speak as a free Canadian. Free to speak, free to believe what I choose. And just do nothing for interfere with them. Thank you for being a part of the great right here. And we'll see you again soon. You're in a very precarious position. We need to change, but we also need to resolve to resist. $14.99 for a ticket app, and $9.99 for a ticket app, and $12.99 for a ticket app, and more money for a bunch of other apps, and really adds up. So why not use it for just $12.99? It's like having all the entire world of music. But anyway, your wallet is back. Your wallet's your problem.
Draw one blood, here we go.
Amid sliding polls and significant political blows, the federal Liberal caucus retreat in D.C. starts Monday as the party figures out its next steps. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will face a fretful and straining caucus with an
Pierre Poilievre has just demanded an immediate election, calling for a dramatic overhaul of Justin Trudeau's beleaguered government. Jagmeet Singh is trying to delay the election. This bold move comes amid growing frustration over skyrocketing living costs, a struggling economy, and a coalition that many Canadians feel has failed them. Poilievre's fiery announcement comes as Trudeau's government faces mounting criticism for its handling of key issues and growing public discontent. Poilievre's call for an election isn't just a routine political maneuver. It's a direct challenge to the very core of the Trudeau-Singh coalition. With accusations of incompetence and self-serving behavior flying, Poilievre is betting that Canadians are fed up and ready to change. Poilievre has accused Jagmeet Singh of being a sellout for backing Trudeau's government, suggesting that the coalition's days might be nothing. As the political landscape teeters on the edge of upheaval, one thing is clear. Poilievre's move could reshape the future of Canadian politics in ways we haven't seen in years.
That he can qualify for a $2.2 million taxpayer-funded pension.
Justin Trudeau's government grappling with mounting controversy, economic difficulties, and public dissatisfaction, it's no wonder that pensions are running hot. The Trudeau-Singh coalition, which was supposed to bring stability, has instead become a focal point of criticism. Rising costs, ineffective policies, and a general sense of disillusionment have led many Canadians to question the future direction of their country. Trudeau's inability to address these issues effectively is just another example of his failed leadership. In the midst of this turmoil, Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, has made a dramatic move that's shaking up Ottawa. Poilievre is calling for an immediate election, aiming to topple Trudeau's ultimate government and put an end to what he describes as a disastrous coalition. His call is not just a political maneuver, it's a direct challenge to the asserting that Canadians simply cannot afford another year of Trudeau's over-reception of their policy. It's clear that Poilievre is fed up with Trudeau's ineptitude. His current candidate political landscape is a mess of broken promises and failed policy. Pierre Poilievre is struggling to respond to them by saying that immediate measures to oppose Justin Trudeau's faltering government. This is not just another political stunt. Poilievre is making a bold and urgent call to Canadians, highlighting the deep dissatisfaction with the current administration. He argues that the Trudeau-Singh coalition has failed Canadians in countless ways, from mismanaging the economy to failing on policy promises. Poilievre's demands are rooted in a belief that the current government's failures have reached a tipping point where the only solution is a fresh start to a new system. Trudeau's continuous blunders and lackluster performance make it clear that he's lost his grip on effective leadership, leaving Canadians to suffer under his misguided policy. In his announcement, Poilievre did not hold back on his critique of the Trudeau-Singh coalition. He pointedly criticized Jagmeet Singh for prioritizing the first Poilievre's frustration with how he moves against the Liberals and the aggressive message.
The cost of coalition, which trigger a carbon tax
elections, so misguided policies are not only failing to address Canada's real problems, but have actively contributed to the
I'm going to read you a text message I got the other day. Dana, you there? I'm going to head back to the hospital soon. And stop it. It's going to get me hurt. That's just one of a handful of cries for help I received from Donald Smith, an intellectually disabled journalist who I believe may have been unjustly imprisoned. Claims of criminal harassment on a minor chance Justice Simpson. I've got to straight what helped us defeat some of the costs to successfully use the report on other publication that Scott, which can find out more about at youtube.com. If you can join while you're there, help us recoup the remainder of the $5,000 to go the team's Twitter link, which allows me to look further into this matter. And now that I've been able to do so, I'm a whole lot closer to getting to the bottom of what really happened. During this update, I want to say thank you to all listeners who have been sending me loving messages of concern, friends, and of course to all of you who have generously banded together. Thank you message to checkmail.com to donate to this meeting, and I'm happy to say, it's against my retirement, which you can also find out on the site. Jessica Simpson believes the same repeat violent offender who had previously assaulted our reporters. Also so-called circus dog, turning down, and we know it's a third person, while I'm still falsely ready to go to give my child with this conspiracy which I have sent reported to drugs. There is such a big $5,000 people really which referred to today possible. We also referred a $1,600 security bill during the publication that filmed the two water bugs by my side. And now, due to that serious threat against my family, we are in the process of underground security protocols and measures for employees. So please, we will have a council already. It needs to please go to protectthebuilding.com public health. I would have dropped my message before retaliation options that for the publication that in because the data only want to go through over previously sealed affidavits and other court documents that show that Simpson was able to work the courts into having Donald Smith, a non-mobile Texas citizen journalist who struggles with homelessness, imprisoned back in 2019. That is set in 2019 is back around the time when Simpson was targeting immigrant estheticians who use a home because they were capable of killing Simpson's demands to wax her male genitalia. This is also around the time that Donald Smith, as well as another independent journalist named Dan Dix, broke the story that Simpson had been sexually inappropriate with minor girls by inviting them to come to a topless pool party. Here's a clip of Dix and Donald Smith approaching Simpson, then Yaniv, to ask some questions in front of the BC Human Rights Tribunal about that. So we had four brothers, also on Simpson and on colleague David Benson with the Those messages. And I'm sure since it's threatened my child and his attacks on my colleagues, there are reports starting to slip out a pattern of what Simpson does to those who dare to expose him to the public. Smith's attempts to have the law address the messages was followed by Simpson making police reports. Donald was actually thrown into jail if Donald be the one who received this threat you're about to hear in an audio that was obtained by NowNext online bloggers.
Why?
Now, eventually, the charges for Simpson's allegations were dropped with the help of legislative advocate Carrie Simpson from a non-profit organization called Culture Guard. Not before the film said they were in jail because of Simpson's claims. Now, to be clear, Dr. Smith is exactly a saint. One of his intellectual struggles with
Such a beautiful tool.
often his mouth vendors and companies control there, and he uses words to describe Simpson that perhaps one shouldn't if Simpson is so good
a lot of cock is that? What the fucking fuck a lot of cock is that?
Donald is a vulnerable adult who got no grace and, according to him, no justice. While in contrast, Simpson, who claims
they suck a lot of cock.
Swept under the rug, and zero jail time being found guilty of 3 criminal offenses. 1 for assaulting my former colleague, Keith Bexty, 1 for uttering threats of harm to child protection activist Bill Ward Chris.
That's a lot of cock. It's probably suck a lot of cock.
Weapon in front of millions on
It's an endangered species from
YouTube channel.
I don't even get scared in my own house. That may be a little bit bad. That's the people in Canada. Percent, but you think I was thinking cute? Was that a moment for you? Yeah, that wasn't a moment for me, but it's
criminal record for the first 2 convictions, so that Simpson would be free to free to pursue a career in law, I kid you not, and run for SFU student union. But I guess all of that makes sense, especially the law part, if you want to continue playing the horse. You see, after those charges were dropped, Simpson never stopped going after Donald, who now has some conditions on him, which includes not being allowed to go near Simpson. So Simpson went down the same path of making multiple claims against Donald, claiming that Donald was breaching against Donald since he wasn't, and for all of that behind closed doors. It wasn't about being safe. Restrictions on laws. There are no justice checks part of the reason for why she no longer buying the cool. This makes it up. But this is not reality. The brand new such a poor worker, how do you know her decision on these versus what abuse is just another crucial cause by law. This makes it as I was making here against Smith. That case was dismissed by the court. Reading that case, the court was concerned that there may be another side to the story that the court has not been made aware of. That we now know later on August 7th, she actually agreed with Rebel News and dropped the publication ban so I could help with the story. See that style? That's the style of Donald Smith. Relatively secured that way. Donald admitted that there was a sense of hope for him. That the story would be told and as people would really know his truth. What if he writes not be muscle anymore?
It's called freedom of the press, freedom of association, and it's going to be muzzled. So what Justice Chan did today is give me my rights back. Like these people who do this kind of stuff, trying to steal and falsify stock documents, this got to stop. Now there's a ruling. There's things people can use, and I don't know if I see it properly, but the left and people, whatever, you quit trying to muzzle people.
But we've covered many times a slap on the wrist after slap on the wrist happens. Not today. You were representing Donald Smith as this legal advocate. Tell us how that happened and what your thoughts are on it. Well, as a lay advocate is the proper one. In your court, you need the permission from the judge to be able to do that. And Justice Andrews was very generous in allowing me to put the case before the court. So before I say anything, I also want to give a big, huge thank you, and you guys need to know this, to Rebel News. You guys brought in a team of lawyers. Robin here, I was just kind of well prepared, had all the evidence there, assisted the court greatly around the legal test to get the kind of orders that Jessica Yaniv should not have gotten, and was very instructive to the judge. It was clear that the judge appreciated the contribution that Rebel Media brought to this. So big thank you, big congratulations. You're more than a news network. You're more than an advocate for the voice of the people. You are justice advocates as well. So deeply, deeply thank you for the bigger team and all those people. Thank you. Not only did Simpson retaliate by going after my family, when he did Donald, she encouraged me to be here. Simpson tried to chop down on our farm, claiming her husband close to him and offering cash and incentives for anybody who could find him on the lower mainland. The truth is, Donald was nowhere near Simpson. As far as possible, fixes as he could. He won't believe what happened next. Remember I said that Smith struggles with homelessness? Well, here he is, trying to have
the FMP, the Freedom Movement.
Trying to get him canceled from a homeless shelter. He says, the moment you read a car, this person has caused the LGBTQ plus community and other individuals who do not want him in there. Talking about the person in the silver-coated shirt. I later found out that Simpson also messaged the student privately and said, hey, I need to speak with you in relation to Donald Smith and the soup kitchen. It's extremely dangerous, and I'm worried yourself and others are at serious risk of harm. It's sick, isn't it? Donald also believes that Simpson is behind the account that posted this. A medical assistant supply form filled out with Donald's information with a caption that reads, yay, this is a decision we 100% support. Do it, Donald. In fact, do it now, please. We even help to fill out forms. So is it at all surprising that now Donald struggles with suicidal thoughts? But that wasn't enough. Simpson also tried to call the RCMP and say that Simpson was where he shouldn't, which all didn't pan out. So you know what Simpson did? Simpson went to Smith. Simpson went on vacation to Salt Springs Island and posted it on social media while doxing where Donald is currently staying online. Now, of course, I'm not going to show you the address of where he's at, but just imagine all of this if true, if you were falsely imprisoned by this person due to lies, and you try to go to an island to get away from them, and they come to you to hopefully catch you and breach you, how frightening that is for an autistic, vulnerable individual. And that is why Donald is crying out for help, not just to me, but to you, to the public, so that the truth is exposed. Donald Smith tells me he struggles with suicide over this. He claims that Sixen has done similar things like these comments and even contacted his previous employers to the point that he could no longer hold a job. This is sick, and this has to stop. And this is one of the many reasons Rebel News, unlike state-backed media, continues to expose Sixen with your help. I'm Jerry Humphrey with Rebel News. At Rebel News, we don't back down from the other side of the story, even if sometimes that puts us at risk. The public needs to know that there's a menace in their society, and that the justice system is allowing that menace to go after victim after victim. If you agree, please go to our new website called protectjulia.com to help continue to keep me safe while I do reports on Sixen. Thank you very much.
Joining me now is Scott Reed, Reed political commentator. Scott, thank you very much for joining us.
There's a false equivalency going on in the coverage of this race. Their objectivity actually is not objective at all. It ends up playing to Donald's advantage every day in an effort to improve balance. Your objective mistakes are absolutely being made, and standards are being applied to both candidates here when Donald Trump is a different animal. He's an insurrectionist.
Well, the crew over and Morning Joe on MSNBC, you know, the same crew that wanted Biden to continue running in this presidential race despite the fact that he was suffering from clear cognitive decline by those people.
On the Democratic nominee Kamala Harris, because Trump is he's a special threat.
And so since they've decided that Trump is a very special threat,
look for the mission control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby.
So
take the lift down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the ultimate weapon.
In other words, they want the media to manipulate you and do the exact opposite of your words. Don't believe you? So that was here, folks. I'm part of it.
There's a false equivalency going on in the coverage of this race. When Donald Trump can say whatever crazy things he wants to say about submarines and sharks and electric batteries, whatever he wants to say.
Guys could be waiting for you down there.
That it's covered.
Describing don't even think I'm done. The two fucking
covered as well. And always in that story, it's getting worse. The false equivalence of reporters and too many American newspapers is also, by the way, Kamala Harris changed her mind on fracking. They always throw in something like that for coming to the story.
Tell
it's
me,
ridiculous.
for whom
We don't
do you
cover
fight?
the man for how dangerous he is.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We gotta talk about Anna
Do you believe in Eorzea?
For Google whining and crying about journalism, criticizing Kamala Harris, which doesn't really happen too often.
Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception.
So as a journalist, and you're trying to
It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing.
Questions about, okay, what does
In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not?
that she seems to be flip-flopping on issues.
Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cotonou and call them down?
She has previously supported Medicare for All now.
They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are different from those of the beasts. Icons, everyone. Except for
If
this.
it's in the
You
out,
see
it's
how
so.
Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters,
No.
which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What
You guys
crimes
got
even
trouble.
men of earth to grovel at their
See,
your masters lack the strength
so
to do
tough.
otherwise.
If he mocks Justin Trudeau,
For the world of man to
and rightfully so, I think Justin Trudeau's fucking dickhole.
To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself to conflict, to grow rich through conquest.
But, you know what?
Just a battle
But,
It is ever
You
the
know what?
strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
The Americans, they got Kamala.
Okay?
Knowing this, when a single path is open
You guys got Kamala.
false worship, a path which leads to innovation.
Kamala.
Only a man of power can rightly steer the
Kamala
course of
Harris.
civilization. And in this land of
Kamala
freedom and
Harris.
audacity, that one truth will prove
Kamala
its
Harris. No.
champion of the Eorzea. Face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm. But none among you has the power to stop me.
Come on, Harris. Look at Joe Biden.
American flag off. Those Noble investors got down. That is Noble investors. This president does a risk of
And also, it's even the impression telling Americans the truth about where Kamala Harris stands on the issue.
Kamala.
Donald Trump
You guys got Kamala.
the American people with the truth, Anna. They don't. Okay? Democrats hate democracy. Right? This is why they do whine and cry about abortion being a state issue, because they hate democracy, right? They don't want voters to actually vote on an issue.
Okay, no. They just want voters to vote for them and for them to make the decisions for the voters, right? And the voters don't really have a say, right? That's what they really want, okay? And in order for them to accomplish that, they have to be as deceitful as possible, right? They have to lie as much as possible in order to trick voters into voting for them. Because if voters knew what they actually wanted to do, then the less likely they will win.
Kamala. Kamala. Kamala.
Yeah, you don't want to tell voters.
Kamala. Oh yeah, it's Kamala.
Just worry about Trump.
Kamala Harris.
And then they just hide what Kamala Harris wants to do.
I just.
Oh.
When I started my career, when I started working at 2IT back in 2007, there really wasn't like left-wing media. There was like Fox News, and the right-wing media infrastructure was kind of being built. And I prided myself and the left-wing. We didn't try to manipulate audiences, and we didn't try to lie to people or cover up the truth about our preferred candidates or preferred politicians. We didn't want to stoop low and do what the right wing did with their misinformation.
And now,
the fact that they would omit incredibly relevant
you guys got Kamala.
Conditioning audience
You guys got Kamala. Kamala.
for one candidate or the other. And if you don't do it, if you don't engage in it, they get mad at you.
See, now here's the thing. Anna is claiming that there's some type of equivalency between, I guess, the right-wing media and the left-wing media. When you're looking at the legacy media, Fox News versus MSNBC,
A douchebag and probably the most evil person in Canadian.
People like Sean Hannity, but he's not a journalist. He doesn't pretend to be a journalist, right? That's the difference. Also, MSNBC, Joy Reid pretended to be a journalist. On Joy Reid's LinkedIn, the first title that she has is journalist, but she's not a journalist. Okay, she's not currently in what she currently is doing. Her job, she's not a journalist. Okay, there's a difference. On Fox News, they actually attempt to do journalism, right? When they have segments that are journalistic in nature, right? When they're doing news reporting, right? They attempt to do journalism. I can't say that about MSNBC at all. Okay, they don't even make an attempt. So I think that Anna Kasparian is trying to make some equivalency here, okay? Because Fox News is, overtly kind of more conservative, right-leaning, and trying to say, well, back in the day, the liberal media wasn't like Fox News, right? And it's like, nah, I don't know. I think that MSNBC has been left-wing for a long time. Okay, and I think now they've just come out and they're more overt about it and just say it out loud instead of pretending.
You're supposed to be my cheerleader. You're supposed to cheerlead for my preferred candidate. What are you doing? How dare you talk about Kamala Harris? And
Kamala.
You went from against fracking to now saying she's totally in favor of fracking. How dare you? The media doesn't fearmonger about Trump enough? Have they considered that maybe, just maybe, the media...
You guys got Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. You guys got Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Harris. And now, some words of wisdom from Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Dr. How does this impact Kamala Harris and the issue of Afghanistan after he goes and he does a thumbs up and pictures and just acts like a brute and desecrates Arlington. That's not
Those poor Americans suffering from Kamala Harris.
And time again, for some reason, the mainstream media. What are we, 9 years in to Donald Trump's era in American politics, still doesn't know how to cover Donald Trump. Their objectivity actually
is not objective at all. It ends up playing to Donald Trump's advantage.
You may not realize
It's Camelot. It's Camelot from Camelot.
the two massive technologies.
It's Camelot from Camelot.
And the Internet of Things.
Camelot
are
from
not
Camelot.
only merging, but they're also converging.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris. Yeah, I get it. Kamala Harris.
Don't miss this. Protocols for the Internet of Things, and what some are saying is the most viable.
Don't be objective.
Kamala
Based on
Harris.
Donald Trump's advantage. Why? Because journalists want to answer a question about how Kamala Harris would handle Afghanistan, what her views on Afghanistan are going to be. Do the American voters have the right to know where Kamala Harris stands on these issues? Or should we be kept in the dark because Trump banned? Trump banned! That's a
Kamala Harris.
to line up and
What Kamala Harris?
because that's been real effective.
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, the word. And these people, right? It's like they're trying to turn up the Trump arrangement instead of trying to put the spotlight on Trump. Right? If Kamala was the superstar that they claim that she is, why did you talk about Trump? Right?
The prettiest women.
Why did you talk about Trump? If Kamala Harris was Obama, why did you talk about Trump? Right? Because they want to talk about joy, right? And positivity and moving forward into the future. If Kamala Harris actually represented that,
Kamala Harris.
if it wasn't something that was just made up and manufactured, then that's what they would be focusing on. But they don't. Because they know that Kamala Harris has a lot of skeletons in her closet. She's not very likable. She's very fake. And the more that she's covered, the more that she's criticized, the more she'll get exposed. So they think that the solution to that is to continue to attack Trump, right? More so than they already have, turn up Trump's arrangement to another level, and it's like, it doesn't work anymore. You've been doing this for 7-8 years straight. The American people don't believe you. You've lost credibility, right? Because at this point, you've made it so clear that you can't be trusted as an objective source of news and information. And these people wonder why the Trump
Só sale que vão no. Só sale que vão no.
You know, it's like playing Pokemon. Hey, when you use a move to the point where you don't have any more moves anymore, then you start to hurt yourself, right? Every time you use that move, you spam it so much that you're hurting yourself, right? That's what's happening. That's what's happening.
Listen, she wants to be a cheerleader for one side. That's great. Go be a cheerleader for one side. But don't sit there
Kamala Harris.
on a boring-ass morning show where you speak to the American public about Biden's mental health and pass judgment on people who are trying to get Kamala Harris to answer questions on something amazing, policy, where she stands on policy. Because there are voters out there, believe it or not, who aren't partisan. Those are the individuals who actually end up deciding elections, and they want to know where Kamala Harris stands on policy.
Oh wow, you're so intelligent. What happened to you? You just realized that now? You're so late, dear Anna. You are so late.
More importantly, please don't pressure journalists to suck at their jobs by being nothing more than partisan hacks like Joe Scarborough is, like Mika Brzezinski is.
Yeah. So, you see that you're that, okay? Anna Kasparian. Hey, can't say I disagree, right? These are the things I've been pointing out on this channel for a long time now, especially recently. Just how overtly hard liberal media has become, right? These are supposed to be people that we can go to for objective information, and that's just simply not the case with MSNBC at all. Okay, I'm not even sure why they call themselves a news channel. It's just not, right? It's a glorified YouTube channel. The unfortunate reality is that
CNN, they are really trying hard to get back to that, right? This is why they rehired Ron Stelter, right? And CNN tries to pretend to be journalists, but they're not, okay? They are partisan acts will too, okay? And they're probably going to go in the same direction as MSNBC, especially the closer it is to the election. Before the Kamala Harris starts to lose, yeah, they're going to go in that direction. And even some outlets like ABC, NBC, they're also very liberal as well too, right? But MSNBC, they're brave enough to come out and just tell you straight up. They don't even pretend anymore. And it's really stunning when you hear them say it out loud, the things that we've all been saying before about them, and then they just come out and just admit it that, yeah, we don't believe in journalism.
This
like,
guy.
this is bad. But, like, what's Trump bad? Okay, so what can I say?
Sorry, hurt the heart. Right? Someone look at that. Seriously. Seriously. What the fuck? Yes, it is.
If you thought Canada's reputation wasn't bad, wait till you hear this. A Canadian man was caught in America plotting a terror attack that would have been the worst terror attack since 9/11. Specifically, Jewish people. That's right, Canada has terrorists. So we knew that. Apparently, our government still ignores that fact, and America working in conjunction with Canada, and Canada's like, yeah, that guy is actually from here. Welcome back to the channel, welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do encourage everyone to smash like button, subscribe if you haven't already, that's really helpful for the channel. I want to thank everyone for getting us to over 400,000 subscribers. We're past 401,000, awesome. We're heading for 500,000, and the only way we can do that is if you guys in the community actually click and tap that subscribe button and turn that little post notification on so you can be notified of upcoming videos. We got a whole lot to cover in this video, such as Donald Trump making comments about Justin Trudeau's biological father. We got National News saying, take it back right now. That's not fair. You also have homeless people. No, sorry. You have old people, senior citizens, really intense because of just, here in Canada, along with many other things, and specifically in updating polls. So, without further ado, let's get into it. But before we do, I want to talk about how you can protect yourself. Protect yourself in person, but more specifically, protect yourself online in a digital world. And the best way to do that is to sponsor. I'd like to thank the sponsor for driving that we have teamed up and we're offering my audience 83% off by using code SUNSHINE in the down description or the link below. We're living in a world of censorship, and Justin Trudeau is at the forefront of this race. Canadians are being censored left, right, center, which is why you have to protect yourself with a VPN, so it's private internet access. What a VPN does is it encrypts your information so that while you're browsing online, you're going to different websites, your information, your personal data is not shared with these massive corporations. It's almost completely control over yourself, and the best possible way that I like going about this is using results such as private internet access, which is what I'm sticking with here in Canada, which you can see censorship. On Facebook for crying out loud. A bunch of content on streaming platforms such as Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus. There's a lot of these corporations that block content such as Canada, Netflix, or private internet access, which you buy yourself. That's what Wow, yeah. So we can support left there in the center. And then you have odds winning those seats. 99% for Victoria and odds winning the third one. But across the board, really is not looking good. The left of the class is that everyone who walks go ahead and go on forward and go up and everyone else sucks. Somehow it's happening a little bit more things happening in America. Since there's a virus, I guess everything about themselves. That's how I feel. It's sort of like it's actually part of the it's not full on part of the it's part of the script. Part of the version was Nicholas Maduro's government that does a really brilliant in case they're in opposition to a move. So get out, boy, that's what you now see the problem with these science and that is so I don't have that.
our government it's not billions of dollars. It's not the from a non-biased perspective and that security mission and that becoming over the border. And then you have this really comes from genuine consent as secrets. So this is again, genuine consent. 2016, shared a photo of Fidel Castro Mexico's father and said he saw a country rocked by poverty, race, and disease. So revolutions that uplifted millions of lives. Yes, that is why they're using violence and said, reminding it's a teenage and say, I'm just going over the stuff that you're doing I'm not sure, but it's missing about their comments. And how it was something like this is really devastating. I'm not sharing this video. But our politicians have mismanaged ruined this country to the point where we have senior citizens that should be living in a senior home or government subsidized housing, but instead they're living in tents on lower campuses. Arguably one of the most atrocious times in the East Coast, right? For some reason, access to the beautiful, but come winter time, it's just so freaking devastating. And I'm looking at what's about low products. Now, this is what the Toronto Star has to say. The Toronto Star is saying
hey, just because you're not right doesn't mean that that's not a good enough reason not to vote for him. I gotta say that tired of seeing headlines like that by the Donald Trump. It's because this damage all about
Around October 7th of this year, was the capable of slaughtering 300 items and many people of confidence. October 7th, of course, the last 1 week since the brutal surprise attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens that left nearly 1,200 people dead. Now, Congress also has a different couple of news about the death is believed to have headed to the U.S. border. A White House employer said thoughtful shots to outside court could have been in-handcuffed and they said that it was confidential and they couldn't tell me what was going on. I'm just sorry, I was going to start things down, saying I was all in front of the M16. This suspect allegedly told the undercover officers that he fled New York City because it has, quote, the largest Jewish population in America, only, quote, he could easily lock up a lot of Jews. He was charged with 1 count of attempting to provide support to kill. They weren't fighting.
You know, it's just something I guess, you know, take a look at
fraternity. As he confirmed at the Royal Authority and how he went through the car, it is reported that he was following Thursday with respect to this Jewish fraternity. About the most personally, the statement that reporters were defined by them as really effective. We ask that we cover an apology to Mr. Trudeau and Canadians for the family offensive work. The comment was reportedly made in that upcoming book during the marriage. The former family allegedly reported the seven dollar candidates that they were under Trudeau is really super fast. It's an ongoing thing, and at this point, I believe you might as well get some place about that time for the it's okay to go. International coach is a good premise that you get some down. You don't insist on the next section, like the Liberal Party is set to be the signals we take to fall and safe. And as the system is part of the deselection, it's fighting against extremely awkward. The parties will set down absolutely, but if the decision to set down is a lot harder than anything that pulled out of a supply of freedom, the Liberals, which has helped to lower the government power. If you don't want to resign, then no leaders on a conference motion and previous election back in the Liberal Party without it as
supplies and votes is something that is going to happen someday. Now I'm going to ask you about this. I appreciate I would say I would say
There's a phase where all of the liberal pundits and they're up here every time they think never only asked him to run, he did. So Trump is playing his part as well, showing his availability. He's going into the caucus meeting. As for Schumer himself, I think the percent of his perfect, and I don't think there's any better way to say it, but Schumer is in trouble in his own caucus, and he's from the polls knows that. The fact that they walked out this week will help, and during July elections, I'm not 60% goes back amongst the liberals, the collective bloc, and the conservatives came out of that.
also thinks the exact same thing, less than 1% likelihood of winning, right? But I do think that Mark Carney is better than Michelle Freeland, for instance, and I think that the great deal of both professional producer and Miss Marshall, all those things. We're talking to the average person that doesn't watch social media or just watch social media. Mark Carney is a breath of fresh air. But we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. And we're finally going to get to put that to rest very, very soon. And all the speculation is Mark Carney and he's running in a by-election to do NBC6. Well, when you get those games, so fine. That's good. It's closure, I guess. But you can re-strategize. And on that note, that's what we're going to end. It's really sit down what any politics on their way out. Because one last thing, let's watch it. Subscribe to everyone. I'll see you next time.
Background here on YouTube is again the official tracks live recordings in the background. YouTube music breaking. Drop on up free.
Hey, brother. Come along.
USA. So you can say it. You've got to focus on the economy, which is what we're taking about. As I mentioned,
Come along. Yay! Come along. Moa.
Alright guys, so we're going to talk about a very fascinating and hilarious story. What drove more my channel? I could not figure out
Come along. Come on.
Lots of countries trying to connect
Come on.
But what's so messed up about this moment is the other side. One time, they went outside and it's Russia. And you can just take to the They have said that this is at all that some form of the CIA, organizers, so that this sounds a bunch of drugs. This is soft as hell. Therefore, they're dead. I understand they're not soft. If there's ever one evidence, though, the direction is We partner with the best experts in sustainability, engineering, and design. Over 15 years, 20 coverage time, and hundreds of excess photos. Maybe that's ready to make cooking a lot easier.
Celebrated world-class healthcare. Our people in 2024 graphic with a growing relationship.
I think you're only here on problem with business.
That's what I'm saying.
I look forward to everyone it's great. You can invest in you and your job. The rise and cost of living that's in everyday Canadian wallet. From the unaffordable housing market, we're going to bring homes to people this work.
You know why housing prices are rising? We don't have enough homes. Vancouver is now the third most expensive housing market in the world, worse than New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, London, England, and even Singapore. Why? Well, we have the fewest houses per capita on planet Earth. Why is that? Well, according to the CMHC, in a report that just came out yesterday, Vancouver and Toronto are the slowest building permits, slow permits, and higher prices. Higher prices mean Canadians can't afford to move overhead.
Rising price of groceries.
More and more people are compromising nutrition due to high prices.
It's extremely hard because large grocery store monopolies that are trying to milk the maximum profit. You gotta make ends meet, and yeah, whatever fits the budget, and whatever I'm eating for the day.
Financial strain is getting too much.
A new survey found nearly half of Canadians have reduced the quantity of meat they buy, while 45% are prioritizing cost over nutritional value, with consequences extending well beyond their wallet.
But how did we get here? For a country that has so much potential to be a global dominator in all sectors, has operated at a very low level for over a decade now. But the biggest thing that has Canadians swinging the political pendulum the other way is just the current cost of living.
It is Labor Day in Canada, and thousands in Toronto are marching for the Labour movement.
Workers are saying, and all of us hate to be, life is not affordable. It's tough. By the time I finish paying rent, I don't have enough. By the time I stay so long to travel, I don't have time for my kids.
In major cities across Canada, the average home price is over $1 billion. And the cost of gasoline remains high, with the average price per liter being $1.70. But this is just the surface of all of the expenses. In this video, we deep dive into the fact of Canada's cost of living crisis, discussing the role that Justin Trudeau has played, and where he went wrong. That's the fact to play that was more normal, pretty good, and he tried to use before Justin Trudeau. Now, Stephen Harper may have been controversial with his insane budget cuts and his fiscal responsibility, but the average price of a home when he left office in 2015 was just $400,000. Now, it seems like it cost me about the 90s, but it wasn't that long ago. We're only talking 8-9 years ago. So for housing prices to double, more than double, 1.5x, $400,000 to $1 billion, that is absolutely insane. There's no mistake about it or
coincidence? Well, housing prices to 1.5x in 8 years. Starting with just your came into office, there's no, the correlation, causation argument. Yes, insane spending and money printing is going to inflate asset prices. We already know. Now, the average cost of groceries for a family of four, $2 for 2 children, used to be $8,000 a year. Now, it's $13,000 a year, adjusted for inflation. Yes. So if you were living 2015 times, but today, in today's money, and it's Stephen Harper as the Prime Minister, you'd be paying the equivalent of $8,000 a year groceries rather than $13,000. That is crazy. The federal debt level when Harper left was at $600 billion. Now it's $1.2 trillion. Again, double. And when Harper left, federal spending was $270 billion a year. Now, $400 billion a year. That's just for running the economy. Government jobs, infrastructure, social programs, almost double the amount. Again, are getting double the amount of parks and better roads? No. It's the exact same or worse. So where's all the money going? Now, we can talk about this for literally hours, and I would love that. But let's break down the main reasons of what's causing the explosion in budget spending, in misspending, leading causes to inflation, and that is, number one, the carbon tax. It's something I always talk about. This is something I always talk about, and carbon tax has so many unintended consequences that the average citizen really has no idea. How many of the politicians, most of them, have any idea? The carbon tax is a feel-good tax. It's supposed to really be incentivizing to drive around the country, and carbon tax is putting a price on pollution. So we set pollution, we'll have a price on it. And so, again, we incentivize you to use your car. The reality is, in Canada, I don't know about you, we don't have European cities. Everything is so far away. For me to go to the grocery store and drive to Costco, it's 20 minutes. It's so spread out in Canada. We don't have these little 15-minute cities in most of our provinces across Canada like we do in Europe. When we go to travel in Europe every single fall with my family, it's awesome. I like that. We get one Airbnb, literally within a 15-minute walking radius, everything you need is there. Every grocery you need, every bakery, whatever. Europe has thought about it. It's been around for a lot longer than Canada has. It's thought about how to build a city. Canada is a sprawl type of thing. You have to drive everywhere to get anything. To a library, to a baseball field, to a park for your kids, grocery store, everything requires a car. So the reality is, I'll think the price of gas isn't going to stop us from using it. You still need to use it. So the only thing you're doing is hurting the actual citizen. Now, it's not just a tax on gas to make it a little more expensive to dissuade us from driving. No. It makes everything else more expensive. You make gas more expensive. It makes everything more expensive. Something I don't think we don't understand. Farmers need diesel and gas to run their machines and run their tractors. It's going to increase their costs going up to what they're going to do. They're going to have to have the cost on the grocery store. They charge more. And before we get there, the truckers have to drive in to the grocery store. Once their gas costs more, they're going to pass it on to the grocery store again. So it's all coming down to the grocery store. Now, what do you think in West the grocery stores are doing? They're not going to take a hit on their profit margins. They're going to go, okay, these clothes items, these items here cost more to get here. Well, we're going to raise our prices and pass that on to the customer. Not only is the customer, us, paying more on gas, 60 cents per liter of gas is carbon tax. Don't forget that. If we didn't have a carbon tax like America or the rest of the world, our gas right now would be about $1.10 Canadian. Wouldn't that be sweet? No. Now it's $1.60, $1.70. So we have that extra cost. Never paid a carbon tax on the phone by the grocery store. Phone that I bought. I'm paying carbon tax on it. This is upping the price of everything. So Justin Trudeau can sit here and say, hey, we're giving back money to the citizens. We're getting money back for the carbon tax. Cool. It's a fraction because everything costs more. Electricity, the natural gas to run my furnace and my barbecue outside. In order to get that here, a trucker had to drive it. That got taxed. This got taxed. This got taxed. My computer got taxed. My food got taxed. My water bottle, my phone, everything's getting taxed. Carbon tax. Tax on a tax on a tax on a tax. Now, on top of that, we have our government, Trudeau, spending more
than we're bringing in, than we're making. This is a real hot topic that I would love to spend hours on. It's not only are we not bringing in income, our business, Canada is a business, it ain't doing well right now. Why? Nobody wants to join our business. Which means entrepreneurs, home builders, investors, they don't want to be here. They don't want to make their company here in Canada, which will create jobs, which will create little taxpayer worker bees. That's how it works, dude. I don't know if you ever heard that before, if you ever thought of it that way, but that's what it is. And that's why big companies like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, or even myself, a business owner. When you're a business owner, you get a lot of tax breaks. You get to do what's called write-offs. If things cost us money, and we can make them look like they cost us money, we can write it off, lowering our income. This is smart. Don't get mad at the rich. You should learn how to do it. Everybody should learn how to do it. It's your patriotic duty to pay as little taxes as possible. Why? That means you're giving to society. You're creating something. You're creating jobs. You're creating homes. Right? That's why myself as a real estate investor, that's why I love real estate so much. I get to do what's called depreciation on the properties I buy. What does that mean? I get to lower my income. Let's say I make over $1 million a year, but I buy a lot of real estate. I can say that one property is going to cost me $200,000 a year in depreciation. This is your property, right? It's crumbling. It's losing value, essentially. And the government goes, yeah, you're right. Now, if I make $1 million a year, right, and I buy 5 big properties, then I can depreciate my income, $200,000 on each one. I made $1 million, but I lost $1 million. Lost $1 million. I still own that property. It's appreciating in value. It's got tenants in there. I'm providing housing. And the government goes, shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody, but you're actually our best friends. For you guys doing real estate, I'm going to give you all of these tax treatments, and nobody knows about it. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. You need to know about these things. So if I make $1 million, and I write off $1 million for my gas, my cell phone, right? I have a cell phone. You have a cell phone. I get to write it off. You don't. My gas, my internet, my computers. I get to write off my computers. I depreciate these properties, right? I didn't lose that money. We all are paying that money, but I lowered my income to zero. But I made $1 million in my pocket. Tax free. Can't touch it, boy. Can't touch it, boy. This is how the world works, guys. Now, I'm being a little bit of a fucking ass here and a jackass, so you understand and you get it, and I want you to get mad at me. I want you to get mad. You should be mad. You should be learning this stuff. We were never taught this in school. Nobody taught us about taxes, but if the government is going to be so irresponsible in spending like a fucking psycho, sending money to Ukraine and all these countries that they do need help, they need the money, they just don't need our money. Not right now, especially. The money stays in Canada. That's what I would be as Prime Minister. You ain't getting it. Unless you're fucking part of NATO and you're getting bombed and like you know, it's part of our agreement to help you, then we'll help you. But if you're not part of that, I ain't giving you shit. Because my streets are crumbling. My people need it. I got people in tents everywhere. The money stays in Canada. Anyway, getting a little off topic here. But if they're going to spend like a madman, fuck them. You need to learn how to use the tax system to your advantage. And nobody knows this shit. And that's why I look at it. I don't care, really, what Trudeau does. I don't really care if Pierre gets it. I hope he gets it. I'll feel better emotionally about Canada. But is he going to affect my wallet? No. Is Trudeau going to affect my wallet? Matt Pichet's wallet? No. I don't fucking care. I'm not a victim to his shit. For what? Getting out of this country. All of my assets are now in the U.S. Our business is in the U.S. We're suit filing for visas to live in the U.S. and to renounce my Canadian citizenship. That's a whole other, journey you can follow me on. But I don't care, dude. Even when I get to the U.S., I don't care about Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. I don't care who they throw at me. Gavin Newsom becomes the president. I don't care, dude. I don't want those people to run the country. But if they do, it ain't going to affect me. You need to learn how the game has been laid out. And going to work as a worker bee at the factory, as a carpenter, as a plumber, how's that working out for you? Now look, before you think I'm some fucking white-collar pussy boy, after high school, I did my apprenticeship as a carpenter. I had my own business after my apprenticeship, renovating properties for investors. I was swinging the hammer. I was doing it. I know what it's like to be blue-collar. I worked it for 10 years. All my peers who were in their 40s, 50s, backs all fucked up, they're all miserable, drinking coffee every morning, smoking, their life fucking sucks. Good people. But I was like, dude, I don't want to do that. Like, that was my parents, same shit. My friends' parents, it was all the same shit. I don't want to do that. like, did it to, like, see the shit, got my experience, and then I started learning about money and how the world works, how government works, how the stock market works, how real estate investing works. And I'm like, wait, I can make, like, a million times more money, literally, by learning how to do deals, how to negotiate, how to move assets, and more importantly, how to play the tax system. What the fuck am I doing over here swinging a fucking hammer, making $30 an hour, $40 an hour? Everybody walking around making $40 an hour thinking they're fucking top shit. The union guy. We all know the union guy. I make $40, $50 an hour. Fucking fat, shitty, eats Doritos all night, never gets to travel the world, just fucking works all day like a man. Dude, I get hard work. I love hard work. But you ain't working smart. If the government's gonna pull this fucking garbage, you need to learn how to navigate. So how are we gonna improve? Dude, I went way off the rail. If the government is gonna misspend and blow the budget and throw out all these wacky, crazy laws, you can't be a victim of it. Don't let yourself. It's your patriotic duty not to. Now, I know you might have been taught, like, it's your duty to pay taxes. The rich should pay taxes. Everybody should pay taxes. Dude, I just figured this out recently. And I've been in this game, this entrepreneur hustle game, for, I don't know, 18 years now, the white-collar game. I just came to the realization that you gotta pay no taxes. That's what a good citizen should do. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all the guys who own Apple, all these companies, they're the good citizens. Why? They're not paying taxes because they're bringing so much value to society, i.e. jobs. This is the thing. Jeff Bezos is an asshole. He's not paying taxes. Dude, Jeff Bezos, because of him and his genius and his hard work and his mind, he employs, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000 employees across America, and those 10,000 people pay taxes. More than Jeff Bezos would if you made him pay taxes. Because of him, there's 10,000 jobs. Those 10,000 jobs are taking care of families. They're stimulating the economy. They have dogs, and they take vacations 2 weeks a year to Sedona, Arizona, or whatever. Because of him, that's happening throughout society. And while you think, and while it looks like the government's coming after him, Bernie Sanders, and the government, the people who write the IRS bylaws, they're going, good job, Jeff. Good job. You're doing just great. Keep doing what you're doing. We love it. I know we got to make it look like we hate you and you're the bad guy, but really, we love you. We love what you're doing. You got to become one of them. You got to learn the system. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my rant. I'll see you in the next video.
Ram is the most awarded truck brand over the last 5 years, so we decided to celebrate.
You're having a party.
No party.
No party?
We're having a sales event.
With a party?
The Ram Big Haul sales event. Get up to $10,000 in MSRP discounts on 2024 Ram 1500. Or 0% financing for 60 months, 3.85% APR.
Yeah, that sounds like a party.
See dealer for details.
Hi everybody, I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter at Forbes. Joining me now is Bob Ford, partner and pollster at Fabrizio Ward. Bob, thanks so much for coming on.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
I'm excited to have you on today, Bob, to talk about the AARP's latest poll, this time coming out of Montana, showing former President Donald Trump with a sizable lead against Vice President Kamala Harris. It's also showing some interesting numbers about that Senate race that could determine the balance of power in the Senate. But let's first talk about the presidential race. What are some of your takeaways?
Donald Trump won Montana by 16 points in 2020, by 20 points in 2016. This is not going to be a competitive race. That is not the primary reason why we pulled Montana. But it is the environment in which the other race that's happening in the Senate, will happen within, right? It is hard for a Democratic senator to run against the tide that Donald Trump is bringing to presidential year. John Tester last ran during the presidential election in 2012 when there was Mitt Romney versus Barack Obama. And he won that race, but he didn't have 50% of the vote. He ran against Congressman Ed Weaver, and the Libertarian in the race actually picked up
Tester to beat Eddie Reberg, but it wasn't by a lot. And he's facing a challenge now. You know, we might as well just talk about the Senate race. He's running against the challenger, Tim Sheehy, who is leading him by 8 points right now. The survey we did is a 600 sample survey in Montana. The margin of error is plus or minus 4%. These are outside the margin of error.
So do you think as we sit here right now, 2 months away from election day, it is Tim Sheehy's race to lose in Montana?
It is. And let's you know, you're right, it's 2 months away from election day. But 60% of the vote in Montana will be cast absentee, and that starts in a month. So actually, Jon Tester has less time to turn this around. And, you know, there's ways, I think, you know, for him to pursue, but it's going to be hard. But I think you're absolutely right. This is Tim Sheehy's race to lose. And the other thing I'd point out here is that, you know, I don't live in Montana, I assume you don't live in Montana, but if you lived in Montana, because Tim Sheehy is known to pretty much everyone in Montana. This guy has a lot of and, you know, 7% of Montana voters who either haven't heard or don't have, which means he's really well defined, both positively and negatively. There's a campaign going on.
I mean, this race is crucial for the Senate. It can decide balance of power there. So you said for sure, obviously, this is an uphill battle for the incumbent Tester, but there are avenues he could pursue. I mean, the clock's ticking there for those avenues that he needs to pursue. What are they?
Well, so where he is doing really poorly is among older voters. Voters under 50 will make up 56%. Or more of the Montana electorate this year, and Tester is losing that vote by 16 points. Now, he's not going to come back and win all the vote. It could lessen that margin, and there's a few ways we can do that. Social Security is an issue for older voters in Montana. There's a ton of older Montanans who say that Social Security is accept a significant part of their income, 56%. We talk just about seniors. That's 64% say Social Security makes up a significant part of their income. So, and it's an issue among, if you think Social Security is an important issue, she is ahead by 12 points. So Jon Tester can on that issue and talk about ways in which he has tried to protect Social Security and will on that. The other avenue is talking about long-term care. We have 25% of older Montanans who are family caregivers. There's a great article in the Wall Street Journal today, as a matter of fact, about the hardship of family caregivers and the lack of support they get. It doesn't matter if you're Republican, Independent, or Democrat. Young are experiencing taking care of their loved ones, and there's a cost burden and a time burden associated with that, and the candidates aren't really spending enough time talking about it. So if I'm Jon Tester and I want to get back to this race, that's another avenue where I would try to communicate with older voters where we stand on it. And again, it's bipartisan, so she needs to talk about it as well.
Montana obviously is a red state. Tester's an incumbent and is a Democrat. And early.
Meet Amy, a determined digital marketer who is facing one big challenge. She's ready to scale her Apple Search Ads marketing strategy
but she doesn't have the resources to do it manually. Katie races against the clock to meet her ROAS and CPA goals, while attempting to optimize keywords with the limited time she has for ASA.
I said again
So, ladies, gentlemen, lizard people, what's up?
And so much when you think about this little island and the incredible history that we've had, the amazing things that we've done for the world, in the world, be it innovation, be it development, being, you could even argue the spread of Christianity, so many things that we've done genuinely to help people, and yet our kids are being told everything about our past is poisonous. What the United Kingdom is Nigel Farage's Brexit Party has surged amidst growing dissatisfaction with Farage is national identity. The education system, the fertile ground for Farage's arguments, is out of touch with people. His moral stance is extreme. Citizens struggling to cope with economic uncertainty, rapid situation. Farage asserts that since Labour and Conservative governments have failed the British economy, leading to a breakdown in civil institutions and national values. He contends the government will have full pride in their shared history and identity due to causing significant strain and strife. As it is the case in the government grows, Farage stands ready to channel that dissatisfaction into support for his policy proposals. Yet opponents accuse Farage of fueling dangerous nationalism and nostalgia for a bygone imperial era. They claim this vision harkens back to a time of inequality that fails to reflect the UK's multicultural present. But Farage's message continues gaining momentum among Britons who feel disenfranchised and marginalised. As traditional party loyalties fade, many see Farage as giving voice to their very real concerns overlooked by a seemingly different political class. This documentary will delve into the factors behind Farage's actions and examine what it reveals about Britain's uncertain future. The post-war political order faces its greatest challenge yet, as citizens demand solutions from those concerned. Farage has stepped into this battle, for better or worse. As you can see on the surface. Nigel Farage calls no punches of escaping Britain's political leadership. He argues that consecutive Labour and Conservative governments have utterly failed to address the country's most pressing issue. Farage contends that the mainstream parties are too preoccupied with petty partisan squabbles and disruptive political systems. His trademark direct slang. Farage points to rising living costs, controlled immigration, terror threats as examples of concerns dismissed by the political press. He claims the leadership was woefully out of touch with the harsh realities of the 20th British Republic. Farage asserts that the political establishment fails to grasp the profound toll of economic uncertainty and rapid societal changes. According to Farage, career politicians of both Labour and the Conservatives lack perspective on the challenges faced by everyday workers. He believes the priorities of the ruling class diverge sharply from the interests of the common citizen. Farage argues that the leadership has abandoned British values and national identity, labelling misguided multicultural agendas. Farage's scathing critiques to a deep well of cynicism regarding the motivations of those in the helm. He contends that the British people have been betrayed by self-interested politicians who care more about ideological purity than pragmatic solution. Farage's populist message positions himself as the lone voice of society, favourable disaffected Britons by Farage economic attacks on the establishment of flexibility. His willingness to block the voice of controversial opinions resonates with citizens of higher and carefully scripted tools to political insight. Farage's career as an anti-establishment outsider ends in credibility lacking in traditional party figures. As public restriction grows, Farage stands ready to challenge the sentence as important as
policy agenda. Immigration and national identity and core pillar of Nigel Farage's obvious platform.
When we're testing him in Parliament, it was just like this revelation of, okay, this is how it should be, right? It should just be this easy for us to do business with our customers. Water has never stopped you. It's in your element. You do things because it's right. Get going. Get out there. Stop thinking and start moving. Share it with others. Wow there. Whether every soul. Embrace the world. Soak with water.
The assert that unchecked immigration has eroded Britain's shared heritage, threatens to undermine the welfare state. Farage's porous borders have affected assimilation and creating insular vision rather than fostering inclusion. Farage and solutions include regaining control of borders and reducing flows to the federal level. The argument for which the public rightly expects authorities to thoroughly screen them, asylum seekers, and bar entry to those with extremism. Farage criticised mainstream politicians concerned about the screening of political races. His eyes and Twitter displayed willful negligence regarding legitimate fears about terrorism and the impact on social cohesion. His point in the immigration debate says that British national identity faces a continuous assault from those Farage claims despite the nation's history of boundaries. Against fans of the IMF, Japan has to remove statues as an example of what we see with alternating cultural self-loathing and historical revisionism. Farage contends generations of uncontrolled immigration have diluted the nation's unifying sense of Britishness. For Farage and his supporters, strong borders and shared identity constitute indispensable prerequisites to a cohesive society. They argue only by delineating a defined national culture can diverse ethnic groups successfully integrate. Farage portrays the political establishment as willfully undermining social solidarity through reckless policy that sacrifice British heritage upon the altar of multiculturalism. With concern over immigration and erosion of identity running high, Farage has made these issues centrepiece of his agenda. His calls for defending borders and celebrating British culture continue finding receptive audiences. Farage insists solutions won't emerge until leaders finally acknowledge mistakes made and commit to restoring Britain's traditions and institutions. For a growing contingent of Britons, Farage represents the last best hope for reclaiming their nation's destiny and identity. Nigel Farage reserves the strongest criticism of the British education system, which he argues has been corrupted by bias and left-wing curriculum. He contends schools have discarded teaching critical facts and history for trendy ideologies that denigrate Britain's past. In Farage's view, facing anti-patriotic attitudes actively undermine national pride and identity at a young age. Farage points to the topic of historical statues, bans on singing the national anthem, and the sideline of the secret dates and figures as evidence of this ingrained emphasis in education. He claims teacher biases aimed at imperialism and other complex aspects of British history as whole. Farage argues this imbalanced, overly negative portrayal of the national story fosters cynicism and distrust of British institutions and institutions. As a remedy, Farage calls for root and branch reform of the entire education system to restore proper instruction in British history, culture, and civic values. He advocates for broad curriculum overhauls to emphasise national achievements, present a fact-based account of past faults, and instill patriotic pride. Farage contends the current approach amounts to a form of historical self-loathing that inevitably casts doubt upon today's societal norms and structures. In Farage's populist tone, proud sense of national identity and British exceptionalism form the bedrock of a cohesive, law-abiding society. By allowing schools to denigrate civilization and liberty, the arguments of political leaders are directly contributing to fraying civil solidarity and great disrespect for the rule of law. Farage claims restoring national pride through education constitutes the only relevant antidote to reverse this decline. Farage's capacity appears that young Britons lack a true grasp of their share.
Michael's Big Fall Sale starts on now. Celebrate the season with major savings. Enjoy 5 one free fall and Halloween children's decor, lighting, and more. Hurry, sailing soon.
Schools of patriotic constructed those who go schools into the rather than knowledge. It's relentless speeches. Development is dismissed directly as reality, and despite Farage's emphasis on national identity reflection, populism, political correctness. As with other areas, Farage says the solution lies not in the best ideas, but in claiming and celebrating public its challenges. One of the main pieces of evidence Nigel Farage says is important that his education system is coordinated and shaped by national pride and diversity. So those who think that, while older generations maintain a deep sense of British patriotism, this sentiment goes sharply in state of 25. For example, the 2013 statement that 86% of Australians expressed pride in British history, but that figure mentions was 40%. Farage argues the slight declaration provide direct results from the education system attempting to self-defense over a positive national story. Rather than building on British identity, many schools have to be local. Farage aims to make national pride as equivalent to the official government. Ordinary records of rising distrust in British government and systems and disability various since the Farage makes explicit different traditions locked by identity and social connection. In essence, Farage argues that the context of the perspectives and schools and base the nation's past, identity, and its values and lessons. Ultimately, he forgets that heritage and says the education system brings its ability to society over the nation. Farage, restoring national pride, constitutes the elemental identity to reverse this life of family. His data offers a clear proof that the best education brings back family value, creating a lost generation of mobility. Farage asserts that the actions are taken before the erosion of identity to over time. Thus, this is directly at his reaction, including the right to witness to Farage's narrative of the foundation, since to describe that range. As all species, Farage takes a single state of political class norms. And the data to how heritage colonies is not the system of less urgency to populism. Nigel Farage's view, found the blend of Britain's words lands squarely on the shoulders of this Labour and Conservative governments. He argues their joint failures to almost vice ideologies to use less context to consume religion. Farage is the religion of context is conceived as like the point of what as well as religion. This is the message of religion is the point of knowledge to national effort Farage is telling conservatives that the strength to describe the factory industry also includes the self-profession Farage says they will use one's immigration policy for the same to demographic changes without immigration support. The arguments to the left will grab and shape willful negligence regarding extremist threats and impacts of ghettoization. Farage rules out open policies of this instances. He sends over migrants really back into races, and the step of religious insecurity years. Farage's populist narrative, self-serving, to drop the line. Turns out to be related with the young man of national pride, social cohesion, British identity. Conservatives and Labour alike prioritise participating in the addressing system within the schools and the security to political erosion. Farage asserts that after decades of establishing failure, time has come for implementing growth and additional politics. The office's policy proposals not as left versus right, but rather as we use solutions down and cities. Thus, black directly to people's frustrations, Farage's casual trust shuts out governments for political events. As fake institutions rise, Farage stands poised to challenge the selection of failed status quo to face the outbreaks. For growing number of Britons, he represents the last best hope for confidence the system feels like. Farage asserts that by restoring one vote for its identity, Britain get back on course. And that process starts by breaking the cycle of lies and action perpetrated by controlling themselves in one country. As we reach the end of this documentary, it's clear that Nigel Farage has attempted to very polarize this precedent against the British public. One decision may seem likely to something, which is the violence of the war. To climb national pride, frame secular religion, and to stress the political president as foundation of the post-war. As a conservative, instability, as it is the war of institutions that no one represent. For better or worse, Nigel Farage has stepped into this battle, all because he was able to restore British identity and sovereignty. His words, his campaign style, his defences, his direct strong resonance with for voiceless and marginalised. Yet real dangers lurk in nostalgic nationalism that fails to recognise modern realities. A policy agenda based solely on turning back progress is missing opportunities to build a more just and equitable future. As the vigilance against the isolationism, xenophobia, discrimination, responsibility to population, to careless institutions and loss of identity, research. This faith in political order is eventually getting worse until it's finally put to the water very secret and the conspiracies to face faith. Slightly today, which loads of people exist as well. But much work remains to build national solidarity, the foundation of voices, rather than reject the diversity of the modern world. The path forward remains clarity, but the future rests in the hands of the British people for peace, with the country before party and society before self. There lies the road to
subsidies, and yet he wants to bring $6 billion without having any responsibility for the resulting flooding. He wants to increase the cost of government without taking any of the blame for the resulting interest payments that households must pay on their own debt after he drove up the rates. He wants none of the responsibility for the fact that we have the slowest economic growth that we'll be seeing over the next 5 years and over the next 35 years after he promised all this spending was going to stimulate the contrary. He wants to have total control over what you can see and say online to protect us all from these dangerous forces that might influence our thinking if we're not protected by the angels of government. And
yet, when there is actually a risk of manipulation by hostile and malicious actors like, say, a communist regime in Beijing, he can't even take the responsibility of reading his briefing notes. This is the irony, the great irony of his leadership, and one of the reasons why he's succeeded in doubling housing costs, giving us the worst inflation in 40 years, sending 2 million people to the food banks, 8,000 people signing up for a Facebook group called the Dumpster Diving Network, because they now have to eat out of a garbage can after he drove food prices rising with his carbon tax. He wants to control every aspect of your life, and then when he ruins your life, he wants to take none of the responsibility for the ruin that he caused.
Anybody who has been alive long enough or been following politics long enough can certainly come to their own conclusion that what is happening with this division of the left and the right is very jarring. Apparently, having pride for your nation, wanting to make it to your own income, and not wanting the government to be very involved in your life, like anybody in your community or your country, is bad things. People think. And truly, look at these responses. I came out on Twitter saying, I am in fact a conservative. I've only recently started using the Twitter account again. And right away, I got a message from this guy who says, if you're a fascist, nationalist, and communist sympathizer, just say that. You couldn't possibly think less of you. Goes on to write, then he should just make the leap to abortion. The altar of Trump will fit right in. Tell me, who do you take more? The LGBTQIA community or people who don't look like you? And after scouring the web and seeing we don't say, being a conservative even is, because they have done many research. No, they've just been watching the TV. I read a stat actually that said 60% of people will just follow the polls, but 20% of people will oppose it, another 20% whatever. And if you look at the state of the world right now, they want to think what happens when you start to question the narrative, whether or not it is a conspiracy, something all over truth, be heard, or have a common end, stop over anybody who opposes what that mainstream narrative is. It's really sad because, my God, critical thinking is so important. And you know what? Division is the plan, because it's very easy to rule over people who are way too distracted over here to pay attention to what's over here.
Canada wasn't perfect, just as we look back at our history today and know it wasn't perfect. And you know what, though? Whenever we have gone wrong, it is because we have gotten away from those basic principles of human freedom and favored too much state coercion and control. Not the other way around. That common sense consensus guided our country for its first 100 years. We went into hibernation between about 1967 and 1984. And then it reawakened. Again, with the election of the great Brian Mulroney, who reversed the course of the previous decade and a half. Of course, he inherited the country in a total mess. High unemployment and inflation, interest rates were in the double digits. The suicide rate had reached its highest level in Canadian history the year before, as so many people were losing their homes and their jobs as a direct result of excessive government control and coercion and the absolutely insane policies that have drowned our country in debt.
I mean, as a lot of people say, if you want to have any idea of what the future is going to look like, you should just look at past history. A good example of what is to come. And people not looking into that history is exactly why we are here where we are today. Except we have the added influence of even more billionaires and corruption in the world than ever before, and also the influence of social media, and being able to control a narrative and control exactly what it is you want people to see, and how you want them to see it. Now here's the thing with the Liberal government, one question on whether or not Justin Trudeau will step down, and he always says, we're going to continue to provide more Canadians. We're going to give them new national school info. We're going to give them dental care for seniors, people with an income below $95. We're going to give them $10 a day child care. All three of those programs, by the way, are not really that good. All three of them have come with a ripple effect that has been very negative for the Canadians who need them. The mainstream media, of course, will not tell you about any of those stories, or when they do, they're very loosely spun in a way that makes it seem not so bad. But all you have to do is go outside and open your eyes and see how things feel out there. Have you driven by a university campus lately? Have you seen what's been going on in those places? The protests galore. Have you had to stop at traffic for more protests? So there are all these protests that are within that left-wing narrative, with the information that the people who are a part of them see solely through the media, where they have used buzzwords like misinformation, disinformation to discourage you from looking at another side. Trust us. We're the people. Care for our money coming from. We're not predicting narrative. We're journalists. Journalism. We only tell the truth. The investigators who tell the truth is being somebody who worked in the media for 11 years of my career. Wow. Isn't that crazy? And here's the biggest difference between the Liberal government of Canada and the Conservative Party of Canada. It's the fact that the Liberal government tells us what it is they want to do. They use our money to fund what it is they tell us that we need. Despite the fact that a lot of these programs are really despite their flaws, whereas the Conservative Party of Canada, the very least, has been going out and not telling us what we need and what we want. That is, Ontarians do. They have been asking us what we want. Now, whether or not they will once they are elected is another thing. But again, if you go back and look at the past history, the Liberal government likes to paint conservatism like it's a big, dark, ugly thing. But when you look at the data, you look at the numbers, the history, the satisfaction rates, it's not something that people were happier. People were more hopeful.
This was the common sense Canadian consensus. The common sense Canadian women that believe in hard work, self-reliance, free market, free trade, that there should be a social safety net to do for people what they could not do for themselves. The government could genuinely do this for the least portion a month, and then we should give them the opportunity to climb up the ladder of life. This was the consensus, but at the same time, the consensus rejected the notion that government control what you think. They believe how your money can be spent. They believe that budgets could, unless in exceptional circumstances, balance debt, limited to the practice public resources to go to nurses, doctors, and soldiers, not bankers and bondholders. And Justin Trudeau, everybody gets it. A lot of people say they've gone too far. What Liberal is saying? In the wrong, not just far, but in extreme direction. I disagree. Because what Justin Trudeau has done is not only to break with the common sense of the 18th century, it's to break with liberalism itself. Liberals used to be in laissez-faire. Let people make their own decisions, live their own lives. Different strokes for different folks. Remember that? The people could more or less think for themselves, decide for themselves, live their lives in their own ways. Garrett Trudeau famously played to that when he said that government had no place in the bedroom of the nation. Now, his son wants the government to be in every room of your house, and your business, and your wallet, and your bank account, and your internet account. He wants to be everywhere, always. See, the thing is, it's not that Justin Trudeau is too liberal. It's that he's not liberal at all. He is equally illiberal.
I think that most people out there who are very against conservatism have a hot take what it actually means or what any of us actually want. I think it's fair for them to paint us with the ism code names that they use time and time again, try to cut us down and cut us up. Do you think that being a conservative is evil and that it's bad? Let me
know your thoughts in the comments down below. Subscribe to the channel if you so please. Like the video as that helps YouTube push it out to more viewers. And share it too if you have anybody in your life that you think would benefit from this. I'm Jasmine Lane, and I'll talk to you next time.
Hi, I'm Howard Robbins. This is First City News. Welcome. Here's some of the top stories we can follow.
We hear from federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who explains in more detail why he ripped up the coalition agreement with the Trudeau government. The Insurance Bureau of Canada says due to devastating weather events, including the Jasper wildfires, they've seen a record amount of claims. And with blast back at the University of Lethbridge, officials discuss challenges students face when it comes to housing.
Roberts. There's Southern Alberta. Thanks so much for joining. Federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh explained in more detail why he canceled the coalition deal with the Trudeau government. Speaking to reporters in Toronto, Singh says the Trudeau government seems to care more about the wealthy than the average middle-class Canadian. He also slammed both of the Pierre Poilievre, who says he was not supporting NDP's healthcare plan. Singh says he realizes, however, that tearing up the confidence deal with the Liberals would trigger an early election.
I've ripped up the agreement with Justin Trudeau, and I know that means that an election is now become more likely. We are ready to fight an election whenever that happens. And when that election comes, the choice will be between Pierre Poilievre and Conservative cuts. Who wants to visually distribute our healthcare system? One of the biggest the only thing you care is if you can afford to pay for it out of pocket. Or the Democrats who want to fix our healthcare system, build it up so it's better for you and your loved ones when you need it. That is a choice in the next election.
And the next federal election is slated for October 2025. Federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says now that the coalition agreement with the Liberals has been torn up by NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, he really needs to call a carbon tax election right away.
He is going to have to vote on whether he keeps Justin Trudeau's costly government in power or whether he triggers a carbon tax election. The Canadians can elect a common sense government that acts the tax, builds the home, fixes the budget, and stops the crime.
South of the border, U.S. Republican Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance took the stage in Arizona to slap Kamala Harris and her running mate, Tim Walz. Vance says Harris's past record of not getting things done for the American people speaks for itself. But to look at the American people, even those who's reading off the teleprompter, are the same. On day one, we're going to make groceries and housing more affordable. On day one, Kamala Harris says that we're going to tackle the American southern border. Kamala, you told us 3.5 years ago, what the hell has he been doing the whole time? I think what actually might happen based on his military service is he's going to bail out at the last minute but say he would anyway. I think that's the Tim Walz approach to the debate. Well, I think the best thing, not the very best thing, but a very good thing that I can say about the next presidency of Donald J. Trump is that he's going to make sure that people like this lady are laughed out of the Oval Office and sent to rewarded. Because this is a person whose entire career has been about sending other people's children out to fight and die for her military conflict and her ridiculous ideas that somehow we're going to turn Afghanistan, a country that doesn't even have running water in a lot of places, into a thriving and liberal democracy. You know, now this has to be the ultimate goal of the 2024 U.S. federal election. Almost the entire family of Kamala Harris' running mate, Tim Walz, was endorsed Donald Trump. The pictures got viral on social media. Member members of two-thirds who read Nebraska Walz's for Trump. Also cited Trump 2024 Take America Back. U.S. federal election slate is November 5th of this year. Police in Georgia say a 14-year-old has been charged with in connection with Wednesday's shooting at a high school located just outside of Atlanta. 2 teachers and 3 students were killed, and 9 others were injured during the time. Witnesses described what they did.
We got 10-15 again. Back to that.
and then let's talk about before and the outcomes that fall in the wall before the box in the price of the wall and the box in front of
I was walking out to get water, and I heard gunshots, and I heard bullets going like by my head. So I ran back in class. I yelled like, "Hey, there's a shooter! Like they're shooting back there!" And so I locked the door, and like I just got like towards the back of the class, put the lights on, and we just waited.
And I heard the yelling, I heard the man yelling, for someone to get down, put their hands in the air and stuff like that. Then I went quiet, walked up and everybody put their hands up.
A narrow strip of sand dunes on the Gaza side of the border with Egypt has emerged as a major obstacle and cost that any Israel-Hamas war in 3 scores of hostages. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel must maintain control over the Philadelphia border to prevent the terrorists from using up its arsenal for the series of tunnels used for smuggling. For Fetterman, supposed to be president. It's strategic, explained. It's not wide. It's only about 100 meters wide, but it's very strategic because Israel says that Hamas has used this area along the border to smuggle weapons into the Gaza Strip. The border has become perhaps the central issue in preventing a ceasefire at this stage. Israel moved into the area in May, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that Israel has to retain control of this entire border strip for an open-ended period. He is not willing to relinquish control. This is a major sticking point because Hamas is demanding the full withdrawal of Israeli troops from Gaza. Israel has found dozens of tunnels along this corridor, but Egypt says the tunnels were sealed up on its side long ago. It says it has stopped the smuggling for years now. It believes that Israel could pull away and we should find some sort of alternative arrangement to secure that border.
Director of the Beach at the Palestinian response, and the man was arrested for a pair of unprovoked stranger attacks. One man died as a result of the attack, and another is ancestor in downtown Vancouver. This morning, 2 very violent, serious attacks occurred in our city, resulting in the death of one innocent person and significant life-altering injuries to another. This marks our city's 9th homicide of 2024. Attacks like these shake our collective sense of comfort and safety, and I am grateful the suspect was quickly taken into custody by our PD officers. Vancouver is not dying, Vancouver is not dead, Vancouver is not unsafe. That's all hyperbole, and it's not actually factual. What I will say is that our partners are real, and I think that we have to realize that there's too many unwanted people walking around our streets. And there's a lot of people suffering from mental health, addiction issues, people that have severe criminal backgrounds, or a combination of all 3 of those, and people that are a danger to society. The Insurance Bureau of Canada says this year's Jasper wildfire and hailstorm, which hit Calgary, were among the weather events responsible for a record amount of claims. The Bureau says the industry is looking at around 228,000 claims. That's a 406% increase compared to the 20-year average. 2 other events that occurred claims this year include flooding in Ontario, Quebec. The celebration of Alberta Culture Day is this month. The province has given out $175,000 in grants to support 111 organizations in 48 communities. Government officials say the funding will help towns and cities around the province celebrate a wide range of cultures through art and storytelling. Last year, 215,000 Albertans attended Alberta Culture Days events. Officials say more than 59 communities hosted events to increase awareness and engagement in the arts and local life of their communities. Officials also staged art this month. Albertans will have free access to original museums, historic sites, and archives on the weekend of September the 28th. Alberta's Arts, Health and Status of Women Minister Tanya Burr announced that the province will be helping more women who trade for barriers to gain employment through 3 scholarship opportunities.
Also known as STEM, as well as cultural industries, are critical to our province. STEM-focused careers are in industries that push innovation or challenge our society forward. These cultural industries such as film, television, music, books, and magazines are used to serve our province's unique culture, perspectives, and stories on stages everywhere. As opportunities in these industries continue to grow, Alberta's government is ensuring students have a chance to have fulfilling careers in these sectors. As the school year starts again, I'm proud to share 3 scholarship opportunities Alberta's government offers to support post-secondary students entering these and other sectors. This includes the Women in STEM Scholarship, the Person's Case Scholarship, and the new scholarship we're announcing for the first time today, the Women in Technical and Applied Arts Scholarship.
Calgary City officials say Mount Vernon will receive more job than the city can handle on a big proposal in the second round of comparisons. City officials say the pursuit on Tuesday was 506 million liters. That is well above the 485 million liters officials say the city can manage without losing again much competition. The city began with 11 tickets carrying $2,000 fines and additional to business owners and homeowners. SAS Power has set up a nuclear-focused subsidiary to investigate the process of bringing nuclear power to the province. SAS Nuclear will be owned by SAS Power and will share a president and CEO along with board of directors. Officials say the subsidiary will allow the Crown utility to advance its small modular reactor program from a business and regulatory perspective. The province will not officially decide whether to proceed with the program until 2029. Over the years, those scammers are now using artificial intelligence to grandparent scam. As BCN's Heidi Engineering explains, Cliffridge Police have now issued a warning that this particular type of fraud is on the rise in our city.
Scammers don't just send messages pretending to be government officials. They also ask you to pay money. They pretending to be from a business, requesting additional information so that their supposed product or service can be delivered. But now there are also grandparent scammers who use artificial intelligence to target seniors. The CEO of Green Acres Foundation discusses what they do to prevent seniors from being affected.
At Green Acres, we try to educate as many seniors as we can. What we do here, we're very fortunate that we have a good relationship with the Lethbridge Police Service, and we have them in our sites giving education programs to our seniors. As well, we have posters up, and we give education in the resident newsletters. And just by actually talking, we have our site managers trying to explain to as many residents as possible the dangers, especially now with so many AI scams. So it's a constant education. But I find one of the best ways that we can educate the residents is by having them talk about it. Pues Sargan dice que con la legislación at Lethbridge Police Service explains how scammers are using AI in hard work.
What they'll do is they will do some research online through social media, web pages, things of that nature, and they'll key an audio recording of an individual that they have their customer and grandparent. And then what they'll do is they'll mimic that individual, and then they'll research who their grandparent is, and then they'll contact them, and they'll have a conversation with them, but it'll sound just like their granddaughter or grandson. The thing with grandparent scams is that they come in waves. So the way scammers do this, they'll call from anywhere in the world to a victim. And then what they do is they'll put ads out there for so-called couriers to go and pick the money up for them. So the actual scammer never comes to the house to pick up the money. They hire someone locally, and they say, take a little bit of money for yourself, and just go pick up this money, and then deposit it into a bank account or a cryptocurrency exchange account. And that's how the money actually gets to the scammer. So in this case, where on Friday where we arrested 2 individuals and charged them, that's exactly what they were doing. They responded to an ad on Kijiji to collect money from people they didn't know, and then to take a little bit of the money that they collected for themselves as their payment, and then they sent the money off to the scammer somewhere in the world. never assume that someone that's calling you is actually who they say they are. So the very first thing you should do is your own research and make sure that that's actually your grandson or granddaughter or someone that's representing them. And the way you do that is contact someone who's close to them as well, like a parent or a close friend or another relative of that nature, or call them directly and find out if they actually are in trouble and if they need your help, and then go from there. But that's the very first step that you do before you send any money or provide any information or anything of that nature, is to actually verify that what they're saying is true.
Local police need our help in locating 3 suspects in connection with a commercial fire last week. Firefighters responded to the blaze last Sunday around 6 p.m. at the 1500 block of 2nd Avenue South. The fire was set to be near the building along the back alley. Fortunately, there were no injuries. The damage to the building, however, was estimated around $300,000. Surveillance images obtained from security cameras in the area showed 2 teenage males and 1 teenage female put at the scene. As you can help police with their investigation, and you can identify the teenagers, you have to call the LPS right away, 403-338-4444, or call it Crime Stop. Dating as a teenager is pretty exciting. Meeting friends and even start romantic relationships. They're dangerous, however, the dating game. According to a recent study conducted by Stats Canada, there's a high percentage of dating violence against teenagers who fall 15 to 17 years category. The research indicates that emotional violence is the most common when teens are dating. Christine Massey, CEO of Phoenix Sexual Assault Center, London, was teenagers can also fall victims of sexual assault.
Exactly. Far more sneaky risk for things like sexual assault and so forth. Violence with dating, we know that with sexual assault, it tends to be more of cases, but we know that when it is from strangers, which is typically the media. So this is certainly of a concern. We know that at that age range that kids want to get custody from their parents when they're back at home, that they're out exploring with other friends, going out with friends, or anything the rest of it. Maybe taking some other risks like some drinking, perhaps as they're getting older and things like this as well. So again, that increases some risk around dating.
Alright, good evening folks, it's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to the Cold War video, and today we have very big news coming out about Latvia and also Romania, which are 2 NATO countries. Poland and Russian drones have struck both those countries in just the last 24 hours, and right now the details around these strikes are a little bit murky. It could be simply an accident, or it could be intentional attacks to probe the defenses of these NATO countries, but right now we have all the details on that are available, and we'll get into that in just a moment. We're also hearing of major attacks happening on Belgrade, inside of mainland Russia, by the Ukrainian forces, resulting in significant damage to Russian fuel storage. So with that, we're going to get to our first article today, which goes to the graphic report. In this article right here, we can see that this is the first that one going to address is the attack on Romania by a Russian attack drone. It violated their airspace in the last 24 hours, and Romanian fighter jets were scrambled, but the drone took a turn toward the Black Sea after just 75 kilometers and then left Romania's airspace. Now, that is an interesting piece of news right there, and also we do have some contradictory information in our text post, which we'll get to in just a moment. But according to this version right here, after Romanian fighter jets were scrambled, this drone had then actively took a turn out of Romania's airspace and then left and went out to the Black Sea, which is a very important distinction, because that might indicate that the drone knew where it was going, and it simply merged it basically out of the airspace of Romania to avoid being shot down by the fighter jets. So that is a possibility, but very serious here. And as you can see on the map, it went about 75 kilometers into the remaining airspace right here, near Tulsia. That's where you say that city name right there. But it crossed the border approximately right here and went right over here into remaining airspace and then took a left turn out to the Black Sea. So very interesting to see here. But in our next post, which goes to the key post, we're getting more information from the Romanian Defense Ministry. Into the city, Romanians confirmed that this morning a Russian drone did indeed violate its airspace, and it also crashed into a non-residential area. So this is somewhat contradictory to the last place we just read here. So we didn't look at reports. So we can only assume that maybe there's one story, or perhaps maybe there were two drones, and maybe one cleared out the airspace, and then one crashed into a non-residential area. Whatever the case is, it's good to hear the drone did not cause any hazard to the ground. And apparently, if one did crash, it crashed into either an open field or some area that was not populated. But nonetheless, very serious. This is a Russian weapon going to crash and striking a NATO country yet again. Not shortly after Poland was there by one not so long ago. That was scared to shoot it down, but it did go into airspace and crash onto Polish territory. And that was kind of sort of addressed silently by NATO. Really nothing said about it, but that was that. And moving on to our next post here, we have one from Tendar, and we're learning of a second attack by a Russian drone on a different NATO country. This time it's Latvia. And right here you see that Latvia's president, Edgars, is and once again, this comes after a string of Russian drones missiles crossing and crashing in NATO airspace, such as in Poland and also Romania. So, once again, to me, honestly, because of the frequency of these attacks and how often this is so suddenly happening, the Russian drones crossing the NATO airspace, I'm beginning to really seriously think these are not accidents. And I didn't speculate on this. I would say it seems like controlled attacks by the Russian military to see what type of air defense is on the borders of these countries and how far they can go without a NATO response. To me, that's what it seems probably likely to be. But of course, let me jump down to the comment below what you think about it and what your speculation might be as to the cause. But with that, we're moving into our next article here, and this one goes to Nexta, and we're learning of a new theory from the head of the Center for Combating Disinformation. They're coming up with a new theory as to why Russia might be sending these drones in. And their theory is that Russia could attack NATO through Belarusian airspace. And they said, quote unquote, Russian jihadists are increasingly flying to Belarus and to move this country to the border of NATO countries with a specific purpose. And so far, Belarus has shot down all the UAVs that enter their airspace. But if Russian UAVs fly into NATO airspace through Belarus, there will be questions for Minsk, said Andrei Kolovenko, who is currently the head of the Center for Combating Disinformation. So that's actually not a bad theory whatsoever. I'm not sure if Lukashenko is going to actually allow this to happen, but it is possible. And ultimately, it would come down to whether or not Putin had enough leverage over Lukashenko to basically force him to allow Russia to use their airspace to attack NATO countries. Nonetheless, that would really not change the equation very much because it would still be a Russian drone hitting NATO, and that would probably be perceived as NATO by a direct attack by Russia. And that just because the drone crossed through Belarusian airspace, that would not mean that Belarus was responsible for the attack necessarily, but they could be complicit in it, but they wouldn't be the direct combatant, such as Russia's drone. So, whatever the case is, we're seeing a lot of theories floating around about why Russia is attacking NATO countries with these drones. And it appears to be that a lot of people start to think this is not accidental, which is actually pretty logical to think. But moving into our next post here, this one's going to go to Null Reports. And we're starting to get word that Lithuania has now blocked a bridge to Russia's Kaliningrad region with Dragon's Teeth, which are anti-tank obstacles. And the Ministry of Defense stated that this is a precautionary measure to ensure more effective defense and emphasizing the importance of being prepared for any potential threats. So really not a bad idea whatsoever to put the Dragon's Teeth to prevent Russia from crossing this bridge right here. But I will say, I'm not really sure what prompted this at this exact point right here. We do know that Russia's obviously hostile, so that's a clear reason right there. But I'm not sure what the short-term reason was for doing this. Because something triggered Lithuania to go ahead and pull its move off, but I'm not really sure. But right here you see the extent of the Dragon's Teeth on the border of this crossing right here. And also you see some more right here on what appears to be like maybe a riverbank or something like that. And then of course there's that student in the building on the Russian side of it. And here is the Lithuanian official out here discussing the deployment of the Dragon's Teeth. So we can see here that Lithuania is taking steps to basically secure its border from Russian attacks. But with that, we're moving into our next article here, which goes to Nexta, and we're getting also footage of Belgrade being shelled by the Ukrainians. And this, of course, is a Russian city. The city of Belgrade has been getting slammed for quite some months now. And let's take a look at the footage and see the extent of the strikes.
And as we see here, here's some smoke rising up from the ground where a strike just occurred. And also, there is a big fire starting right down there on the ground where whatever the structure was that was dead, it's now combusted and it is burning in a big way. You can see some smoke also right there, some black smoke and white smoke. And it's being a very, very big attack right here on Belgrade once again. And that's just a glimpse of some of the attacks. Using our next post here, which goes to Anton Yarchenko, we're running out another drone attack on a fuel storage site also in Belgrade, and also the local support railway tanks are now on fire. So this time we have a railroad on fire actually, and we have some tanks here which are burning with Russian fuel. So let's take a look at this video. So right over here you see a lot of smoke coming out. It looks like about behind this hill right here, which is actually where a railroad track is. And then there's some Russian trains over there. What's the fuel being stored in them? And they blow it. So that's fuel now no longer still on the ground, also it's burning. So once again, another victory for these trains when it comes to knocking out Russian military fuel infrastructure, and it's very good to see indeed. And also, those fast forward videos can try to get the guns where they're coming from. And you see some of the fire right there. It's on the railroad track back there. Sadly, I don't have any clear video of it, but you see it was on fire indeed. But with that, we're jumping into our next post here, which goes to Chris Owicki. And speaking of the attacks on Russian fuel, we're learning from Chris Owicki that at least 100,000 tons of Russian fuel is estimated to have been destroyed in recent Ukrainian drone attacks. And also, the attack fuel codes were actually go underground for protection, but then they were moved to the surface to save money, and now they have to be buried again. So once again, in the infinite Russian wisdom, they moved the underground fuel tanks, which were actually pretty secure. They moved them above ground because, of course, they have to save the very valuable Russian renewable. They can't afford to do much of that. So they're trying to cut costs and save money. So they put the fuel on the top of the ground, which is where it's easily hit by missiles and also drones that can come from the ground. So, you know, Russia's stupidity like usual. But the big deal is we've lost over 100,000 tons of fuel thanks to their stupidity on the revolution. Simply done by the Russians, but a very good day for Ukrainian forces against Russian parties. But with that, we'll move to our next post here, which goes to Jason J. Smart. And not only are we seeing some attacks here in Belgrade, but now we're learning the machinery factories on fire at Tolyatti, Russia, and the plant that uses the Russian war goods. So let's go into the next video and see it with you. And right here we see there is that factory out here in the distance. How many producing some more goods? In other words, it's producing trash. It's putting it out polluting the earth. But anyways, that is that right there, and it's all fire and it's burning. And that's good to see as well. Definitely the Ukrainians are having success and having good luck. And that's what we like to see here on this channel. But with that, we're jumping to our next post here, and this one's going to go to next. And also, before we get to this post, just a refresher right here. Currently, the U.S. is not allowing Ukraine to strike long-range into Russia using U.S. weapons. But we've seen Ukraine lobby the U.S. administration for a very long time, trying to get that permission secured from the Ukrainian government, because if it's a lobby them to go and fight further on the left, that means taking out some very strategic targets, which could basically change the tide of the war if they're allowed to hit them. So right here, we're seeing the head of the Ukrainian presidential administration speaking out about the authorizations to strike deep into Russia, and says, quote-unquote, in response to Bolivia, Russian missiles to Russia, Ukraine will be allowed to destroy the warehouses with these missiles with Western weapons to avoid these further attacks. And he goes on to say that democracy must respond to this action by autocracy, and also strikes against Russia on the set, and defense is not escalation. I would have to agree with this. Currently, there is a war going on like that, and the West is very worried about escalating things. We can't get more escalated than the war, and that's currently where Ukraine's at right now. They're fighting for survival, and the West is being a little bit finicky about letting them strike a very strategic target that could change the tide of the war in terms of favor. So they need to lift this, in my opinion. If you agree with me, let me know down in the comments below, but I don't think you lift this immediately, and let Ukraine do what they need to do for what they're for. But with that, we're jumping into our next article here, and this one also goes to next up. And also remember, a question that always floats around about this war is that whether or not Britain would actually be crazy enough to use tactical nuclear weapons on the Ukraine or even mainland Russian soil to prevent a Ukrainian advance. And that's always been a very big question. There's been a lot of people saying, no, there's no way in hell that Putin would ever use a nuke because that would be the end of Russia. And that could be the case, but right here, we're learning from the CIA chief that the risk of Russian nuclear use in Ukraine was real. And he said, quote-unquote, there was a point in the fall of 2022 when I thought there was a real risk of potential use of tactical nuclear weapons, said that the CIA Director William Burns. And he also added that the U.S. President sent him to speak with the Russian counterpart, Sergei, in late 2022 to clarify his consequences of such escalation. So one thing this does prove, this is coming from the CIA chief officer, William Burns.
This confirms that Russia has been strongly considering potentially using tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine because they're being so desperate. So the fact that this conversation took place in 2022 and it's almost 2025, that means that's probably not the only time that Russia's been considering actually deploying their nuclear weapons. So the fact that we're that close to something like that happening is honestly very disturbing. But I will say this as a caveat, this is still a controversial topic. Tripping the bullets does say Russia will never use nukes, and that's a fair argument because that is an extreme step to take. But of course, we're going to wait and see what happens just when hopefully the nukes are not used. But moving here to our last post here, this one goes to Inside North Korea Geopolitics. And we're learning here, switching fronts from Ukraine just for a second, we have some news from the Middle East. And right now we're hearing the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has notified the military to prepare for a major operation with Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. And I really don't have much to add because we've heard this a million times over, and we haven't really seen much happen in Lebanon by Israel. So take it for a grain of salt. But this is what we're hearing right now. There could be some type of operation coming very soon by the Israelis in southern Lebanon. We simply don't know, and we'll wait and see because the Middle East is very unpredictable. And like I said, that is our last post of the day. So I hope you found today's video informative. And once again, if you did find it informative, press the like button and also subscribe to the Fortune channel as well. We plan to post these more videos every day that we can when there's enough news to cover, basically. Also, don't forget, if you want to support our channel financially, which helps us tremendously, we're largely crowdfunded by the viewers, you can go to our Patreon page. The link is in the description below the Patreon, where you go over there and sign up for a monthly membership and support the channel that way, which is a huge monetary help, and we appreciate all of our Patreon subscribers. And of course, we'll see you all at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight for the next night of War News Stream. And tonight's actually the Sunday fundraiser night, so be sure to join us tonight for that, where we'll raise more money for Ukraine and help the cause even further. And of course, we'll see you tonight, and bye-bye for now.
I'm David Knowles, and this is Ukraine, the latest. Today, we bring you the latest news from Ukraine, where a major Russian ballistic missile strike in the city of Poltava killed at least 41 people. We look in more detail at the German elections, and we analyse reactions to Vladimir Putin's visit to Mongolia.
Bravery gives you emotion and imaginable hardships to finally reward you with victory.
The first duty of my government is security and defence, to make clear and successful support of NATO and with our allies to all the world. We've got a breakfast. Where's John? We're Ukrainians. It's Tuesday the 3rd of September, 2 years, 197 days since the full-scale invasion began. And today, I'm joined by our assistant editor, Governor Nicholas, our editor, James Crisp, and assistant comment editor, Francis Hurd. I started by asking John for the latest news from Ukraine and Russia.
I do. Let's start with breaking news of the last hour. News been coming in of a Russian strike in Poltava, that's east of the country, about 100 kilometers southwest of Kharkiv. The area is thought to be a military training facility. President Zelensky put out a comment saying 2 Russian ballistic missiles hit the territory of the Institute of Communications in Poltava. 41 are known to be dead at this time. People found themselves under the rubble. Many were saved. More than 180 people were injured. We need air defense systems and missiles needed to train, not in stockpiles, to stop this terror. He also said that the Russians had hit an educational institution and a neighbouring medical facility. The Russian attack partially destroyed the building of the Military Institute of Communications. The Defence Ministry put out a statement saying the time interval between the alarm and the arrival of the deadly missiles was so short that it caught people during an evacuation to the bomb shelter. And the ministry statement went on. Many people are trapped under the rubble while rescuers and medics continue to work at the scene. As of around 2 p.m. local time, that was around 5 minutes ago, the emergency services have rescued 25 people. And we're going to on that as we go on and let you know more at the end, David. Right, also first, Russian forces said to have recently regained lost positions near Golfka, that's about 3 kilometers east of Vernovo, a big town that itself is about 30 kilometers northwest of Suja, the main town, the first one over the border that the British forces entered. Geolocated footage from yesterday shows those positions being retaken amid continued Ukrainian assaults.
Establishing an Institute for the Study of War, their assessment is that Ukrainian forces might be withdrew from that settlement. That's where Russian military bloggers are saying that Ukrainian forces marginally harmed. That was further to the east in the city there, and the Russian forces had abandoned positions within those settlements to avoid the settlements. Like I said yesterday, still very violent, a lot of movement still going on. Russian sources are saying that Ukraine is still continuing to assault west into the area of land southwest of Polonovo, that area bounded by the River Seine to the north and the border with Ukraine south and west. One Russian blogger said Ukraine is still striking Russian attempts to control two bridges over the Seine River in the city of Lyshkovo. That town, Lyshkovo, that had the first of those three main bridges that were destroyed about 2 weeks ago. Now, nearby, still in Russia, and it said that Moscow has ordered the ramping up of its air defense systems in the Belgorod region due to recent strikes. And staying in Russia just for now, the Moscow oil refinery that Moscow Mayor Sergei Skripal said was absolutely not hit in the Ukraine strike overnight on Sunday, Monday. That has now suspended operation of the plant refining unit following the fire caused by the drone attack that didn't happen. Now, sources told Reuters that the unit accounts for about 50% of the plant's refining capacity. Said the unit may resume operation within 5 to 6 days once repairs are completed. Into Ukraine and Germany footage yesterday again from ISW shows Ukrainian forces engaged positions in the southwest of Avdiivka, that's about 10 kilometers southeast of Moscow. The area that Russian forces have been really pushing hard on in the last few weeks. That news comes from the Ukrainian General Staff. The Ukrainian military observer Konstantin Mashevets said Kiev's forces continue to hold Avdiivka, about 2 kilometers due south of Novodivka, on that main road that runs from Donetsk city up into Pokrovsk. Mashevets said that Ukrainian position, or that hard shoulder, they love themselves some Dick Cheney. They love themselves some Dick. They love themselves some George W. Bush. And these assholes love the IRS now. Look at this place. Oh my God. Leave the IRS alone. Leave the multi-trillion-dollar big pharmaceutical corporation alone. You got this. Leave this alone. I got this. What the fuck is going on here? What the hell happened to you idiots? You're idiots. You got brain AIDS. Holy shit, you're stupid! Oh, bro, you don't even know that you go out on the big job, bro. Oh, bro.
That's case that already, that case, it makes it up. But the government will let them 3 days.
That's just an insane fucking region. What's going to the people? Innovators, absolute innovators in all these different sectors of their economy. Let's go after them. What could possibly go wrong? They're going to leave. They're going to leave. Hey, I thought of this. We're going to George cut this shit down. 3 days. They're going to chase all of these people out of our country. They're going to take their jobs. They're going to take their capital. They're going to take their business. They're going to take everything with them. So you can get 3 days of funding. Holy shit, that's suicidal again. You're down. Don't do that. Oh, bro. Oh, boy. Oh. Dude, fucking hell, I love that go-good. I love that go-good. And so, we can talk about a lot of stupid stuff that Kamala Harris is doing for the Republicans. Let's go. Just she's going to kill you. She's going to kill you. She wants you dead. She wants your bank account dead. She wants your dead. They want to take your guns. I don't know, boys. I don't know. I love me some guns, and I love me some gold. Reserve Gold, thank you for sponsoring tonight's first hour. Gold, big time sexy, boys. We live in unpredictable times. The digital currency is on the rise, around $35 trillion. Debt and inflation at 40-year high. Go ahead.
Big Short traders known for their successful bet against housing market back in 2008. Peter Schiff's one of those dudes. Warning that Americans don't have enough gold in the portfolio. Their advice comes amid massive central bank fine. The BRICS nation is about to eat our financial dinner. Our only hope is gold guns and Donald Trump. Their advice comes amid massive central bank gold fine taking place globally in the spiraling $35 trillion national debt lingering across the edge. They don't want you to buy it. They're buying it, but they don't want you to buy it. Go buy it. Gold. Yeah. I'll buy some silver. Gold, silver. I'll buy some palladium. That's why you should strongly consider physical gold and silver to help take your retirement accounts like the IRAs and the 401k employees. Preserved Gold is giving away a no-cost, no obligation free wealth protection guide that contains 25 plus pages of detailed information insights. So now you can cut. Don't cut gold. Just figure it out. So now you can put physical gold and silver into an IRA and even purchase precious metals for delivery directly to your home, boys. Buy it up with such a safe mode. All you need to do is text the word SALTY to 5055. That's 50505. Preserved Gold has hundreds of 5-star reviews, millions of dollars in trusted transactions with satisfied clients. As an exclusive offer by rules, official free recognize a good over 15,000 of free gold and silver qualified purchase. What that gold hard purchase for us is good. We're not handing that out free. Hey, baby. I heard you were Chase Bank giving out free money. Well, that's not giving out free money. You make a big purchase over here. Yeah, that's real expensive. Just text SALTY to 50505 to 6 for Blue text SALTY to 50505 claim this first offer. But Preserved Gold today. I just got a tip. But Preserved Gold's newest loyalty is going to be this chip. It's going to be this football over there. Oh my God, there's that Donald Trump. We need to elect Kamala Harris right now. Yeah. We should definitely get to do that. Someone else's tax plan could cost Taylor Swift $1 billion. $1 billion. If you think this homunculus over here is trying to get herself into a tax debt of $1 billion, you're a stupid fucking fool. I'm not talking to lefties. I'm not saying that. So, that's about on point, boys. That's about on point. Don't be a toss. Billionaire's tax plan could cost Taylor Swift $1 billion, boy. $1 billion. That's fine. You guys don't like billionaires, right? Oh, no. You like the billionaires when they're left scumbags. The value of Taylor Swift's companies, including Taylor Swift's Production Incorporated Firefly Entertainment. Why she have all these corporations? Is everybody at the corporation making $1 billion for Taylor Swift? She's not a good mother. Good. Harris's unrealized tax gains could force Taylor Swift to sell. You're gonna sell everything back to George Soros. She did all of the things. She engaged in all facts in order to get her music back from Jorge Soros. Only for Jorge Soros to put her into $1 billion worth of tax debt. That's going to hold himself back to the old man. But that sack eyeball. All of a sudden, with something. Hey, calm down. Okay. Wow, it's a weird thing. Kamala claimed to be a statement of the Buffalo Bill to comfortable off. Mark something good work very good. That's good. Something topic was big red soda and fun. It's fun, you're gonna play with it, guys. This is nobody's doing this. Nobody's doing this. What do you do now? I don't know who this man is. I don't know how the hell he's got a show on MSNBC. I don't know how he doesn't get fired. This guy over here is pure fire. I love him. For sure.
I don't remember that movie, but he just said something great. Cutting taxes on the wall, but corporations are pretty well there. I just don't want to
That's what they're responsible saying that's all you need to do is cut taxes for the wealthy. Why it's paying taxes on corporations for their wealth. But
going to rich white people get happy for that. So just got economic things at work. I'm not getting this bringing down economic stuff for working. What the hell is wrong with that? Reform ridiculous besides the last still feel the only one that wants to be station or fucking go. What's the next one? Well, they shouldn't really be telling people to engage in that type of why are you telling kids in school that corporations do that? It's accepting people are awful. Why don't you teach kids to, I don't know, play different? Why don't you teach kids for kids to work with the big businesses, start their own business, with their own capital, invest in itself? Now you guys shit on that. No, everybody, anybody's successful in business, they're racist, they rob black people. You're just acknowledging right there. Corporations are yeah, you should start your own corporation. Taylor Swift's got a bunch of corporations.
I don't think that's
So that's a bad thing. Seriously, that's a bad thing. Who do you think provides the job in this country? And the people that work at those companies that pay the taxes to afford everything we do. The government can't provide that. We're going to pay the government workers. The government doesn't have it.
It's the largest employer in the
Yeah,
United States.
that's the whole what the shit? She said that was a stupid. She said she got all excited. Oh, he's stuck in a trap. Actually, the water is water. That's the problem, bitch. Holy shit, you stupid fucking goofball. I thought it was skeptical. That side should be smart. I'm a racist when it comes to black men. I just assumed that you had some sort of IQ. Actually, the world is that the fucking oh, shit. What the fuck is this stuff? Look at the because I'm selling parts of the junk. Yeah. That's insane. We got kids all excited. She got this thing. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, she sings some sort of stupid shitty Taylor Swift song in her head. I got it. I got that straight old white bitch bitch on CNBC. I suck at him, you dumb bitch. She was stupid bitch. He's gonna kick her in the cup. Watch.
I think that there's this, down analysis of the past
the government is involved to employ I'm sorry, what are you on this? That's good that. What are you doing? Government doing service that government is from all of this stuff. I don't know what this fucking is that you're doing. Oh, you're doing you're talking. Oh, shit, you got the change that's money. Oh, that's good. And you're all excited that there's a world war with water, so we're paying all the hey, fucking that. Stop that. I didn't know that. And when I got who's actually doing some? The Apple the joke I'm pretending to not know right away. I know exactly who that is. I bought a hell of that. Is that chick alive still? What the hell? Shout out to Long Island, Seaport, California, and New York. Big bad boys. Get that. Go ahead, put it. Go ahead, put it. Go ahead, This is appropriate, that's what parents do, and they're just openly talking about robbing people. Openly talking about robbing people. Beyonce's not gonna get robbed, Taylor Swift's not gonna get robbed, Lord Soros ain't gonna get robbed, Warren Buffett and his boyfriend, they ain't gonna get robbed. When they do unrealized things and start raping people, it's you, it's gonna be me. Oh, don't worry. Oh, Dude, in a few years with this Zimbabwean economy, yes, I will have $100 million. Have you bet this stupid fucking phone? I've been researching up one of the these keto diet, switching my body's energy. I got something to do. It's a straight to the point. I got something. So I'm watching all these stuff. Okay, well, what can I have for breakfast? What can I have for dinner? And I'm watching all of these videos of these kids about, here's what you do, here's your keto breakfast. Let's go to Costco and get keto breakfast. Let's load up on Walmart, keto breakfast, right? Top 10, yeah, Walmart. These motherfuckers, 4 years ago, how was gonna put a C-chef? Alright, you know, right there, it's $2.95, $2.95. What's the end of those things? No, I'm good. I'm good. There's enough idiots in this race. I'm good. I said there's enough. I said there's enough. So, no, I'm good. If we need your help, we don't want your endorsement, stay away from us. Endorse comments. Why don't you stick it to us? Right? Well, stick it to us. Give us that comment out to see how that works out.
almost something. Yeah, you're not like us. Yeah, you don't like us. You don't believe in the Democrats. You still
Not flexible. You'll stand by a long time. You're in the Sanders over there. Why don't you sit and drink the fuck out of each other? Shit like that. Well, like, same session. That is a great
That's one thing possible for DeSantis. You still got that major DeSantis. Since had a big win in 2020, where the fuck that do that now? Where the fuck that do that? Well, the day, I like DeSantis good. I like DeSantis good. I like DeSantis good. People report this shit. Listen, anybody wants to see up some people points to his own political filter. I support the political filter. I support it. Come out and sit down from the death. It's something, you know, you gotta do it. How about it? Fuck this motherfucker, jump up with the hard plate crash. Jump on the front foot. No, fuck it. It's that. Yeah. Like that. Get out for the fucking air. Get up here. We need you. No, I don't even know. I don't even know. How did you, what the fuck did you vote for? Stall election. I fucking stole the left. I don't need your vote. They don't like vote for these dumb assholes like Kamala Harris, stupid fuckers. I'm not running against Kamala Harris. This isn't some sort of legitimate election where I don't fucking vote for her. We're well past legitimate elections. No. We're running against Kamala Harris. We're running against the establishment. We're running against the regime. We're running against a completely fucked up machine that is trying to overthrow our country. We ain't running against Kamala Harris. Get the fuck out of here. You idiots think elections are legitimate. You stupid idiot. They get sick. I know, this is the game. We check the ticket. They get back on the bank. You know, this is one part of it. The only thing that leaves me I'm just trying to switch my body's energy production cycle from home, and I'll switch them from parts of that. I ain't got much work to do with that, but I'm not gonna fucking radio. Look at that! Stay back! I'm trying to switch up this I didn't like these once in the door. That is after the show, I cracked hard, by the way. See, it's something good. We're both talking up, like son of a bitch, I've never seen on fucking YouTube or one talking, so listen, no, right after this show, I cracked out. I poured my ass out again. They're gonna go. Long Island boy, you don't go to Long Island, but the Douglas, I am. I'm gonna have to go on to go to see the video. Yes, these are not legitimate people with that. It's not legitimate. This boss like them with it's obviously kind of smart kids out there. But it's evil people. But they can't be honest, so they gotta say real stupid shit. That's what makes it look like they're dumb. They're gonna judge boys like kids. I would have got my kid. But I couldn't do so. That was funny. This is really wrong with football. My wife, my dad, they right now in the ridge. That's a I've been trouble before. I've been trouble before. Probably this month. What else? Drive-bys and these crowds. See the kids are out of the time. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. 7 times for a child of 11, 8 million hours. That shit's gonna be scrambled eggs. 5 times.
need to bust all these people. By the way, this officer, 25,000 people in this town. If they all showed up, and you're by the press, come out of that. They all showed up. It's all support. This all that Trump train rally, Hallmark Channel. There you go. Yeah, one of the interesting things that was pointed out in the rally was Stephen Crowder's investigative performance. Stephen Crowder's investigative reporter got us the first 9 pages about Tammy Custom that we still don't want to talk about. Hilarious. And got on record a DOJ public affairs heading. Oh man, guys, Stephen Brown, investigative reporter, Jake Brady. Honey potty the shit out of David. Good stuff. Honey pot boys, a sneaky honey pot. Come on, man, good stuff. No, well, they say that if you realize that obviously with the Russians, you know, that long hair false, they do the public place, they develop backfired, by the way. Well, that's sort of backfired. Like, oh no, don't think Trump said it's before the election. What? No, shit. No, I just realized that everything that's done up to this point backfired. Not even like a little bit, but backfired. 50 seconds to do it, backfired under a bunch of words with a ton of accolades for yeah, no, this time was serious. It will work. One step in the best of Allison was there. That's no point. Wait a minute. Yo. Get $1 trillion fucking coin and arrest Donald Trump. Let's play this game. Let's do that. Don't get actually all things off when the report is out. When it makes the point to go down for now the podcast is starting off with one thing and another thing. Nice. Since yesterday, the top spokesman, one of the top people in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan, that very respected Southern District, very highly respected, was heard saying, I explained exactly what obviously in this case is the boss of the whole thing. Yeah. I don't know. That's true. So, that's the rest of the world. The Donald Trump is campaign. And he's not saying we're going to arrest him. Against the media and family and babies, take a look at Donald's and Donald's not a family. The people who didn't call him on the title, they didn't they actually multiple purposes doing that. They got to go, yeah, you can just make up the four final up statements. Donald Trump. Just cheer about it. Oh, that's what I've got a real big problem with fucking good people. They said that, I know. These idiots, they think they're fucking idiots. I took the slot. Oh my goodness. They think it's ridiculous. They're fucking cool. Yep. Walk us right into tyranny. They wave the rainbow flag and it's fucking ball again. Oh, can't do that. Over the government flag, forward, flag. Be able to feel the thing. And you want that. Or you want me to get Jackson himself. Oh, graphic, heroin, motherfucking dominance. They're killing me. They're going to be, yeah, that's what it does. They're killing me. They call for $100,000. They're in the family debt. Hot dudes, hot funny the shit out of gay feds. Because we have the nuts here. We gotta write a book. Hey, there's 3 book this this out. You got kids, you got grandkids coming into the next generation. Their history books gonna be fucking good. But it's gonna be something like homosexuals. My whole world. Well, they were just easily manipulated. Take a bunch of stuff to people, tell them they're all good, they'll rapes, people can make a blind for the history. So we have to have this by honeypotting them. They're straight. James don't keep that honeypot the fuck out of those gay people. And it's going to be weird. It's supposed to be wild. It's going to be wild. Yeah, the kid looked back forward, black guys matter, but just explain that. Like, it's fucking weird. I didn't see that. You never know that? But the dog is smoking. Yeah, they got woke and scary. Yeah. There's a dog coming to scare them, so the statements in the left, what do I get shot? In a situation where it's killed, that this was a staged post. Donald Trump should say they got two people shot and a man killed. The entire establishment has wanted to arrest them before the election. We have launched multiple investigations, multiple motion profiles. I makes this assassination institution, the same establishment, it's just going to allow it. Then is where I got convinced that it was staged. Trump is known to cower, even from people. The security detail all but freely presence in the program. When one away was thought, they practically focused with story.
Desert. Could this again be pointing to an ancient judgment in this era? I think perhaps so. In Ezekiel chapter 28, we're going to have an amazing connection between this ancient prophecy and about the Garden of Eden and the fall of cherubim that will connect us again to that ritual context. Son of man, take up lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, thus saith the Lord God, thou seest that the Son of wisdom and beauty. Thou hast been in the garden of God. Every precious stone was guarded for thousand diamond, beryl, onyx, for jasper, the sapphire, emerald, and carbuncle, and gold. The workmanship of thy tablets and of thy pipes which were prepared in thee in the day that thou wast created. And it talks about the king of Tyrus being in the Garden of Eden. And it talks about him walking up and down amidst the poles of the fire. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't believe in coincidences. And there's an amazing thing here that we need to try to explore. I think it's a supernatural signature. Now, this is a picture of the second highest mountain in Antarctica, and it's called Mount High. You just take the tire and put another key on it, and you got Mount High. Now, this is a most interesting mountain, and it is an area of Antarctica that's called Marine Birdland, named after Admiral Marine. And this mountain got its name from another rear admiral called Naval Infantry that discovered this mountain. Coincidence? Well, maybe so, but it could be a spiritual signature for one of us. And there's
direction. And there also, this mountain has something that is ice on this mountain, 6,600 that goes straight up. And the people say that our mountain climbers, that this is absolutely incredible, unclimbable, and there and what it brings there, Hollis Mountain. No one's ever going to go and see what's there. It is absolutely sealed off here. And there's a great mystery here that we might not know what is there until the Lord returns. But we do know what's there, and it could point us to something. Now, we're going to passage from the book of England Prayer, translation of Warren Sponge. And this was a book that was written in the 4th century by a fellow by the name of the Syrian. He was one of the anti-Nicene fathers from Syria, and he wrote the Cave of Treasures. And what it is, he kind of pulled together all of the stories and legends about the creation of the earth, and just kind of put them all together as a commentary on creation and on the book of Genesis. But this is what he says. This is very significant. I believe this is true. He says, God cast the sleep upon Adam, and he slept. And God took a rib from the loins on the right side of Adam, and laid him. And Adam woke up and saw him, and rejoiced in great. And Adam and Eve were in paradise, and both of the Lord shining with praise from the gallows. Now this paradise was situated on a high range of hills, and it was 30 spans according to the measurement of the Spirit, higher than all the high mountains, and it surrounded the whole earth. Now, what I believe is very possible, and what I believe is that what this is describing is the end of the ice wall before it was frozen. And I believe that this is what Enoch is saying here in the vision that we're studying in Enoch chapter 28. And as we go on in Enoch, we're going to see everything beyond the ice wall, and we're going to get some ends and clues now that the heart of the earth actually down the ice wall, what makes it beyond it. Of the spiritual world, above the firmament, and so many mysterious things that are being alluded to. He goes on here in Cave of Treasures, and he talks about the forms of time. And this is the best explanation I have ever heard about what the coals of fire actually are. It says, and when the heavens had shown them the way down the mountain, one down astray by the women whose hands stained with bright colors, and whose faces had tattooed marks on them. When the Sethites might return to the top of the mountain, the stones turned into coals of fire, and they could not dance alone. And according to the Cave of Treasures, whose fire prevented the sons of Seth from going back into Eden, surrounding the earth after the fall. So if we take this as true, in the book of Ezekiel 28, we can see this fallen cherubim walking up and down in the midst of the stones of Eden. We can understand this as a tenth of this fallen cherubim to re-enter into Eden. We know that there's no cherubim, thank God, that did not fall. We saw two of them guarding the tree of life with the flaming sword. But here we see this fallen referred to as the king of tyrants. So I think it's quite possible that, God does things like that. He has these spiritual signatures, and there's a lot of things here that might be saying, hey, look over there. This might be where some of the answers to this mystery might be found. Now, this is a really amazing book that was written in the 1800s by a man by the name of Arthur Leeson. Is the Earth Afloat? And I want to read a little snippet in this book about the 1839 British expedition to explore Antarctica. And it was undertaken in 1839 to 1843. And I believe we have here the most honest description that we're probably ever going to give in ice walks before we made things fit and everything that we said. But I'll just read a little bit of this. It says, on the 27th, they landed at the side of a mountain 12,400 feet above the level of the sea, which proved to be an active volcano, emitting flames smoking through the ocean. It was named Mount Erebus, and an extinct volcano to the eastward 10,100 feet high was named Mount Terror. Along the coast as far as the eye could reach to the eastward, there was a perpendicular cliff of ice from 150 to 200 feet high, perfectly level at the top, and without any fissures or column forms on its seaward face. The barrier was estimated to be 1,000 feet thick, and it was followed for 450 times with fire. For 450 times this expedition in 1839. They followed this ice wall, and here's what was said about it. It says, and this was the comment of someone that was quoted by Mr. Lincoln. He said, looking for a South Pole at the end of the 19th century, just because native astrologers conceived the idea of a planet Earth some 2,000 years ago, and men are yet found to accept this with blasphemy against presumption in extreme. The ice barrier even concentrated the Earth's circumference extend for some 30,000 or 40,000 miles, but present no opening long enough for the passage of a seal or walrus. And it's amazing in this account of this British expedition in 1839. I think this is one of the most honest descriptions of the iceberg that we are going to get. Now, let's go forward with this. John, anything you want to say here before we go on?
It's interesting. So, you believe, okay, so I've heard a lot of the mythology. I was kind of looking into the different mythologies about that. Some people believe that there is a race of beings living beyond this wall. Obviously, we know Hitler believed that, I think, and we know the patriarch Kirill and Pope got there, and the Ark Gabriel, and in a lot of movies now they have these ice giants that come through this wall every year. It came that is White Walkers, these giants that walk through one. What do you think there is to that?
This has to remain just in the realm of theory, but there are scriptures in some non-humanity books that I'm looking at, and it speaks to them being real and mean something. Where are they? And I think they could very well be in this realm of the iceberg.
Hopefully, because of the spike constantly by creature or whatever it is, constantly, even if
falls into restraint. And the Bible also, talks about the restraint of the food. And one of the theories on thinking is that they are wanting to change the atmosphere and the basic conditions on Earth. You turn the water into blood so that the giant will be good. And I think this is really, really important. So it remains in the realm of theory, but if you understand biblical cosmology and you look at a lot of these texts, I think, and I'll have to say that I believe that God formed the kind of a tract of land that encircles our globe that could have monsters, and that could be just like a road for we can't prove that, but it's not a lot of things we expect that to be the case.
One thing, the scripture says, if somebody measures the earth, basically 14 miles that made. And so I think that this what we know as the area we live in could be just a fraction. Actually, what this fraction. Yeah. Maybe, it's all theory, we go by what the scripture says, and Enoch says we that's another thing that causes you to think ideas about lesser revolution. When it says that the earth cannot be measured, that I believe that. I believe that that's a very highly possible thing, and we have people from thousands of people in Russia that have said plainly that there's no way anybody knows something, nobody knows, have no idea. And they shut down the Space Institution and then Russia back when they're having this big rush to get to the moon that we had. And I think if people watch the documentary and see this membership, you're going to be, if you don't have any faith in Jensen whatsoever, it's going to be a strong shake to your foundations about what they do. So we don't even know what's in the ocean. We now really iceberg. I think they said 20%, 10% maybe of the ocean, and there's no depth. There's no much. This is the ocean. I've been anywhere near. I mean, we have weird stories from people that are. I think they're called underwater surveillance. They are putting weird things. And Russians that are putting weird crafts in the water, and nobody knows what it is. So we don't even know. Part we can't get to. I can imagine what may be going on.
Yeah, and as children of God, we know and understand that we will do much better using the scriptures to understand as the culture of the church. Now let's press on to chapter 14, and let's look at verse 3.
of the flames. And it goes through, it says, and water gushed forth from above, rushing like copious water course which flowed from the northwest. It caused clouds and sand on every side. And he says, but if the moon lifted up the waters, it is evident that near the land the water will be drawn away and flow instead of shining by the poles. Again, the velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and it follows that she exerted any influence on the earth. That influence could only be a uniform influence, but the tides are not uniform, and for the time, the rise and fall is about 60, while if they get about 600 miles up the coast, the rise and fall is about 60. This eventually settles the matter that the moon has no influence on the tides and fall. And that makes just an awful lot of sense. And it goes on to say, but what does cause it? And he says this, it was established that the earth rises and falls like the ocean formed atmosphere. The movements common to them may be likened to the chest in Greek. And this was a solution that was given in an 1892 article. But if you think about it, and I thought when I heard this, well, that would make sense. If the moons movement or uniform, you couldn't have two places that are just 100 miles apart, radically different things. But if the earth was moving, this could account for it. And I thought, well, is there any scripture for this? And, well, there is. And in Romans 8:22, and here's another one of the scriptures. If you dare to take it further, it says, for we know that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth and together till now. Of course, this is a metaphor, but of course, I'm saying it that we're like birds flying away. But literally, there's a metaphor. Groan and have to be able to breathe. So it could be that the natural rising and falling of the earth causes instead of the moon. But whatever is different, we know that the explanations that we give regarding gravity and these type of things, and they just do not fit the muster of the word of God. Let's look at Enoch chapter 29, and we here see that in this desert there's another protection of things that we can learn. It says, and thence I went to another place in this desert and approached to the east of this mountain range. There we saw aromatic trees, exceedingly the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and trees also similar to almond. And it's interesting that this frankincense and myrrh, that this was one of the gifts that brought to Christ. I believe that he was literally brought the gift of the spices of food. And in the way, it says that they were coming to the house, they saw the young child and his mother that was there, and worshipped him. And when they had opened the grave, they presented other gifts, frankincense, and I believe that this was the spices of food. Well, let's look at some more scripture. Let's try and get kind of a big concept of what has to give us some idea of what we're doing. In Matthew 11 and 1, this is the result of lying is the person of the doctors of and dead raised up and so the gospel preached to them. Now, John Kelly is commentary. He has a comment that says our Lord here has reference to the several prophets of the Messiah and the Isaiah 36. And going to be back to Isaiah 35, but what we want to understand is that the scripture that you identify Jesus as the Messiah is coming from this 34th chapter of Isaiah, so we're going to look at that and trying to see what that means to us. Now, on down in Matthew 11, here we have another one of these acts of love. So we don't always say this is what he said. He said, but I say unto you, it shall be more powerful for the purpose of the sight and resting that tyrants is at the day of judgment and for you, and thou upon them which are exalted unto heaven shall be brought down to hell. You think it might I think it literally means that just like the first valley, just like with the valley of the reptile, with the valley of the giants, and animals they were taken down. And some of these places are so wicked that not only the people descend into hell in the underworld, but there's actually an as above, so below thing going on. It's kind of like there's only special place in hell. And part of the so evil, there's like a part of hell, and it's just like the same thing as we understand what's going on and he said for the light works which have been done in Sodom, it would have remained this day. Now, we're going to look at Isaiah chapter 4, and we want to do this very conditions for the talk and here we're going to use the point of but this is when we understand this prophecy properly, we're going to have some dots to help us figure out what's going on. But in Isaiah 34:2, for the indignation of the Lord is upon all the nations, and his fury upon all their armies. He hath utterly destroyed. Now, that is past tense. This is not a prophecy of something that's going to happen in the future. This is a judgment that took place in the past. And this is the section where we remember in Matthew 11 that the way that the Messiah restored Sarah is one of the proofs that Jesus was actually the Messiah. Now, in Isaiah 34:14, this is what was in this area. It says, the wild beasts of the desert shall also be the wild beasts of the island. The satire shall cry to his fellows, screech out, a.k.a. the Lilith, and the Hebrew also shall rest there and find for himself a place of rest. So this area that was a wilderness in the desert, I think geographically located this, and on the map, this would be the actual desert where Christ was tempted in the wilderness. And because Christ overcame in the wilderness, he is not only going to spiritually restore us, but he is also going to geographically restore us. And, you know, we were thinking about a little while ago, and we were talking about what's behind the graceful. And you see, these things were removed from the wilderness of the past tense judgment. We have the satires here, we have the Lilith, and we have these monsters of the desert, these fallen powers. Well, they're somewhere. Where are they? And I think, quite possibly, that many of these creatures are beyond the ice wall, and that we could see their return at some point in time, probably in the very near future. Now, in Isaiah 35 and Isaiah 34 and 35, it comprises this section, and it talks about the judgment and the desolation of this area, and it prophesies how that it will spiritually and geographically be restored in Christ. And here in Isaiah 35:1, it says, the wilderness and the solitary place shall be glad to know, and the desert shall rejoice and blossom as the rose. In this area that was literally torched, that is now, and I believe we can actually see this desert on the map, this whole area, right there where Christ was tempted. And if we had a map, we should have done that, but there on the map of the Holy Land, you can see it for yourself, that it's going to be restored. Now let's look at the text in Isaiah 35, and this is the exact language in Matthew 11 that was referred to. It says, say then, that of a fearful heart, be strong, fear not, behold, your God will come with vengeance, even God with the recompense. He will come and save you. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped, quoted in Matthew 11 of Christ. And when Christ came into this area, he overcome the temptation in this very wilderness that was torched so long ago. This started the process of the spiritual and eventually the geographical restoration of the whole area. Then shall the lame man leap as a hart, and the tongue of the dumb sing. For in the wilderness shall the waters break out, and streams in the desert. And the parched ground shall become a pool, and the desert and the thirsty land springs of water. In the habitation of dragons, where each lane shall be grass with reeds and rushes. And this is literally what's being described. We have Lilith, we have the satires, we have the dragons. It was torched, but there's going to be a restoration where these dragons once lived. There's going to be water in the wilderness and a complete restoration. Now, this is a really neat scripture. Of course, I'll say this, but let's just look at this from Isaiah 55. For the Lord shall comfort Zion. He will comfort all her waste places, and he will make her wilderness like Eden. There will be a restoration, you see, and the wilderness, and that speaks of the ice bowl too. You see, it was once paradise. It was judged and cut off. It's now inaccessible. But once again, in the restoration, the wilderness will be like Eden, and her desert like the garden of the Lord. Joy and gladness shall be found therein, thanksgiving and the voice of melody. And in this section in Isaiah 34, you see, we can tie the judgment aspect. There was a judgment in time past in Isaiah 34, and this will be repeated before the final restoration of the geographical restoration of the earth. The entire earth is going to be judged. And let's connect a couple dots here. Isaiah 34:4, and all the host of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll, and all the hosts shall fall down as the leaf falleth off from the vine, and as a falling fig from the tree. We could read the similar language where this is referred to in the book of Revelation. Now let's look at Isaiah 20. You know, we have Matthew 24, which was the, some people refer this to the apocalypse of Jesus. Isaiah 24, it's referred to sometimes as the apocalypse of Isaiah. Well, let's read some amazing text from this chapter. It says, and it shall come to pass that he who fleeth from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit, and he that cometh up out of the midst of the pit shall be taken in the snare, for the windows from on high are open. Kind of sounds like Noah's flood. And the foundation of the earth is shaken. You see, this is the absolute destruction of this earth that sits on the foundations. That will happen. And this world is dissolved in heaven's place. The earth is utterly broken down. The earth is clean dissolved. The earth is moving and sinking. The earth shall reel to and grow like a trumpet, and shall be removed like a cottage, and the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it shall fall and no rest. This is final extinction of planet Earth. It will not come from the Martians. It won't come from the Russians. It will come from the hand of the Lord Almighty. And it will be the judgment that must take place before the restorations of the heaven and the earth. And the very same language in Isaiah 34 is exactly coordinates with Isaiah 34:24. So we're looking at these parallel judgments that have taken place throughout time. Now let's look at 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 10. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent, also the works that are therein shall be burned up. Seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved, what manner of persons ought you to be in all the conversation of God, looking for and hastening the coming of the day of God, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness. That's why I talk about the new heaven and the new earth. You know, most people today are talking about the millennial reign. They're talking about people going into the kingdom and earthly bodies, when the Bible says flesh and blood can inherit the kingdom. But here we see that it's the new heavens and the new earth that's what we're going to be looking forward to, because there's going to be a total
pardon the pun, but meltdown. There'll be a total meltdown on planet Earth that's literally going to be melted and recreated into the new heavens and earth. And this is what the scripture tells us in Revelation. And I saw a new heaven and earth. The first heaven passed away, and there was no more sea. There will be no more sea on the new heaven. This is interesting. Also, and I saw no temple wherein no more God. So, these are some amazing mysteries that are traveling with me and given us just any thoughts, John, on our study for today?
Those last few verses are just it's hopeful. And, just the thought of the earth shaking rapidly back and forth because heaven's opening up and the ground that is ground as well as the holes being Fear shall fall into the pit, and the human up out of the midst. The pit shall be taken in the sphere. And you just kind of see, and we know it comes out of the pit, but it's interesting to see the promise that we have, those of us that have been clothed with righteousness, and that do not think of anything that I would love about the person. What that means to take his name doesn't mean to say his name, it means to take his name. And the vanity behind that comes with speaking, saying that you have his name, but then completely disobeying the commandments. It's taking a name, taking a holy name on into your life, taking his name, taking his I'm coming in the name of the King, and then going out and doing the opposite of what an ambassador or the Most High would actually do. And there's going to be a lot of people, and this is something, it went back to Revelation, or I guess it's in Matthew, where he says that people will come in my name, doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that, and they will say, depart from me, you work of iniquity, I'll never know you. And those kind of people will not be in this new heaven. Because, there's a lot of people that are really know how to just name, which is not a bad thing necessarily, but the thing is like, does he know your name? When he says, never knew you, does he know? Because just because we know his name doesn't necessarily mean anything, because the thing is, the devil knows his name. And a lot of people know his name, and according to that scripture that says that people will believe in his name, that's the name of his name. Those who vote just to know a name like Abracadabra, they know the secret password. And when we see something like this, it's the hope for all of us that are trying to live in a world that hates us. The scripture tells us that this world hates us because we're of him. And to hear about a new heaven and a new earth that won't hate us because of him is a really blessed thing. And of course, Enoch talks more about it, most of the scriptures talk heavily about it, and I hope that people are encouraged by it. I know I am, just hearing those verses out and seeing what we have to do. Because anybody that's well loved by everybody, all the prophets are loving the way that loves the world to the way of God. This is not of this world, but it's the new heavens and earth, the reign. They will actually be the temple of the land back upon interesting stuff.
Yeah, it really is, and it is encouraging that when this world is falling apart, that we have faith that cannot be shaken. And Michael scores out here that scripture. Chapter 4. It says, see that you refuse not against me, for if they escape not, refuse much more shall we not speak and wait in this heaven, whose voice then shook the earth. But now he hath promised, saying, Yet once more I shake not the earth only those of heaven. And this word, yet once more, signifieth the removing of those things that are shaken, as those things that are made, and those things which cannot be shaken may remain. Wherefore we receiving a kingdom which cannot be moved, let us have grace whereby we can serve God acceptably with reverence and godly fear, for all of God is with us. And we stand in the kingdom that cannot be shaken, and the earth is reeling to and fro like a thunder, and it will be removed like a cartridge. We will stand because of the faith in Jesus Christ. So that's the encouraging thing for us. But, any final thoughts here, John? Close out the statement.
Just join us next week as we continue doing this and continue studying. If you guys have any comments, then comment below here in this video, not on the chat, but on the actual comment section. We have to do all the comments, but anything that you guys have found, we're open to looking at it. I mean, this is like David said, there's not many people that have ever done a commentary on the Book of Enoch. I think, as far as I know, there's maybe one or two, Arch Charles, and he doesn't even do a full Book of Enoch commentary.
He has a lot of very helpful footnotes of it. It's not really a commentary. A lot of great footnotes.
Yeah. So this is a fresh ground territory. You know, most people haven't. There's a lot of people that believe in the Book of Enoch, but there's not a lot of people that have actually taken the time to go through it and look at how it applies to Scripture and show the lining up in Scripture and show the possibilities of what's going on. And so I'm excited about it. I look forward to next week. Share this video out. I know this is, obviously share it out. Let's know that we have this going on. So we're very, very interested. So we're very open to that. And we appreciate you guys big time. What we're trying to do here at home, that the Father's put in our hearts, this membership has a big role in the world, and we're to reach the world to bring quality media, to the world. That's the best way for us. Way, we're called to the rest of the world, because everybody right now is. I'd say 50% is kids right now. A lot of the adults are adults and watching there's no abundance of good quality Christian content. There is some stuff that make that abundance. Make people have an option to watch great content, but also stuff that's destroy their brain, cause mind control damage, and they'll never recover from this world. I think that most of that's exactly what is going on in the world. So that's my final thoughts, David. I appreciate you, man. It was a really good show, really well thought out. Glad to get done, and I look forward to doing more.
Absolutely. It was a great blessing. Thank all of you so much for studying with us, and we'll see you again very soon on another episode.
Live breaking news information. A town in Springfield, Ohio is another casualty of the virus. Immigration people fighting the invasion and active police. Residents have to go through. I'm going to share the unbelievable footage of residents lashing out against the city, against the mayor, against the state. Why is this happening? And you're not going to believe what they're telling the world, that these 20,000 Haitian immigrants are killing this poor town in Springfield. Is this a prequel of things to come in power by Harris's America? Stick around, don't want to miss this. Wait till you hear these heartfelt pleas from residents and what they're saying that these Haitian immigrants are doing in their beautiful, lovely, small, peaceful town, Springfield, Ohio. It's just another city in America that's facing unprecedented invasion and population increases at an unsustainably beyond capacity. Remember what happened, I report on this, what happened in Aurora, Colorado, when Venezuelan gangs and thugs were led by Biden Harris who were literally taking over apartment complexes. Then, after that, it happened in Chicago, it's happening all over. President Donald Trump essentially stating that American cities are under siege. Listen to this. I want to share one big fact before I go through this, and then I got another one to stick around. You can see this new study done by a resident on exactly what these immigrants are doing. But Springfield, Ohio has 50,000 people living. So what Biden has essentially done is import 20,000. The town that was 58,000, and you import almost half of foreign immigrants to the city. I mean, it's like absolutely a decimating ecosystem. What thought of what this could do? How this could upset the balance? What about the culture shock? What about the logistics, the infrastructure? What to sustain that many people living now that function on that very specific population for a very, very long time? So that's just a little bit of background context of the numerics, the actual data analysis of this particular town in Springfield, Ohio. And then, this is so hard for us to share this out. We've got to tap that thumbs up so we can reach more people. Our cities, our towns are under siege. Listen,
It's like trying to hide that. Like we have to come out and go what I do on a daily basis to have fun. I see what's going on in the streets. I see guys just sitting up there in a comfy chair with suits. Like, I'm getting out here every day, and I'm not having you guys just sitting up there in suits. Like, I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. To make you don't put it in the trash can. You're running into buildings. You're running into basically cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, y'all can be comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from it. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background. They got a bunch of people want to get dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know see people that FaceTime me tonight, FaceTime me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there. And it's the one I like. See, like I'm coming down on the immigrants because it's the people that's bringing them down here. Wherever they're at, that's what they do. They're in the park, climbing up buttons by their neck, and they care about the walking off the wall. Y'all get the Highway State Patrol down here every week, and then y'all get like a task force for the Highway State Patrol, and they look for guns, they look for dope, and this and that support. That same people that y'all got lining up and down Limestone doing U-turn pulling people over for blinking, they're pulling people over for like that's the center, and like a couple miles over, like y'all can take them same people, the Highway State Patrol, and you can take them, and every single one of they silver chargers and Durangos, and y'all can take them to Sunset, and y'all can talk them right over there, and y'all can teach people how to drive since the Highway State Patrol know so much how to drive, know so much about traffic laws and know what to do in traffic. They need to. Y'all pay them, they can go there and teach these things.
chiamare lui ragazzo suo iniziano sì
getting a flow. I'm getting thousands of views on this. And it's going to get bigger and it's only going to get worse. Y'all sit up there in these chairs. Y'all, all y'all need to get out here and do something. Y'all making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Y'all need to put on a shirt at the cops. And then y'all need to come out here in the street and y'all need to go out here and I'm looking for the police. Y'all can do something. Y'all just got to stand up in it. Don't get paid all this money just to wear a suit and sit in a chair. I don't think it's crazy, bro. Like, we gotta do something, bro. These kids out here getting hurt. Like, only reason I even went up here and said something about it is because somebody told me they walking from the school and a case of almost ran into them. And it's getting paid. Like, how much money is that we getting paid? Like, to bring them over here? Like, I know these people are real. I know that's where they come from and that's what they do. That's their country. I don't know what they got going on over there. They can't do that over here. And if y'all didn't get paid from it and then y'all ain't doing that about it, I think that's super weird, bro. Y'all not stand on business. Y'all gotta really, like, step up. Like, it's lame, bro. Like, for real.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
We don't know that we've done this cities around the world. We don't know why they can't beat Trump at the polls. We've already done a ton of videos on this. If you haven't seen it, go to my channel. They literally have eliminated the Border eliminated the Border Patrol Union from doing any of their job. The Border Patrol Union has come out viscerally against Kamala Harris. They said she hasn't done anything. She hasn't even visited the border. She had one job at border check. We know why they're coming over. They cannot beat Trump. The polls reflect this. They cannot beat Trump legitimately. And now they're going to accelerate pathways to citizenship. My fellow Americans, this is nothing good. I'm not being concerned. Hey, when you say this, this is nothing short of an invasion. This is an invasion of our country. Literally. We swear an oath to protect our country from domestic and foreign enemies alike. Kamala Harris and Tombstone Vegetable and Cheese Biden are domestic enemies. There's no other way about it. And look at this. This is a post from a Springfield resident, warning fellow resident on a social media platform. It looks like maybe a Facebook page warning to all about our beloved pets and those around us. My neighbor informed me that her daughter's friend had lost her cat. She got injured, passed around. One day she came home from work and as soon as she stepped out of the car, looked towards the neighbor's house where Asian was and saw her cat hanging from a branch. Looking to a pier for victory. And they were targeting a told they were doing this to y'all. They were doing it tearing apart with the drugs and as I was told, the last hit by rangers and police. Took a close eye on the animal. Residents took this picture that showed the serious in the country. Residents took this picture of a physical image with what appears to be a beast by its feet, driving it around. They were doing exactly what the residents of the board generally done, but they're not generally speaking in front of the city council. I can't wait to read your comments. Down below. Let me know what you guys think. Is this really happening? Are we actually owning Kamala and ability to look down? He actually wins. And what I tell you guys time and time again, every single video I say this. I don't listen to polls. I don't care about polls. Don't listen to what they say. Something's ahead. To be perfectly inclusive with less than 60 days away from the most consequential election of our lives is an absolute detriment, and we do so at our own peril. So the ruthless hypocrites that will stop at nothing. You have to drag everybody you know, your grandfather in a wheelchair, your cousin, your uncle, your sister, your neighbors, grab them by the collar and drag them down to the ballot box. And we have become in the growing. This is your guy that it's survival of God. And I'm like, heart warming, heartfelt, with the This is cool behavior of citizens and residents. Check this out.
Well, ready to shatter records in 2024? Jump into the future with one quick upsell's new AI technology. In just 3 quick steps, you can now create a fully customized post-purchase upsell that leverages the power of AI to maximize your revenue. This AI technology analyzes the contents of each customer's cart to offer personalized upsells that are tailored to each individual shopper. And the best part? You only need to set up the AI offer once, and the upsell keeps learning and optimizing on its own. Just go to the post-purchase section in your upsell funnel. Click on Generate AI Offer, and your new AI-powered upsell is immediately created. Do one final review inside the editor to confirm the offer is exactly how you want it, and you're good to go. Since this is a dynamic offer, editing is fast-tracked because our AI technology dynamically updates the product information in real time, live on your offer video. When you're ready to optimize your AI funnel further, you can create a second AI-generated offer and split test them against each other. Track the results, keep the winners, and continue testing to create the most intelligent and intuitive AI upsells possible. To see how the OCU's new AI technology is benefiting current OCU users, look the link in this post to hear how Tiffany doubles your upsell fees, upsell revenue, and upsell conversion rate using this brand new feature. And if you want to stay up to date on everything OCU, keep an eye out for the new recurring monthly newsletter. By implementing just one thing from our newsletter, you can improve your upsell strategy, save some time, or make some extra money. So, if you're not a welcome upsell user yet, go to Simplify.com today to start your free 30-day trial and start growing your upsells with AI. And help us connect with other users like you by leaving us an honest review in the Shopify iTunes. This is Rich from Simplify. Thanks for watching.
Northwestern Avenue. Miss Skinner, who I'm not trying to put on the spot, is my neighbor.
Just after me, man. Thank you so much.
And I'm done with what I'm seeing. It is so unsafe in my neighborhood anymore. I have the homeless that were trying to camp out, and I would make concessions with them, and I try to help them the best I can. They're trying to squat on my property, but it is so unsafe. I have they cannot speak English in my front yard screaming at me, throwing mattresses in my front yard, throwing trash in my front yard, and I can't. Look at me, I weigh 95 pounds, I couldn't defend myself if I had to. My husband is elderly, and last night, after living in this home for 45 years, he said, no, guess what? It's time to pack up and leave. He said, we can't do this anymore. He said, it's killing the earth by the spinning. I don't understand what you expect of us as citizens. I mean, I understand that you're in a temporary protected status and you're protecting them, and I understand that ICU services are overcrowded and understaffed, but he's protecting us. If we're protecting them, he's protecting me. I want out of this town. I'm sorry. Please, give me a reason to stay. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Just absolutely. If that doesn't move you, if that doesn't break your heart, I don't know what will. No, Who's protecting us? You're protecting them. Who's protecting us, Madam Vice President? Who's protecting us, Madam President? Remember, this was us, this nation, I thought that answer. It was their public service. Who's protecting us? Why are you doing this vulnerable? Why are you doing everybody access to our country, all the benefits, all the amenities that people have sacrificed, people have died for this reason? Why are you giving it to them for nothing? Look at that citizen. One working actual citizen that sacrificed their lives for this country. They took it upon to listen. You're giving them $15,000 for a day. You're giving $20,000 for instance. You're giving 39 cents to health care, free access to homes, to buying new homes. You're giving them amnesty, you're giving them accelerated pathway to citizenship. What about the people we're supposed to be serving this poor woman? This makes my blood boil. It should make my blood boil. You're receiving on Main Street. We have to promise you. After thumbs up. We'll take you less than a second. We're right there. Share this.
Look at all the stuff up. Facts is happening right now. There's an entire agency of radical, aggressive, extremists, un-American, anti-American, pro-Obama, both supporting the law. I don't know about you, but as a father, patriot, husband, this isn't happening in my country. This is not going to be happening in my city. This is not going to be happening in my country. No, not on my watch. No candy. Hasta the pasta. What do you want to do? I'm happy that they're upset. Obviously, this takes a huge toll. I'm going to go there. This takes a huge toll. And we want to do things like this. I will wholeheartedly accept it. Tell me why I'm treating this not. I will wholeheartedly accept it. And I will feel for those Springfield. God bless you. God help you. I hope your thoughts and prayers are in Springfield, Ohio, please let me know in the comments down below what is happening. Anything coming out of city council meeting, which is happening with the infinite state official that they won't think about this. Let me know. I look forward to hearing from you. If you haven't already signed up for our free newsletter down below, hit on the video it's coming up on the screen. I do think this one on Facebook. Just go follow, subscribe, turn on the bell to follow notifications. And you don't need to do that for us. God bless America. I'll see you soon.
Let's not political analyst Laurie Turnbull of the conversation. Laurie, good to have you on the show. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's not going to be a fun focus week for the Prime Minister. Most of the issues that need to be addressed amongst the insecurity of some of the sitting MPs about their seats. But first, let's discuss how do you think the Prime Minister will be able to address the issue of the NDP and the path forward from this government if it survives in June 2035.
Sure. I mean, I think this, and as I just said, look, this doesn't mean that the government falls next week when the House comes back. It could mean that, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. It just means that we're in more of a period of ordinary time where the government has to work with parties on an ad hoc basis as issues come up, as votes come up. With nothing guaranteed, the government has to find a partner. And so that would be the NDP, that would be the Bloc Québécois. I think you can probably guess it's not going to be Conservatives. But because the NDP has departed this union, it means that there are potential changes if this parliament survives any longer. There are changes to the legislative calendar. And so things they could have taken for granted, now they can't. It could be that things are going to take longer. It could be that the NDP are going to try to extract some sort of concession which could cost money. The Bloc might try to do the same thing. So a whole bunch of uncertainty comes up, even if the Liberal government is able to manage for another period of time. And so I think the MPs will have questions for the Prime Minister about how that will be managed. And amidst all of the chaos and the drama, how will the Liberals get some clear message out to voters that resonates with people before the next election?
You know, clearly the Liberals could have done a whole lot more this summer. Many have been critical, not much was done. We know that the Liberals have floundered in the polls for more than a year. In one of the recent polls by Angus Reid, we pulled that up, that shows that Liberals are at 21%, Conservatives at 43%, NDP at 19%. Talk to us about how ineffective the Prime Minister has really been in terms of taking on their parliament.
It seems to me that the approach has been to pretend that nothing's wrong. And so even after the by-election loss in Toronto St. Paul's, which was significant, and the MPs know that, the Liberal Party brass, they all know this is massive progress. They will have potential disaster in the next election to lose a safe seat like that. And it seems to me that the Prime Minister has managed to downplay that. From the get-go, he didn't meet with caucus. And perhaps that was, who knows? Maybe that was the right call for him. Maybe the meeting with the full caucus and years that would have been a problem for him. But it just seems to me, from day one, there has been a downplay strategy. Now, he has met with regional caucuses, he's had conversations with MPs. I think he's done some behind-the-scenes work and tried to set people's mind at ease if they look, we've got a plan here. But
but the numbers don't change. And now, with everything else, right, with the NDP moving away, with Jeremy Broadhurst deciding to step aside, it just seems like the things piling up. To all of these factors together, like the ship's just taking on a lot of
In fact, there will be major blows this week itself. But let's talk about things you brought about the Toronto riding. The by-election taking place on September 16th, Montreal and Winnipeg. If the Liberals want to lose votes after this Toronto riding, do you think that this will further spending terms for a change in leadership argument?
I mean, I think if the NDP were still on board, then yes. Then, you know, in the event that Montreal doesn't happen to the Liberals, I think then there would be renewed calls for the Prime Minister to think about what he can do with the time the Liberals have left. Maybe the Liberals could count on the NDP support until October 2025. That would give them the space to figure out, you know.
Absolutely amazing video experiences. Something that was discussed by Joe recently. I find this rather intriguing. He was interviewing a lady named Michelle Dowd, this lady right here. She grew up in sort of a strange religious group. And, of course, they're talking about that. She's telling her story. And then they get into surrounding topics. Sort of, one of the interesting ones they're talking about was dark stories or enigmas in Scripture. And I love these type of stories. If you follow my channel, you know I talk about everything bizarre and strange. That's just how I like to do things. And I love these type of stories. And the ones that I talk about on my own website, videos I've talked about in the past on YouTube. I'm also going to get into what Pope Francis has said and how it ties into actually some of this as well. It shows you really what sin is the dark side. Yes, indeed, we'll get into that as well. Now we got a new story that came out 2 days ago. Pope Francis, here we go. And Grand Con, the tunnel of friendship. That's the tunnel of friendship, my friends. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so let's read a little bit of this. Pope Francis began his historic tour of Asia by leading the purple flag to the Grand Con of South Asia's largest mosque in the guidance and against religious environmental destruction. Interesting. But actually, he said ordinance. And I found it interesting to tidbit. Let's see if I can get it right here as well. One second. It says that all religions have a God. All religions have a Christ. That's interesting. It's like this thing of individuals. Okay, it's really good. Let me see here. By the way, say this. There we go. We emphasize one different faiths with the many things. We all one society, helping everyone actually declare their life as the highest third towards life. Again, combining all people's religions. This is what I'm referring to. And actually, by the way, these obscure definitions I'm referring to, right here, in some cases, we're talking 50% of the time. It's using these definitions. They're not really obscure, actually. Like, for example, this first one on the list, 50% of the time in the Old Testament, when it says this word, it's not referring to SEX. It's referring to idol worship. 50% of the time. If you really count out the times it's used. No one seems to know that. And it directly relates to what's going on here. This is literally what it's referring to in those passages. That's exactly what Pope Francis is doing. He's leading them all according to strength. That's exactly it. And he makes a deal with the largest imam, right, in Southeast Asia, I think it was. Now, what's really interesting about that is not super long ago, actually the same as this year, this is on British. What did Pope Francis do? He kicks out his enemy archbishop because this archbishop had a different viewpoint
a cultural issue, which actually this guy had a much better performance, by the way. Much more biblical too as well. So he beats him out. So yet then he makes a deal with the largest Elon. Does that make any sense? Introducing the 2025 Subaru Outback and the Outback Ribbon with a rugged design particularly featuring a matte black hood decker, a full front grille, LED steering responsive headlight, hexagonal LED fog lights, and adding light to that part, it can show up to 1,588 kilograms. If you find yourself feeling low, the Outback Wilderness can take you Subaru symmetrical full-time electric drive, a front-seat camera that helps you navigate down the range, 241 millimeters of ground coverage, exclusive 17-inch matte black alloy with Yokohama all-terrain driver, enhanced fuel function X button, and 4 towing access points exclusive to the Williams. Plus, with Subaru Starlink connected series, you can remotely start your and ensure the climate is set for the perfect. Capable of refined and safe with a 2.5-liter or available 2.4-liter turbo drive Subaru Boxer, making 260 horsepower and 277 pounds-per torque. High-sec driver assist technology with a 100-mile tank, which provides a wider field of view and improved pedestrian and cyclist protection, and a driver focus system which helps keep you alert while driving. Plus, you'll get an 11.6-inch Maverick-style infotainment screen, wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, wireless smartphone charger, and with the available luxury warranty, you can travel to that off-grid fishing spot within a 3-meter by 3-meter with some GPS location, suggesting to find work. With standard details with integrated crossbars and 2,141 liters of carpet space, the Outback is as capable as you. The Outback provides with an ultra-comfortable 10-way power-adjustable driver's seat with all-weather soft-touch material, a full-circle heated steering wheel, standard in all trims, heated front seats, new USB-C connections for front and rear seat passengers, heated rear seats, and 1,004 millimeters of rear seat legroom. And built on a Subaru global platform, they're built to last with legendary Japanese quality, durability, and reliability. The 2025 Subaru Outback gives you the best of both worlds, rugged capability and refined comfort.
So, you're going to them?
And I've gotten those who left.
Surprising. The old you would have weirded them out with one of those crazy stories from your past, like on the bush.